court, and the police will be seeking the custody. Yesterday we saw how 7 associates of Amritpal who were arrested from the area that falls under the jurisdiction of Amritsar Rural, they were taken to the court, and the court has granted 4 days of the police custody of all 7 to the Amritsar police. And today the police is now going to produce the uncle as well as the driver of Amritpal before the court, and these are the exclusive visuals that we have managed to access, in which it can be clearly seen that the uncle of Amritpal handing over his belongings to the police, and then he is being moved to a police car, after which he was taken to an undisclosed location.
All right, hold your thoughts for a minute. I'm going to come back to you in just a bit, but let's also play out the conversation that Republic TV has had with Amritpal Singh's father.
अमृतपाल के चाचा ने और उनके ड्राइवर ने जो है पुलिस के सामने सरेंडर किया है। बात करने के लिए अमृतपाल के पिता हमारे साथ तरसेम जी मौजूद हैं। सर, आपके भाई और जो उनके ड्राइवर थे उन्होंने जो है सरेंडर किया है पुलिस के सामने, क्या आपको इस बाबत पहले जानकारी थी, आपसे बात हुई थी उनकी?
उनका रात को 10 बजे के आसपास एक फ़ोन आया था, तो उन्होंने यही बताया था कि हम सरेंडर करने जा रहे हैं। हमारा कुछ गुनाह तो कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन पुलिस अगर हमको गिरफ्तार करना चाह रही है तो हम तैयार हैं उसके लिए। तो हम लोग का पहले भी भागने का कोई मंशा नहीं थी, लेकिन हम लोग अपना प्रोग्राम अटेंड करने के लिए उधर जाना चाह रहे थे कि चलो ये दाएं बाएं होके कैसे निकल जाएं, तो और कोई हमारा भागने का किसी को कोई ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। तो इसलिए हम सुबह मेरी डीआईजी से बात हो रही है, जहाँ हो गई है, तो मैं सुबह तक सरेंडर कर दूंगा।
देखिए, पुलिस ने कुछ दावे किस चीज़ों के किए हैं। एक जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज बताती हैं कि जो यहाँ पे AKF लिखा है, अमृतपाल एक फ़ौज खड़ी करना चाहते थे अपनी, और हथियारबंद लोगों को अपने साथ जोड़ना चाहते थे। ये आरोप जो हैं केंद्रीय एजेंसियां लगा रही। नहीं,
ऐसा बिल्कुल फेक हुआ है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था। उन्होंने के वो जो लड़के थे उन्होंने पता नहीं उसका आनंदपुर खालसा अपने हथियारों पे आनंदपुर खालसा फौज ऐसा लिखा,
बिल्कुल सही
है। तो बाकी तो ऐसा कोई फौज जोड़ने का कोई धंधा नहीं था, कोई ऐसा 5-6 आदमी से फौज खड़ा होता है। वो
कह रहे हैं कि जो एंटी ड्रग्स की बात की जा रही है कि ड्रग एडिक्शन से युवा
Right, pictures on your screen are coming to you from Prayagraj, where action is being taken, I think, against one of the accused in the Amritpal murder case, Ghulam. Pictures on your screen are of his residence that's now being demolished by the Uttar Pradesh government. So this, of course, is largely being seen as a crackdown of the Uttar Pradesh government against Mafia Raj. We have in the past seen other people who were involved in Amritpal's murder case. Similar action has been initiated against them as well.
इसको ध्वस्त किया गया। कुछ जो पोर्शन है, यानी कि ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो तमाम पत्थर है वो आप यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं नीचे की तरफ गिरे हुए हैं। जो आगे का हिस्सा है सबसे पहले उसे ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि अगर आप घर का हिस्सा देखेंगे तो ये संकरी गली है जिसमें घर है। घर का जो मेन गेट है वो संकरी गली में अंदर से होकर जाता है, और लंबाई में ये पूरा घर बना हुआ है, इसकी लंबाई ज़्यादा है, और इसी को ध्वस्त करने का जो पूरा काम है वो किया जा रहा है। सबसे पहले ये देखिए, जो पहली दुकान थी घर के बाहर, जो तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कैमरा 1 और कैमरा 2 से, ये 2 तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से बुलडोजर यहाँ पर चलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। कैमरा 2 में आप देखिए किस तरीके से बुलडोजर का प्रहार देखने को मिला, और कैमरा 1 की तस्वीर भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं सुपर एक्सक्लूसिव। ये देखिए एक बार फिर से बुलडोजर का पीला पंजा। ये देखिए पूरे घर के आगे का जो पूरा हिस्सा था, जो पूरी बाउंड्री थी, उसको ध्वस्त करने का काम किया जा रहा है। यहाँ पर चूंकि ये संकरी गली है जहाँ पर ये घर बना हुआ था, ऐसे में लोगों को भी यहाँ से बिल्कुल दूर कर दिया गया है। जो तमाम आसपास की दुकानें थी उन दुकानों को भी बंद कर दिया गया है। ये देखिए कैसे बड़ी कार्रवाई को अंजाम दिया जा रहा है। प्रयागराज का ये रसूलाबाद इलाका जहाँ पर शार्प शूटर मोहम्मद गुलाम का ये घर है और ये बॉम्बे हेयर ड्रेसर की जो पूरी दुकान थी जो किराए पर दे रखी थी उसको भी ये देखिए गिरा दिया गया। उसका शटर यहाँ पर बुलडोजर के माध्यम से, पीले पंजे के माध्यम से देखिए गिरा दिया गया। एक एक कर जो पूरे ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई है, एक एक हिस्से में जाकर उसको अंजाम दिया जा रहा है। ये देखिए एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर ये जो आगे की पूरी दीवार है, इस वक्त आप देखिए ये आगे की पूरी दीवार को तोड़ने का काम यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। नीचे सब कुछ टूटा बिखरा हुआ पड़ा है और सब कुछ मलबे में अब तब्दील हो चुका है। और ये देखिए ये दो दुकानों को जोड़ती हुई जो दीवार थी उस दीवार को तोड़ने का काम यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। ये देखिए इन दो दुकानों को, ये दोनों दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही हैं। इन दो जिसे किराए पर उसने चढ़ा रखा था, किराए पर दे रखा था, कोई और इन दुकानों को संचालित करता था। इन दुकानों को पहले ही खाली करा दिया गया था। उसके बाद ये देखिए इन दुकानों को जोड़ने वाली जो दीवार थी, यानी कि इन दो दुकानों की कनेक्टिविटी की जो दीवार थी उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। एक एक कर आप देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से ये पीला पंजा सब कुछ तोड़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये देखिए आगे की जो पूरी दीवार है उसको भी ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है। ये तमाम पत्थर यहाँ पर मलबे के रूप में, जिन एक एक पत्थरों को जोड़कर ये पूरी इमारत खड़ी की गई थी, इस पूरी इमारत को मोहम्मद गुलाम ने अवैध रूप से खड़ा किया। वो तमाम पत्थर अब मलबे के रूप में नीचे सब धुआं हो गए हैं। एक और बुलडोजर को आप देख रहे हैं। ये देखिए काम को तेजी के साथ अंजाम देने के लिए एक और बुलडोजर यहाँ पर आ गया है। जिस तरीके से हमने आपको तस्वीर दिखाई थी कि तीन बुलडोजर यहाँ पर हैं जो ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई को अंजाम देंगे। बुलडोजर नंबर 1 की तस्वीर आप देख ही रहे हैं किस तरीके से वो दुकान को आगे, और इस तरफ अब ये देखिए किस तरीके से बुलडोजर नंबर 2 भी यहाँ पर आ गया है जो कि ध्वस्त करने का काम करेगा इस अवैध निर्माण को। और ये देखिए ये आगे पूरा सब कुछ मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जो कहा था धुआं सब कुछ यहाँ पर होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। जो कहा गया था कि मिट्टी में मिला देंगे वही आज होता हुआ नजर भी आ रहा है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत संकरी गली है। ऐसे में सब कुछ यहाँ धुएं में तब्दील होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। जिस तरीके से यहाँ पर इस अवैध निर्माण को गिराया जा रहा है, सब कुछ यहाँ पर सिर्फ और सिर्फ धुआं हो गया है। सामने हम आपको 5 कैमरों से तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। ये देखिए तस्वीर जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं आपकी टीवी स्क्रीन पर, ये 5 कैमरों की तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से 5 कैमरों में आप अलग अलग एंगल से ये तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं जहां पर बुलडोजर एक्शन देखने को मिल रहा है। ये देखिए जो 2 दुकानें थी बुलडोजर नंबर 1 से आगे की तरफ की तोड़ी गई। उसके बाद ये देखिए बुलडोजर नंबर 2 को आप देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से वो दुकानें भी जो है अब तोड़ी जा रही हैं। ये देखिए एक एक कर पीले पंजे का जो प्रहार है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से वो दुकानें भी यहाँ पर तोड़ी जा रही हैं। ये 5 तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं आपकी टीवी स्क्रीन पर इस समय। 5 तस्वीरें, कैमरा नंबर 1, कैमरा नंबर 2, 3, 4, 5, ये 5 तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। इन तस्वीरों में आप देखेंगे कि हर तरफ धुआं नजर आ रहा है। ये देखिए शूटर गुलाम के घर पर बुलडोजर एक्शन देखने को मिल रहा है। जहां खबर वहां रिपब्लिक भारत और ग्राउंड जीरो से ये आप सुपर एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर बुलडोजर चलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। रिपब्लिक भारत लगातार ग्राउंड जीरो से तमाम दर्शकों तक सुपर एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें पहुंचा रहा है जहां पर अतीक के गुर्गों को एक एक कर निशाने पर लिया जा रहा है और एक एक कर तमाम गुर्गों के अवैध संपत्ति को ढहाने का जो काम है वो किया जा रहा है। ये बुलडोजर एक्शन का राउंड 2 है। पहले दिन हमने देखा कि किस तरीके से जफर अहमद खान के घर को गिराया गया, उसके बाद हमने देखा था सफदर अली के अवैध निर्माण को ढहाया गया था और फिर हमने देखा था कि मस्कुद्दीन के आलिशान घर को किस तरीके से तोड़ा गया था। और अब देखिए अब जो तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं ये बुलडोजर एक्शन का राउंड 2 जिसमें सबसे पहले जो नंबर लगा है वो शार्प शूटर मोहम्मद गुलाम के घर का लगा है, अवैध संपत्ति का लगा है। ये देखिए घर की जो बाउंड्री वॉल है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। ये देखिए आगे की जो पूरी बाउंड्री वॉल है उसको तोड़ने का काम यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। आगे की जो दुकानें हैं उनको भी तोड़ने का काम किया जा रहा है। घर में गुलाम का भाई और गुलाम की माँ है जिन्हें बाहर की तरफ सुरक्षित ठिकाने पर कहा गया है कि अब आप यहाँ से बाहर जाइए और सुरक्षित ठिकाने पर चले जाइए, लेकिन उन्होंने अपने सामने अपने घर को इस तरीके से वो भी टूटता हुआ देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें नहीं पता था कि उनका बेटा इस तरीके से अतीक अहमद का इतना करीबी हो चुका है कि वो इस तरह से अवैध गतिविधियों में संलिप्त हुआ है और मर्डर जैसे वारदात को अंजाम दे चुका है। उन्हें ये सब कुछ, उनका ये कहना है कि हमें तो ये सब कुछ न्यूज़पेपर्स और टीवी के माध्यम से पता चला। फिलहाल ये आपके सामने ग्राउंड जीरो से सुपर एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से बुलडोजर के जरिए जेसीबी के माध्यम से ये तमाम जो अवैध संपत्ति है मोहम्मद गुलाम की उसको तोड़ने का काम किया जा रहा है। संपत्ति पर मोहम्मद गुलाम 2014 के बाद से कभी नहीं आया। ये गुलाम के परिवारजनों ने बताया कि 2014 के बाद से गुलाम यहाँ पर कभी नहीं आया है। 2014 में गुलाम की जब शादी हुई उसके बाद से गुलाम गायब है। हमें नहीं पता वो कहाँ है। अगर हमें पता होता तो हम जरूर मदद करते, क्योंकि हम मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने जिस तरीके से कहा है कि अपराधियों का सफाया होना चाहिए, हम उनके साथ हैं, वो चाहे हमारे घर का सदस्य ही क्यों ना हो। ये गुलाम के परिवारजनों का कहना है। ये देखिए एक एक ईंट, ये ईंट जिससे इस अवैध इमारत को खड़ा किया गया मोहम्मद गुलाम के द्वारा, उस एक एक ईंट को गिराने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। ये देखिए फिर आगे की जो पूरी बाउंड्री है उसको तोड़ा गया, घर के ऊपर की छत की जो पूरी बाउंड्री थी उसको तोड़ा गया। यहाँ पर ये देखिए सब कुछ मलबे में ढेर यहाँ पर आपको नजर आ रहा है और आगे की तरफ धीरे धीरे ये जो बुलडोजर है वो चलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। हालांकि ये जो हम आपको इलाका दिखा रहे हैं, ये देखिए ये संकरी गली में है, इसलिए आगे की तरफ से इसको पूरा तोड़ा जा रहा है, क्योंकि ये भी ध्यान रखना है कि बगल में जो घर है उसको किसी भी तरह का कोई भी नुकसान यहाँ पर ना पहुंचे, क्योंकि राइट हैंड साइड की तरफ जो घर आप देख रहे हैं, ये पीली इमारत जो आप देख रहे हैं जिसे तोड़ने का काम किया जा रहा है, ये मोहम्मद गुलाम का घर है। लेकिन इसके बगल वाला घर यहाँ पर उसके ये घर का इन लोगों से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ऐसे में इस बात का भी ध्यान रखा जा रहा है कि किसी भी तरह से जो आसपास की जो दूसरी चीजें हैं, दूसरे घर हैं या दुकानें हैं, उनको नुकसान ना पहुंचे। ये देखिए प्रयागराज विकास प्राधिकरण का बुलडोजर आज गरजता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। माफियाओं को मिट्टी में मिलाने की जो सौगंध मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ली थी, उस सौगंध को धीरे धीरे पूरा करते हुए मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ नजर आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि अतीक अहमद के 3 गुर्गों के घर पर बुलडोजर चलते हुए हमने आप देखा, और आज ये चौथे गुर्गे यानी कि मोहम्मद गुलाम जो कि शार्प शूटर है, जो कि फरार है, 5 लाख का इनामी बदमाश है, उसकी अवैध संपत्ति पर, अवैध घर पर जिस ईंटों को जोड़कर उसने इस अवैध इमारत को खड़ा किया, उस अवैध इमारत को तोड़ने का जो काम है वो आज किया जा रहा है। और सब कुछ सिर्फ और सिर्फ यहाँ धुआं धुआं होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ग्राउंड जीरो से ये 2 कैमरा एंगल से हम आपको तस्वीर फिलहाल दिखा रहे हैं। माफियाओं पर बुलडोजर प्रहार की 2 तस्वीरें जरा आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से कैमरा 1 से आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं कि एक एक कर जो बुलडोजर के जरिए जो पूरा इलाका है वो यहाँ पर तोड़ा जा रहा है, और उसके जरिए कैमरा 2 से भी हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से ये पीला पंजा चलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने जो सौगंध ली थी, हमने वो तस्वीर भी देखी जब उमेश पाल की हत्या कर दी गई और 2 सिपाही जो उमेश पाल के 2 गनर थे उनकी भी इस हत्याकांड में मौत हो गई। एक को गुड्डू मुस्लिम ने बम से उड़ा दिया और उसके बाद दूसरे सिपाही की मौत भी गुड्डू मुस्लिम के बम से ही उड़ी, जिसका CCTV वायरल हो रहा है। और उसमें हमने देखा है कि किस तरीके से सिपाही पर गुड्डू मुस्लिम बम फेंकता है और सिपाही का एक हाथ पूरा उड़ जाता है और सिपाही को फिर इलाज के दौरान उस सिपाही की मौत हो जाती है। ये देखिए, और उसके बाद हमने देखा था किस तरीके से उस सिपाही की राख को अपने माथे पर लगाकर मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने सौगंध खाई थी और फिर उस सौगंध को विधानसभा में बुलंद आवाज में दोहराते हुए सबके बीच दहाड़ते हुए मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने कहा था माफियाओं को मिट्टी में मिला देंगे। कुछ वही आज होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। फिलहाल ये 5 तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे रहे हैं। देखिए 5 तस्वीरें आपके सामने हैं और उसके बाद ये देखिए एक एक कर जो बुलडोजर एक्शन आप देख रहे हैं। मोहम्मद गुलाम के बारे में आपको बता दें, मोहम्मद गुलाम माफिया डॉन अतीक अहमद का गुर्गा है, बेहद करीबी है, बेहद खास है। सालों से अतीक के लिए काम करता आ रहा है। अतीक के इशारे पर कई वारदातों को उसने अंजाम दिया है और उसमें सबसे बड़ी वारदात उमेश पाल हत्याकांड। फिलहाल ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये देखिए ये जो तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, एक एक कर ये पूरा एक्शन लिया जा रहा है और तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये देखिए 2 दुकानों के बीच की जो कनेक्टिविटी की पूरी दीवार थी, उस दीवार को यहाँ पर बुलडोजर के माध्यम से तोड़ा गया है। ये देखिए ये जो नीले रंग की दीवार आप देख रहे हैं, इस दीवार को तोड़ा गया क्योंकि हमने आपको दिखाया। ये देखिए गेट को भी अब तोड़ने का काम किया जा रहा है क्योंकि दुकान के अंदर से ही ये जो गेट है वो था। और दूसरी तस्वीर आपको दिखा रहे हैं, अब आपको पंकज विजय मेरे तस्वीर आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये देखिए बुलडोजर नंबर 2 से आप तस्वीर देखिए कि किस तरीके से 30वें नंबर की जो दुकान है उसको भी तोड़ा जा रहा है। ये सब दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की है और किस तरीके से इन दीवारों को तोड़ा जा रहा है। इस दीवार पहली दुकान के अंदर अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये देखिए जो कैमरा 1 से हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं और कैमरा 2 से और कैमरा 3, ये देखिए फिलहाल जो तस्वीर आपके सामने, ये देखिए ये गेट जो घर के अंदर को जाता है इस दुकान से, ये पूरा कनेक्टिविटी घर और दुकानों के बीच में थी क्योंकि मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही जमीन जिस पर आगे की तरफ ये दुकानें बनाई गई थी जिन्हें किराए पर दे दिया गया था और पीछे की तरफ पूरा।
All right, so action being initiated against one of the accused in the Umesh Pal murder case. There you can see it. His home is being demolished by authorities in Prayagraj. The BRS MLC K Kavita has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for the second round of questioning on Delhi's liquor policy case after she skipped the earlier summons, citing her petition challenging the ED notice pending for hearing before the Supreme Court. The Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh and Congress Rajya Sabha MP Pramod Tiwari gave suspension of business notice under Rule 267 in the Rajya Sabha and demanded discussion on the Adani Hindenburg issue. Congress leader Pramod Tiwari has said that there is a need to discuss the constitution of a JPC to investigate the government's role in promoting business interests of the Adani Group. The Delhi Police will be deploying over 2,000 security personnel at the Ramleela Maidan, where thousands of farmers are likely to gather for today's Kisan Mahapanchayat. Elaborate security arrangements have been put in place to ensure that the event goes off smoothly. West Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has accused the BJP of trying to make a hero out of Congress leader Rahul Gandhi to divert attention from the burning issues by stalling parliament proceedings over his recent remarks in the United Kingdom. The Chief Minister alleged that the Congress has failed to fight the BJP and has a tacit understanding with the Saffron camp in West Bengal. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has hit out at the BJP-led central government for sending Delhi police at Rahul Gandhi's residence. The Congress president has alleged that it was an attempt to weaken the Congress.
ये देखिए उनको सताने के लिए, टारगेट करने के लिए पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं और वो तो डरा के, धमका के, कमजोर करने की बात कर रहे हैं। हम कभी डरने वाले नहीं, कमजोर होने वाले नहीं।
Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida arrived in India on a 2-day visit today. Kishida was received and greeted by the Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar at the Delhi airport. The Special Investigation Unit of the Jammu and Kashmir Police is conducting searches at Kakapura area of South Kashmir's Pulwama district in a case related to terrorism. The police is reportedly conducting searches at a terrorist Riaz Ahmed Dar's home, Riaz Ahmed Dar has been active for about 8 years and is believed to be one of the oldest surviving terrorists. A day after a woman who was on a morning walk was killed after being hit by a car on the Worli Sea Face, several runners and joggers held a protest outside the Worli police station. A strong earthquake shook southern Ecuador and northern Peru on Saturday, killing at least 13 people, trapping others under the rubble and sending rescue teams out into streets littered with debris and fallen power lines.
A strong 6.7 magnitude earthquake shook the coastal area of Ecuador on Saturday. Several buildings and houses toppled to the ground because of the powerful earthquake. Following the aftermath, the streets of the quake-hit country were littered with debris and fallen power lines. The powerful quake has killed over 15 people and injured at least 126 and more. President paid a visit to the injured in the hospital to take an update on their health. The President of Ecuador expressed solidarity to his nation dealing with the aftermath of a major earthquake that also impacted northern Peru. Agency report for Republic TV.
And coming up next, Khalistanis get a free run in the United Kingdom as the national flag is pulled down at the Indian High Commission in London. And Liquor Gate explodes. BRS leader K. Kavita appears before the Enforcement Directorate for round 2 of questioning.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years. With top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering a back.
बहुत उपयोगी रहेगी। फ्रेंड्स, आज की हमारी मुलाकात एक और कारण से भी विशेष है। इस साल भारत G20 की अध्यक्षता कर रहा है और जापान G7 की, और इसलिए अपनी अपनी प्राथमिकताओं और हितों पर साथ मिलकर काम करने का यह उत्तम अवसर है। आज मैंने प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा को भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की प्राथमिकताओं के बारे में विस्तार से बताया। हमारी G20 अध्यक्षता का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को आवाज देना है। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम को मानने वाली संस्कृति सभी को साथ लेकर चलने में विश्वास रखती है और इसलिए हमने ये पहल ली है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत जापान स्पेशल स्ट्रेटेजिक एंड ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप हमारे साझा लोकतांत्रिक मूल्य और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर रूल ऑफ लॉ के सम्मान पर आधारित है। इस साझेदारी को मजबूत बनाना हमारे दोनों देशों के लिए तो महत्वपूर्ण है ही, इससे इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में शांति, समृद्धि और स्थिरता को भी बढ़ावा मिलता है। आज हमारी बातचीत में हमने द्विपक्षीय संबंधों में हुई प्रगति की समीक्षा की। हमने रक्षा उपकरण और टेक्नोलॉजी सहयोग, व्यापार, स्वास्थ्य और डिजिटल साझेदारी पर विचारों का आदान प्रदान किया। सेमीकंडक्टर और अन्य क्रिटिकल टेक्नोलॉजीज में विश्वस्त सप्लाई चेन्स के महत्व पर भी हमारे बीच सार्थक चर्चा हुई। पिछले साल हमने अगले 5 वर्षों में भारत में 5 ट्रिलियन येन यानी 3,20,000 करोड़ रुपए के जापानी निवेश का लक्ष्य तय किया था। यह संतोष का विषय है कि इस दिशा में अच्छी प्रगति हुई है। 2019 में हमने इंडिया जापान इंडस्ट्रियल कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस पार्टनरशिप की स्थापना की थी। इसके अंतर्गत हम लॉजिस्टिक्स, फूड प्रोसेसिंग, एमएसएमई, टेक्सटाइल्स, मशीनरी और स्टील जैसे क्षेत्रों में भारतीय इंडस्ट्री की कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस बढ़ा रहे हैं। आज हमने इस पार्टनरशिप की सक्रियता पर भी प्रसन्नता व्यक्त की। मुंबई अहमदाबाद हाई स्पीड रेल पर भी हम तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि हम 2023 को टूरिज्म एक्सचेंज वर्ष के रूप में मना रहे हैं और इसके लिए हमने कनेक्टिंग हिमालयाज विद माउंट फुजी नाम का थीम चुना है। फ्रेंड्स, आज प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा ने मुझे मई महीने में हिरोशिमा से में होने वाली G7 लीडर समिट के लिए निमंत्रण दिया। इसके लिए मैं उनका हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। इसके कुछ महीनों बाद सितंबर में G20 लीडर समिट के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा का फिर से भारत में स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा। हमारी बातचीत और संपर्कों का यह सिलसिला इसी प्रकार चलता रहे और भारत जापान संबंध लगातार नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते रहे, इसी कामना के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Now may I call upon Honorable Prime Minister of Japan to deliver his remarks.
はい。昨年、3月以来1年ぶりに
After 1 year, I'm visiting India again at Hyderabad House. I'm very pleased to have had a good discussion with Prime Minister Modi once again. Also, my gratitude is expressed to Prime Minister Modi as well as to people of India who always extend to us warmest welcome and reception. This year, Japan serves the presidency of G7 and India G20. As the world is standing at history's turning point, fraught with difficulties, what role Japan and India should play? I wish to discuss this fully with Prime Minister Modi. With this thought in my mind, I came to India. At the meeting, I have explained that at the G7 Hiroshima summit this May, from the two viewpoints of upholding international order based on the rule of law and strengthening partnership with the international community going beyond G7, including the countries from what is called Global South, challenges faced by international community will be taken up. Having conveyed this, I reaffirmed with Prime Minister Modi our commitment to strongly uphold international order based on the rule of law. Also, Prime Minister Modi shared his thoughts on various themes in the international community, especially in areas of development finance, food security, and climate energy. Views concurred to have close cooperation between G7 and G20. We will cooperate toward the successful G7 Hiroshima Summit and G20 New Delhi Summit. In this context, I formally invited Prime Minister Modi to G7 Hiroshima Summit, and on the spot, my invitation was immediately accepted. Regarding the strengthening of our bilateral relations with India, who is our special strategic global partner, wide-ranging discussion also took place. In security area, holding of second Japan-India 2+2 meeting last September, and implementing Japan-India joint fighter exercise for the very first time in January this year were welcomed as concrete progress.
Our economic cooperation with India, which continues to grow rapidly, will not only support further development of India, but also creates significant economic opportunities for Japan. In this regard, we welcome that steady progress is being made towards realizing 5 trillion yen of public and private investment and financing from Japan to India in 5 years, the target which Prime Minister Modi and I set in March last year. And we welcome the signing of the aid memoir to confirm our intention.
हम जो एड मेमोर पे अभी हाल ही में एक्सटेंशन हुआ है उसका भी हम स्वागत करते हैं और हमने इस बात पर दोबारा से पुष्टि करी कि हम ऊर्जा और डिकार्बनाइजेशन पर अपने सहयोग को पर काम करते रहेंगे जो हाल ही में एक 300 बिलियन येन का लोन एग्रीमेंट पर भी हस्ताक्षर हुए हैं। इससे हमारा सहयोग और भी बढ़ेगा और हम भारत में कनेक्टिविटी को और भी बढ़ाने के लिए खास तौर पर भारत के उत्तर पूर्वी क्षेत्र में
Fiscal 2023 will be the year of Japan-India tourism exchange to promote our exchanges through tourism. I also welcome the renewal of our MOC on Japanese language education. During our working lunch to follow, I hope to have yet another productive discussion on such topics as the Indo-Pacific regional situations. After our working lunch, I will announce my new plan on Free and Open Indo-Pacific, or FOIP, at a lecture event hosted by the ICWA. It gives me a great pleasure to be able to unveil my new vision on the soil of India, which is our indispensable partner in realizing FOIP. I am looking forward to welcoming Prime Minister Modi in Hiroshima in May and to once again visiting India on the occasion of G20 New Delhi Summit. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. That concludes the press statements. Thank you all for joining.
All right, so Prime Minister Modi there, having been invited to the G7 Leaders Summit, which is slated to be held in Hiroshima In May, Prime Minister there extending gratitude to Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who is on a 2-day visit to the country. Prime Minister says that today Japanese Prime Minister invited me to the G7 Leaders Summit, which will be held in Hiroshima in May. Today I told Prime Minister Kishida in detail about the priorities of our G20 presidency. So Prime Minister Modi there having been invited for the G7 summit that is slated to be held in Hiroshima in May. Meanwhile, a statement that has also been made by the Japanese counterpart, who says that I formally invited Prime Minister Modi to the G7 Hiroshima summit, and on the spot my invitation was immediately accepted. So that's a big takeaway coming in right now of Prime Minister Modi having been invited for the G7 Hiroshima summit that is slated to be held in May. Let's go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek joining us. Abhishek, if you can take us through your key takeaways from the joint statement of India and Japan.
The joint statement is essentially a reiteration of the underlying strength of the India-Japan partnership. As I was mentioning, it's a long-standing, durable friendship which has weathered so many geopolitical storms, and increasingly, in fact, we are seeing coming together of India and Japan in the backdrop of increasing belligerence of China. The G7, where Prime Minister is almost a permanent invitee now, of course, Japan also inviting him. That's the announcement made then Quad, then IPEF, and so many platforms on which the two nations work together. And this is, of course, apart from a very independent and strong, resilient development partnership which exists between the two sides. So, for example, the metro, the bullet train that's coming up between Ahmedabad and Mumbai, with substantial Japanese technological transfer, and of course, funding as part of soft loans, and then many other projects that have been there in the works for quite some time, and that's an indication of how strong the relationship is. But as of now, of course, whatever developments we are seeing, Samiksha, are happening in the backdrop of recent geopolitical changes, and that's summit that's taken place, essentially reiterating that the two nations really stand together, and Prime Minister Kishida is traveling with a high-powered delegation. Japan happens to be our fifth largest investor, and many of these companies have been around for years and decades together as part of the development partnership. So I think including the new cooperation areas like the clean energy partnership, like the critical energy component in it, and all those things. So G7, G20, Quad, IPEF, so many platforms on which the two nations really coordinate their steps to make sure that the foreign policies are aligned. I think this is significant, and it's the fact that it's a working visit. Prime Minister Kishida has flown down, and this is the first of the meetings this year, and they would be meeting again in Hiroshima on the sidelines of G7. Then again back in Delhi in September as part of the G20, and then of course Quad in the month of May itself. Prime Minister will be flying down from Hiroshima to Sydney. I think the number of engagements that take place between the two leaders themselves really shows the kind of intense partnership that exists. Also, it goes back to late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who in fact in many ways sort of shepherded the idea of Quad in the Indo-Pacific as an alliance which makes sure that the Chinese belligerence is contained in some manner, though of course that's a word which nobody uses in terms of whether in that containing China. But the significant geopolitical, geostrategic, economic development partnership really shaping up, and this summit essentially a marker of that.
Well, absolutely. Thank you for sharing us your insights. So, Abhishek, they're sharing with us the key takeaways of the joint statement by Prime Minister Modi and his Japanese counterpart. Prime Minister Modi there having been invited for the G7 Hiroshima summit. And in more news from across the globe, demonstrators gathered in Paris this day before voting on two no-confidence motions against the French government. Here's all that's been transpiring in Paris.
24 hours before voting on a controversial pension reform bill in France, demonstrators gathered in Paris. Demonstrations soon took a serious turn which culminated in tension between riot police and the demonstrators, some of which briefly clashed with the police. Protests have been taking place since French President Emmanuel Macron announced the unpopular pension reform and invoked the government's constitutional power to pass the bill without vote at the National Assembly. Macron's political opponents in the National Assembly filed 2 no-confidence motions Friday against the government of Prime Minister Elisabeth Borne. Government officials are hoping to survive a vote on the motions because the opposition is divided, with many Republicans expected not to support it. If a motion passes, however, it would be a big blow for Macron. Agency report for Republic TV.
Khalistanis get free run in United Kingdom national flag pull down at the Indian High Commission. And government hits out at Rahul in an unrelenting attack, says Rahul must come clean with his agenda.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The concept electric SUV EVX reveals Maruti Suzuki's bold plan towards electric mobility in India. Designed and developed by Suzuki Motor Corporation, the concept EVX is underpinned by a ground-up all-electric platform that will spawn a range of future EVs. The Maruti Suzuki's EVX is powered by 60 kilowatt-hour battery pack, offering up to 550-kilometer driving range. INR 100 billion investment committed by Suzuki Motor Corporation for production of BEVs and batteries in India. Inspired by the overarching concept of an emotional versatile cruiser, the concept EVX's unmistakable progressive SUV silhouette is distinctly distinct from that of a conventional SUV. Concept electric SUV EVX comes with a dimension of 4300 mm length, 1800 mm width and 1600 mm height. 60 kilowatt battery pack with safe battery technology. The EVX bears Suzuki's signature SUV design with aerodynamic silhouette, long wheelbase, shorter overhangs and optimum ground clearance. EVX's class-leading functionality with a dedicated EV platform will be offering safe battery technology. The concept electric SUV EVX is designed to offer class-leading cabin comfort, convenience and connected features. The emotional versatile cruiser, the concept electric SUV EVX, an upcoming car with advanced technology and comfort.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements of
All right, we start with a news break that's just coming in from Kerala. We are now getting in the first response of Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar on the Kerala Bishop backing the BJP. This, of course, comes after the Archbishop said that there was no need to keep the ruling party of the country away from the church, further adding that the church has no aversion or untouchable attitude towards the BJP. So, Rajiv Chandrasekhar there, the Union Minister, welcoming the statement that has been made by the Archbishop, where he has extended support to the BJP, saying that if the problems are addressed of the farmers, the church would be extending support to the BJP. A statement that has been welcomed by the BJP and been condemned by the left government as well. In fact, Rajiv Chandrasekhar there was speaking on the matter, said, I think this is a very welcome statement by the Archbishop, and it is clear that Prime Minister always stood for the Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Let's listen into that reaction that's coming from Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
No, I think it's a very welcome statement by the Bishop of Talasheri. I was there in December of last year, where I visited with many students and many young Malayalis in that area. And it is clear that the Prime Minister has always stood for Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. And it is important that community leaders stand up and explain to the members of their community that the Prime Minister has been relentlessly working for the betterment of all Indians, regardless of their religion, regardless of where they come from. So I welcome this statement by the Bishop of Talasheri.
All right, so there you heard a statement that has come in from Rajiv Chandrasekhar welcoming the statement of the Kerala Archbishop. Remember, the Kerala Archbishop has offered to help the BJP open an account in Kerala in the next election, provided the price of rubber is increased to 300 per kilogram. So Ashwin tracking that story very closely from Thiruvananthapuram. Let's go across to Ashwin. All right, before we go across to Ashwin, just to tell our viewers, this was a statement that came in from the Kerala Archbishop, who offered to extend support to the BJP provided the party increases the rubber prices to 300 rupees per kilogram. And a quick roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Top British officials have said that the UK government will take the security of the Indian High Commission seriously as they condemn the vandalism at the mission by a group of protesters waving separatist Khalistani flags. Chinese President Xi Jinping will meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow today. This as China aspires for a more dominant role on the world stage. The planned meeting comes after a series of developments in which China has asserted itself as peacemaker, including the release of its own peace plan for Ukraine and the brokering of an agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran to resume diplomatic ties. The former president of Taiwan is scheduled to make a historic visit to China this month, thus becoming the first Taiwanese president, whether current or retired, to ever visit the communist nation. Now, during the 10-day trip that starts from 27th of March, the contrasting views of Taiwan's two major political parties on their relationship with China will be emphasized just as they prepare to campaign for the upcoming presidential and parliamentary elections due for January 2024. US National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby has claimed that he was not aware of any calls for violent protests that may have been made by former US President Donald Trump, further adding that there is no indication that the White House needs to bolster security. Iraqi Foreign Minister meanwhile joined European Union officials in Brussels for a meeting of the EU-Iraq Cooperation Council. Ahead of the meeting, the European Union Foreign Policy Chief said he hoped Iraq and the bloc would build on this solid partnership, further adding that they plan to discuss a wide range of issues from economic cooperation to migration. Demonstrators meanwhile gathered in Paris on Sunday, a day before French lawmakers are set to vote on two no-confidence motions against the government that could result in rejection of the controversial pension reform bill, something that has sparked protests across the country. New York Community Bank has agreed to buy a significant chunk of the failed Signature Bank in a $2.7 billion deal. The 40 branches of the Signature Bank will now become Flagstar Bank starting today. Flagstar is one of New York's Community Bank's subsidiaries. Nepal's newly elected Vice President is scheduled to take the oath of office and secrecy on Monday. Today at the President's, in fact, according to Nepal's President's office, a oath-taking ceremony has been scheduled for this morning at the President's residence. Meanwhile, a Colombian army helicopter crashed on Sunday, claimed the lives of 4 soldiers who were on board. President said that there were no survivors in the accident in the west of the country. The President further added that the aircraft was carrying out supply work in the area when the crash happened. Meanwhile, in news from New York, where 5 children from the US state of Connecticut, ranging from the age of 8 to 17, were killed in a fiery early morning crash on the highway in New York State. And news that is coming in from UK, where a group of Khalistani supporters demonstrated outside the Indian High Commission in London. The police, meanwhile, came in to to control these protesters. However, the agitators continued with their sloganeering. The visuals there on your screens that are coming in from the Indian High Commission in London, where you see how there was an attempt to pull down the Indian flag. So Khalistani propaganda there, which is being seen in UK as well. The question here arising that will the UK officials act on this Khalistani propagandists who continue with their agenda in several countries, including UK. Of course, visual there coming in from London, where the group of Khalistani supporters were seen protesting outside the Indian High Commission in London. Meanwhile, remember, the Minister of External Affairs has initiated a strong action by calling summons, by issuing summons to the British Deputy High Commissioner at their office. So, tracking closely the story that's coming in from UK, where you see the scenes outside the Indian High Commission in London, where you see a lot of Khalistani supporters who gathered in large numbers with the Khalistani flags. They tried to bring down the Indian flag, however, it was thwarted with the UK police also. We understand having initiated an action. We'll try and go across to Abhishek as well for more details on this. But remember, the Minister of External Affairs has initiated a strong action. The British Deputy High Commissioner has been summoned by the MEA after this incident was reported, where you see a group of Khalistani supporters who demonstrated outside the Indian High Commission in London. Now, this incident, we understand, happened on 19th of March, which is Sunday, where you see how there are a group of Khalistani supporters who've gathered outside the Indian High Commission office, and there was an attempt to bring down the Indian flag. The Minister of External Affairs having initiated a strong action by issuing summons to the UK Deputy High Commissioner Christina Scott. Mission premises. We slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the latest as massive manhunt continues for Amritpal Singh and his supporters. And also coming up on the other side, the latest on round 2 of K Kavita quizzing, which is happening as we speak.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
The Auto Drivers Union have gone on to launch a protest out here in the streets of Bengaluru, stating that they are protesting against bike taxis as well. And now we are looking at many auto drivers who are being bundled off by the cops out here at Maurya Circle in the heart of the city as well, because the union for long has now been demanding that there should be a ban on bike taxis, which says that it goes on and threatens the lives of auto rickshaw drivers as well. And this is something which has been stressed now and again. But then in 2011, the Karnataka High Court had gone on to give some sort of respite to them, where there was an, where there was a stay order which was given by them as well. And now the auto drivers are going on to state that the bike taxi is exploiting youngsters by deceiving them on incentives as well. But all said and done, it's a huge ruckus which has broken out as well, where the auto drivers unions are protesting in many parts across Bengaluru too. With video journalist Bhagat Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic, Bengaluru.
Khalistanis get a free run in United Kingdom national flag pulled down at the Indian High Commission.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Top headlines at 1 p.m. 24 hours on. Amritpal Singh still on the run. Republic accesses clincher CCTV tape. Big questions over law and order in Punjab. Who let Amritpal Singh escape is a question.
I think you need closure, and the closure will only come if he apologizes. And he should apologize categorically.
Government hits out at Rahul in an unrelenting attack, says Rahul must come clean with his agenda. India summons top UK diplomat to protest pulling down of national flag at mission in London. Liquorgate explodes. BRS leader Kavita appears before Enforcement Directorate for round 2 of interrogation. Alright, we're tracking the big story this afternoon, the massive manhunt that continues for Amritpal Singh and his aides. A lot of leads that are just coming in of Amritpal's uncle, who's now surrendered before the police in a late night action by the state police. A lot of clincher footage also that we've accessed, which is on your screens. Meanwhile, we're given to understand that internet services have been snapped till tomorrow. So that's the latest, of course, coming in. While Amritpal Singh still remains on the run, his father, while speaking to the public, said that his son has done nothing wrong and that these are fake cases being slapped against his son. The visuals there on your screens is that clincher's CCTV tape that we've accessed, where you see Amritpal Singh, who's seen escaping in that luxury car that he owned. Let's listen in to that exclusive conversation we had with Amritpal Singh's father, who says that his son has done nothing wrong and that all of this is a fake charge that is being slapped against his son.
अमृतपाल के चाचा ने और उनके ड्राइवर ने जो है पुलिस के सामने सरेंडर किया है। बात करने के लिए अमृतपाल के पिता हमारे साथ तरसेम जी मौजूद हैं। सर, आपके भाई और जो उनके ड्राइवर थे उन्होंने जो है सरेंडर किया है पुलिस के सामने। क्या आपको इस बाबत पहले जानकारी थी, आपसे बात हुई थी उनकी?
उनका रात को 10 बजे के आसपास एक फ़ोन आया था, तो उन्होंने यही बताया था कि हम सरेंडर करने जा रहे हैं। हमारा कुछ गुनाह तो कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन पुलिस अगर हमको गिरफ्तार करना चाह रही है तो हम तैयार हैं उसके लिए। तो हम लोग का पहले भी भागने का कोई मंशा नहीं थी, लेकिन हम लोग अपना प्रोग्राम अटेंड करने के लिए उधर जाना चाह रहे थे कि चलो ये दाएं बाएं होके कैसे निकल जाएं। तो और कोई हमारा भागने का किसी को कोई ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। तो इसलिए हम सुबह मेरी DIG से बात हो रही है, जहाँ होगी है तो मैं सुबह तक सरेंडर कर दूंगा।
देखिए, पुलिस ने कुछ दावे किस चीज़ों के किए हैं। एक जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज बताती हैं कि जो यहाँ पे AKF लिखा है, अमृतपाल एक फ़ौज खड़ी करना चाहते थे अपनी और हथियारबंद लोगों को अपने साथ जोड़ना चाहते थे। ये आरोप जो हैं केंद्रीय एजेंसियां लगा रही। नहीं, ऐसा एक बिल्कुल फेक हुआ है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था। उन्होंने के वो जो लड़के थे उन्होंने पता नहीं उसका आनंदपुर खालसा अपने हथियारों पे आनंदपुर खालसा फौज ऐसा लिखा, बिल्कुल सही है। तो बाकी तो ऐसा कोई फौज जोड़ने का कोई धंधा नहीं था। कोई ऐसा 5-6 आदमी से फौज खड़ा होता है। वो कह रहे हैं कि जो एंटी ड्रग्स की बात की जा रही है कि ड्रग एडिक्शन से युवाओं को दूर करना था, उसके नाम पे जो है एक फौज को खड़ा करना था, जो अमृतपाल का एक बड़ा प्लान था जिसको सफल नहीं होने दिया। नहीं, वो ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। वो प्लान तो खाली नशा तस्करों के साथ ही कोई उनकी हो सकती है, बाकी और किसी को कोई फौज खड़ी करने के लिए कोई ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। वो खाली जो उनके पास 5-7 आदमी थे वो खाली उनकी सेफ्टी के लिए थे और कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा के लिए, कोई फौज के लिए नहीं थे। पुलिस ने कल एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की जिसमें कहा कि आपके घर की सर्च हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला, लेकिन अमृतपाल के साथियों के पास जो भी हथियार मिले हैं सभी के सभी इलीगल हथियार हैं। वो गुरपेश ने अमृतपाल के कहने पे उसके साथियों को दिए थे और एक FIR जो है अमृतपाल के नाम पे दर्ज कर दी गई। लेकिन ये सब फेक केस बनाए जा रहे हैं। जब कि उनके पास हमारे सामने हम जो बातचीत होती थी वो सारे लीगल हथियार थे। अभी पुलिस ने क्या लीगल छिपा के दूसरे पेश किए, वो तो पुलिस का जो धंधा है वो कर रहे हैं अपना, और जब बदनाम कर रहे हैं अमृतपाल को। ऐसा कुछ नहीं था, देश के अपने कानून के बाहर कोई भी चीज़ नहीं थी।
तो इस सब सही था, लेकिन अभी वो क्या कहानी बना रहे हैं वो तो उनको क्या रूप देना चाह रहे हैं वो पुलिस ही बता सकती है।
आपके भाई जिन्होंने कि सरेंडर किया है वो अमृतपाल के साथ हमेशा रहा करते थे, हर बार मतलब ये माना जाता था कि सबसे क्लोज वही हैं। उन्होंने क्या आपको अमृतपाल के बारे में कुछ बताया? अमृतपाल कहाँ हैं, क्यों भागे हैं, क्या है?
नहीं, वो उन्होंने वही बताया था कि उन्होंने पहले पूछा था कि अमृतपाल का कुछ आपके साथ कोई संपर्क हुआ अभी तक, कि मेरे को तो ना तो पुलिस का जानकारी से या ना किसी से, ऐसे उनको भी जो ऐसे टीवी मीडिया के थ्रू थोड़ी बहुत ही बात थी तो वो भी चिंतित थे कि वो किधर है, तो अगर आप लोग को मालूम है तो मेरे को बताओ। लेकिन हम लोग को भी कोई उसके बारे में अभी तक कोई जानकारी नहीं है। हम लोग को तो यकीन है कि पुलिस की कस्टडी में है वो, तो हम लोग को वो भी बोला कि मेरे को भी ऐसा डाउट है कि वो पुलिस की कस्टडी में ही हो सकते हैं। बाहर तक किधर जाने का कोई ना प्लान था ना कोई कोशिश थी ऐसे, तो हमारा जो कोशिश भी थोड़ी बहुत थी तो हम लोग को अपना प्रोग्राम में पहुंचने की, ना पुलिस ने हमको कभी सम्मन किया था, ना कोई हमको इतला दी थी कि हम लोग को आपको अरेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं जहाँ आपके ऊपर कोई केस है। हम लोग को तो केस का भी कल ही पता चला कि हमारे ऊपर अजनाड़ा में कोई FIR है। अगर पहले से होता तो हम पहले से भी उसको डिफेंड करते थे।
लेकिन एक और बात इसमें चीज़ जो निकल कर आ रही है कि अमृतपाल अगर भागे हुए हैं तो क्या आपकी अपील रहेगी उनसे कि वो सरेंडर कर दें?
नहीं, हमारी तो हमको तो यकीन है कि वो पुलिस के कस्टडी में है। अगर आप बाहर भी है तो हम लोग अमृतपाल को भी कहते हैं कि तो आप सामने आओ, क्यों आपने कोई गुनाह नहीं किया, ऐसा कोई हम लोग को डरने का जरूरत नहीं, ना हमारा कोई आप ऐसा पिछोकड़ है कि जो हम कोई गलत किया है या जो कोई प्रूव हो सकता है। इसलिए ऐसा कुछ भी है उसको, अगर पहली बात तो ऐसा है नहीं है, लेकिन है तो हम उसका अमृतपाल को ही बोलते हैं कि बेटा तुम सामने आओ, कोई बात नहीं, जैसा होगा देखेंगे।
परिवार तो क्या कोई लीगल रूट लेगा? क्योंकि जो वारिस पंजाब डे के लीगल एडवाइज़र हैं ईमान सिंह खारा, वो हाई कोर्ट में मूव कर चुके हैं। उन्होंने अमृतपाल के बिहाफ पे हिबियस कॉर्पस लगा दी है कि पुलिस इन्हें प्रोड्यूस करे, ये पुलिस की गिरफ्त में है। क्या परिवार भी जो है कोई लीगल रूट लेने की सोच रहा है?
नहीं, हम लोग तो वो हमारी राय से ही उन्होंने वो जड़ी पिटीशन मूव की है, तो बाकी और आगे क्या क्या हम लोग को ज़रूरत पड़ती है, कोई लीगल एडवाइस दी, लीगल ज़रूरत है, वो ऐसे ही हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे। और
So, Republic, while speaking to Amritpal Singh's father, Amritpal's father, who said that his son has done nothing wrong and that these are fake cases being registered against Amritpal Singh and his supporters. Meanwhile, remember late last night the police took Amritpal Singh's uncle and his driver in custody. We are also given to understand arms and ammunition were recovered from the uncle of Amritpal Singh, who surrendered before the Punjab Police late last night. The visuals there right now on your screens is that clincher CCTV also that we've accessed, in which we see Amritpal Singh escaping in his Mercedes car. Let's go across to Amandeep as well, who's been tracking all the developments. Amandeep, any leads that the Punjab Police has been able to gather as far as tracing Amritpal's location is concerned?
Well, so far, Samiksha, the Punjab Police was not able to identify the locations and the hideouts of Amritpal Singh, but yet they have identified some people who might know where is Amritpal Singh. And one of the prime suspects is his uncle, Harjeet Singh, who is in the custody of Punjab Police. Now he has taken to Amritsar for the questioning, and further he will be produced. And the information is coming that he might shift to Dibrugarh jail in Assam also, along with the other accomplices. And in fact, a driver and Amritpal's uncle Harjeet Singh both were accompanied Amritpal Singh when he managed to flee from the police state. Uncle of Amritpal was driving the car, that Mercedes in which Amritpal flee, in fact, which even that has captured in the CCTV also, that how the police is chasing Amritpal's vehicle, and he was trying to dodge the police as well. So now there are a lot of complications, but yes, the police hunt is still on. The two districts are behind Amritpal Singh. One is Amritsar and another is Jalandhar, and in fact this operation is still continued. They are just waiting for the intelligence input with some concrete evidence of the presence of Amritpal Singh, and accordingly they will conduct the raid. But two more arrested, and in fact the SUV Mercedes has been seized by police, and further it is very much likely that both have been shifted to Dibrugarh jail in Assam to avoid any kind of uncertainty. But the police is completely dependent on the intelligence input. They are conducting the raids at several places.
several people connected to Waris Punjab Day and Amritpal Singh, they are on the surveillance of Punjab Police, and in fact the randomly questioning is also happening, and they are randomly conducting the searches at the different places to verify the presence of Amritpal Singh. Just because when he had escaped from the police nets, he remained in the area of Jalandhar rural. Yes, Samiksha.
Yes, Amandeep, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for the latest. So, of course, Amandeep getting us the latest on Amritpal Singh, who remains untraceable as we speak. Meanwhile, we're given to understand that more aides of Amritpal Singh who have been arrested by the Punjab Police could be taken to Dibrugarh. But remember, his uncle and his driver were arrested late last night by the Punjab Police following that surrendering by his uncle and his aide. And a quick roundup of news in brief from across the country. All mobile internet services, SMS services and dongle services provided on mobile network except the voice call in the territorial jurisdiction of Punjab remain suspended till 21st of March in interest of public safety. After Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's scathing attack on Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, the Vadra Congress took a jibe at the Chief Minister. The Vadra Congress has alleged that Mamata and BJP have brokered a pact to attack Rahul Gandhi. This comes against a backdrop of Mamata and Akhilesh meeting.
ममता बनर्जी जो कह रही है ना, ये मोदी की आदेश और निर्देश पे ही कह रही है, क्योंकि ममता बनर्जी बंगाल में भी साबित कर दिए हैं, बल्कि सारे हिंदुस्तान में ये साबित कर दिए हैं कि ममता और मोदी मतलब दीदी और मोदी में एक करार हुई है। ये करार की मकसद ये है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और खासकर राहुल गांधी जी को किसी हालत में इनको तबाह करने का और इनकी छवि को धूमिल करने का हर संभव प्रयास किया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान में पहली बार मोदी जी नारा लगाए थे कि कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत। उस समय ये ममता बनर्जी सही रास्ते पे थे।
Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav said that the BJP will be defeated on all 80 seats in the state of UP in the upcoming 2024 Lok Sabha polls, further accusing the BJP of not fulfilling the promises that were made before the elections in the state. Meanwhile, Archbishop from Kerala has promised to extend help to the BJP to bag a seat in the parliament from Kerala if the union government raises the price of rubber to Rs 300 per kg. Addressing a meeting of the Catholic Farmers Conference in North Kerala town, the bishop said that there is no need to keep the ruling party out of the country away from the church, further adding that the church has no aversion or untouchable attitude towards the BJP. The opposition MLAs meanwhile held a protest on the steps of Vidhan Bhavan in Mumbai. The leaders were seen carrying onions, grapes as they demanded immediate relief for farmers suffering from hailstorms, seasonal rainfall in the state of Maharashtra. Odisha Assembly meanwhile has been adjourned till 4 p.m. today by Speaker Bikram Keshari due to a protest by the BJP and Congress MLAs demanding the resignation of the school and mass education minister over matric exam question paper leak. Tamil Nadu Finance Minister meanwhile presented the state budget for the year in the Assembly today. During the budget, the Finance Minister announced that over 18,000 crore rupees would be allocated for state healthcare and 40,000 crore would be allocated for the school education in the state. Meanwhile, agitated dairy farmers in Tamil Nadu's Madurai staged a protest. The farmers threw milk on the road during their protest against the Tamil Nadu governor demanding an increase in milk procurement prices. The Kisan Mahapanchayat has begun at the Ramleela Maidan in the national capital amid tight security. The farmers have gathered here to demand a legal guarantee on MSP and fulfillment of their other demands. Alright, a news that's just coming in from poll-bound state Karnataka, where the Aam Aadmi Party has released a first list of 80 candidates for the upcoming elections in the state. Former Congress leader and spokesperson, meanwhile, Brijesh Kalappa would be contesting From Chickpet, meanwhile, former bureaucrat K. Mathai would be contesting from Shantinagar, and actor Tennis Krishna would be contesting from the Turvekeri district. So those are the details of the list that's been released by the Aam Aadmi Party ahead of the state going for polls. So just a few months away from the state polls to happen in Karnataka, the AAP having released the first list of 80 candidates for the polls. Let's go across to Prajwal for more details. Prajwal, if you can take us through the finer details of the first list that's been released by the Aam Aadmi Party ahead of state polls.
The Aam Aadmi Party had always been stating that they will be going on and choosing candidates who have a good education background this time around to make sure that they set a difference as well. And around 10 to 11 constituencies of Bengaluru has now been finalized out of the 28 assembly constituencies here. Now we are speaking about Kirtan Kumar, who was an independent candidate last time from Dasrali, and this time around he is also again contesting from Dasrali itself. On an AAP ticket, we are seeing Manjunath Naidu from Hebbal and Suman Prashant from Malleshwaram. So quite some prominent names as well. But now what is very interesting over here is that we are also having Dr. Ramesh Belamakonda from Vijayanagar Assembly constituency. And this will definitely be quite interesting because Krishnappa from the Congress and Ravindra from the BJP, who did go on and contest last time, also faced a stiff resistance from him only as an independent candidate. But this time around he's also going on to contest from as an AAP candidate as well, and he's been known in the constituency mainly for going on and creating many free clinics for the patients who go on and visit his constituency. Apart from which we are also seeing Srinivas Reddy from BTM layout and Sitaram Gundappa, and mainly when it comes to BTM layout we see that the Reddy people, the Reddy voters are in huge numbers as well, and this will turn out to be a three-pronged fight as well, because we are also seeing that from the BJP, it is Lallesh Reddy who is one of the ticket aspirants from the BTM layout, and from the Congress it is Ramlinga Reddy too. So going on and looking into all these constituencies in Bengaluru, it looks like a match for a match battle where they have gone on to name their candidates. But what is very surprising over here, Samiksha, is the fact that Prithvi Reddy, who is the president of the AAP in Karnataka, his name does not feature in the first list as well. So where will he be contesting from is something that everybody is looking forward to and waiting as to what will be the strategy of the AAP as well. And apart from which, we are also seeing Mukhyamantri Chandru's name also not being featured here. He was formerly with the Congress and then he moved to the BJP before coming to the JDS and then joining the AAP as well. So some of the names are missing out, but this is the list for the Aam Aadmi Party for only 80 assembly constituencies. But more or less they have finalized their strategy for Mission Bengaluru, at least, because the AAP strongly believes that this time around, even after the assembly elections, the BBMP elections will also be in fray, and therefore they have put in their candidates who can go on and give a tough fight for both the Congress and the BJP party in Bengaluru, and not to forget the JDS in Dasrali Assembly constituency.
All right, Prajwal, thank you for the moment. So Prajwal getting us that news break from poll-bound Karnataka, where the Aam Aadmi Party has released the first list of candidates. Moving on to the news that we've been tracking closely of the Khalistani provocation, which is now happening in UK. This, of course, a day after a group of Khalistani supporters were seen demonstrating outside the Indian High Commission in London. The police, meanwhile, has been roped in to control the situation. Latest, remember, has come in of the MEA having taken stock of this incident by issuing summons to the UK Deputy High Commissioner. We also given to understand that the UK officials have vowed to take security of Indian Commission seriously after vandalism happened at the Indian High Commission by the pro-Khalistani protesters. So the UK government, they're saying that they would ensure that the security is in place outside the Indian High Commission, where we saw Khalistani supporters gather in large numbers and were seen to attempt to pull down the Indian flag. So this incident, we understand, happened on 19th of March. The UK government, meanwhile, saying that they will take the security of the Indian High Commission seriously, and this, of course, in wake of the Minister of External Affairs having taken cognizance of this incident and issuing summons to the UK Deputy High Commissioner in India. And also listen in to what BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa had to say on this incident of Khalistani elements attempting to pull down Indian flag outside the Indian High Commission in UK.
इंग्लैंड एम्बेसी के बाहर जो तिरंगे को उतारने की कोशिश की गई, इसकी हम कड़े शब्दों में निंदा करते हैं। ये तिरंगा हमारी आन बान और शान है। जो लोग इस तरह का काम कर रहे हैं वो किसी भी तरीके सिख भावनाओं को रिप्रेजेंट नहीं करते। वो सिखों के खिलाफ दुनिया भर में नफरत फैलाने का काम कर रहे हैं। मैं दुनिया भर के सिखों से आग्रह करता हूँ, अपील करता हूँ, हमें दुनिया में इस तरह से बदनाम मत करें। अगर आप हमारे अपने हैं, हमारी भावनाओं को समझें। हम इस भारत के वासी हैं और ये तिरंगा हमारी आन बान शान है। अगर आप हमसे सच में प्यार करते हैं तो आपको इस तिरंगे से भी प्यार करना चाहिए, कतई भी इसके अपमान नहीं होने देना चाहिए। ये हर सिख का कर्तव्य बनता है।
Alright, let's go across to a senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's also joining us. Abhishek, there's a pattern, it seems, from Australia to the UK. Help us understand the action that's been initiated by the NEA.
Well, for one, Samiksha, the Deputy High Commissioner was summoned and a demarche issued in which India has made it absolutely clear that this is unacceptable. The fact that the security was absolutely missing. Now the British side might argue that they believe in minimal security. They believe in not pushing things in a manner that it becomes freedom expression issue. But the fact of the matter is that the security and safety of Indian diplomatic staff in the High Commission was compromised, seriously compromised, with the kind of vandalism that was thought to be indulged in, with all those people assembled there. And it was an aggressive crowd. So I think that has been made clear also. The British side has been told that this sort of soft touch approach to security is not acceptable, and that not only that this should not be allowed to happen again, but then in this particular instance, because there is ample evidence by way of both CCTV and video camera, mobile camera footage available, action should be taken against those who indulged in that act, and under whatever laws prevalent in the United Kingdom, those who can be seen to be compromising the safety and security of Indian High Commission, the staff there, to be prosecuted. So that's something which has been communicated. Remember, we have seen a pattern emerging insofar as the Khalistani activism from the UK soil is concerned. Of course, we have seen that happening in Canada and increasingly in Australia. But in the case of the United Kingdom, there is a history, and that's really something which can be a sticking point, I believe, in the bilateral relationship between the two nations. So I think in the best possible manner, it has been communicated to the British side through their senior-most diplomatic member here in the High Commission of the United Kingdom in New Delhi, because we believe, we are told that the High Commissioner himself was not in Delhi, but though of course he was quick to tweet that whatever has happened is unacceptable. And hopefully now that the demarche, some response would come from the United Kingdom in terms of what action is contemplated against those who indulge in this act of vandalism.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for taking us through those details. Remember, the Metropolitan Police has also released a statement where they've mentioned that there was vandalism, of course, which happened at the Indian High Commission in London, where window panes, we understand, were broken at the Indian High Commission building. Not just this, the visuals on your screen show how there was an attempt to pull down the Indian flag outside the Indian High Commission. So something that would require a lot of answers from the UK government as well. Remember, the British High Commission, as Abhishek was telling us, has already described the incident as disgraceful and totally unacceptable. And we slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you live coverage from the national capital, where Kisan Mahapanchayat is underway. More than 2,000 Delhi police personnel deployed.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV. Agencies and the police are hot on the trail of Amritpal Singh, the pro-Khalistani leader in Punjab. We'll get you all the updates on that. First up, let's have a quick check of the headlines. 2 days on, Amritpal remains untraceable. Family claims he has been arrested. Punjab Police continue massive crackdown. More Amritpal supporters have been arrested. Amritpal backers a protest outside Indian High Commission in London. India summons UK on war. Parliament adjourned amid showdown over Rahul's UK insults. A session to resume at 2 p.m. Enforcement Directorate currently quizzing K. Kavita in Likhagate. BRS cadre protest. And Japan Prime Minister is on India visit. He's invited PM Modi for G7 meeting. Now, in the latest update in Operation Amritpal, Republic has accessed the video of Amritpal's uncle and driver surrendering before the police at midnight. Amritpal's driver and uncle had surrendered last night before the police. What we also know is that Mercedes of Amritpal, or one of his luxury car, has also been recovered. Internet services have been suspended till 12 p.m. on Tuesday in Punjab. What we can also tell our viewers is that we've accessed a CCTV tape which shows how police is chasing Amritpal in Punjab. Republic spoke to Amritpal's father, who claims that Amritpal has been arrested. So let's listen in to what this entire confusion is all about.
अमृतपाल के चाचा ने और उनके ड्राइवर ने जो है पुलिस के सामने सरेंडर किया है। बात करने के लिए अमृतपाल के पिता हमारे साथ तरसेम जी मौजूद हैं। सर, आपके भाई और जो उनके ड्राइवर थे उन्होंने जो है सरेंडर किया है पुलिस के सामने। क्या आपको इस बाबत पहले जानकारी थी, आपसे बात हुई थी उनकी?
उनका रात को 10 बजे के आसपास एक फ़ोन आया था, तो उन्होंने यही बताया था कि हम सरेंडर करने जा रहे हैं। हमारा कुछ गुनाह तो कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन पुलिस अगर हमको गिरफ्तार करना चाह रही है तो हम तैयार हैं उसके लिए। तो हम लोग का पहले भी भागने का कोई मंशा नहीं थी, लेकिन हम लोग अपना प्रोग्राम अटेंड करने के लिए उधर जाना चाह रहे थे कि चलो ये दाएं बाएं होके कैसे निकल जाएं। तो और कोई हमारा भागने का किसी को कोई ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। तो इसलिए हम सुबह मेरी डीआईजी से बात हो रही है या हो गई है, तो मैं सुबह तक सरेंडर कर दूंगा।
देखिए, पुलिस ने कुछ दावे किस चीज़ों के किए हैं। एक जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज बताती हैं कि जो यहाँ पे AKF लिखा है, अमृतपाल एक फ़ौज खड़ी करना चाहते थे अपनी, और हथियारबंद लोगों को अपने साथ जोड़ना चाहते थे। ये आरोप जो हैं केंद्रीय एजेंसियां लगा रही। नहीं, ऐसा एक बिल्कुल फेक हुआ है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था। उन्होंने के वो जो लड़के थे उन्होंने पता नहीं उसका आनंदपुर खालसा अपने हथियारों पे आनंदपुर खालसा फौज ऐसा लिखा। बिल्कुल सही है। तो बाकी तो ऐसा कोई फौज जोड़ने का कोई धंधा नहीं था। कोई ऐसा 5-6 आदमी से फौज खड़ा होता है। वो कह रहे हैं कि जो एंटी ड्रग्स की बात की जा रही है कि ड्रग एडिक्शन से युवाओं को दूर करना था, उसके नाम पे जो है एक फौज को खड़ा करना था, जो अमृतपाल का एक बड़ा प्लान था जिसको सफल नहीं होने दिया गया। नहीं, वो ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। वो प्लान तो खाली नशा तस्करों के साथ ही कोई उनकी हो सकती है, बाकी और किसी को कोई फौज खड़ी करने के लिए कोई ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। वो खाली जो उनके पास 5-7 आदमी थे वो खाली उनकी सेफ्टी के लिए थे, और कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा के लिए, कोई फौज के लिए नहीं थे। पुलिस ने कल एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की जिसमें कहा कि आपके घर की सर्च हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला, लेकिन अमृतपाल के साथियों के पास जो भी हथियार मिले हैं सभी के सभी इलीगल हथियार हैं। वो गुरपेश ने अमृतपाल के
Then that speech came out. Again, there was vehement criticism against the bishop. So, whether it is the Pala bishop or it is the Tellicherry bishop, Christian leaders, do the CPM and Congress say that they don't have the freedom to express their views. They don't have the authority, they don't have the right for expression of their views. Freedom of speech is denied to Christian bishops because they are either Christian bishops or their views indirectly support the government of India. So this is a ridiculous situation that we are seeing in Kerala, that the CPM and Congress say that we are for the minorities, we are for freedom of speech. But when a Christian leader, when a Christian bishop, he speaks out something, he speaks some facts which indirectly may be favorable to the government of India, then they pounce upon him. This is what we are seeing. So this sort of double standards by the Congress and CPM, it shows that their concern is not the cause or the welfare of farmers. Their concern is their vote banks. All these years they were considering the minorities, the Christians, as their vote banks, where they felt that this is a safe vote bank that is within their parties, in their kitties, and it should not be allowed to move away. So whether they work for the welfare of the farmers or not, whether they are for the minorities or not, they wanted the Christians to be always to be their vote bank. This stand that was being taken all these years is now getting exposed. So I am here today, one, to welcome the stand taken by the Tallicherry Bishop. Second, to expose this criticism wherein the Christian bishops are not allowed to express their views free and frankly. So yesterday, the whole day, the Kerala media, yesterday and today, some of the national media, other medias also have given the coverage of that there is a vehement criticism against these bishops who speak in favor of their community's welfare, in favor of the farmers, and indirectly it is favorable to the government of India. I would also take this opportunity to offer my condolences on the passing away of Archbishop Pavatil, who was a senior bishop of the Catholic community in Kerala. He was the Changanasheri bishop. He was the president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of India, as well as the Kerala Bishops' Council of Kerala.
Any questions related to the subject? Welcome. Yeah.
അതായത് ഈ വിഷയം ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ കേരളത്തിൽ മലയോര കർഷകർ.
So this was Union Minister V. Muralidharan responding to Kerala Bishop's comment, Archbishop's comment, who said that we will vote for the BJP if the rubber farmers get their due. He had also said that the church has no aversion or untouchable attitude towards the BJP. After all, it is the ruling party of the country. If the farmers' problems are addressed, we will vote for BJP. There's a huge comment, there's a huge storm and controversy triggering after this comment, especially with the LDF and the UDF also raising questions and responding to it. We will keep a close watch on the statements and the responses coming on this big development from Kerala. And we're getting breaking news right now from Andhra Pradesh, where a ruckus has ensued in the Andhra Assembly after there was a scuffle between YSRCP and TDP MLAs. TDP leaders have alleged that YSRCP MLA Sudhakar Babu attacked their MLA Dola Swami. Now, after the scuffle, Speaker has suspended 11 opposition MLAs for the day from the House. 11 TDP MLAs have been suspended from the Andhra Pradesh Assembly. Aneri is joining us with the details about the scuffle that has taken place in Andhra Assembly. Aneri, what triggered the protest? If you can give our viewers details on that.
Well, that's right. We have been seeing how there has been a massive face-off between the YSRCP and the TDP MLAs in the assembly, where we saw that now TDP has been alleging that the YSRCP MLAs had attacked on their MLA, whereas on the other hand we see that the YSRCP leaders are saying that it was the TDP leader who had allegedly attacked on the YSRCP leaders, and also now we see that this scuffle which broke out in the assembly, where we see that the TDP and the YSRCP leaders, after which the Speaker had suspended 11 TDP leaders, and also at the same time we have been seeing that TDP leaders were after the suspension, the TDP leaders were also seen staging protests outside the assembly, and also TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu has strongly condemned this whole incident which has been reported in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly. Well, Andhra Pradesh budget session is going on, and that is the reason. Well, the TDP leaders have been questioning the government over various various projects and also the allocation of the budget. And now we see that how there was a scuffle which broke out between the YSRCP and the TDP leaders, whereas the TDP says it was the YSRCP leaders who had attacked on them. And on the other hand, we see that the YSRCP MLAs, which is in the ruling
YSRCP MLAs, which is in the ruling government, says that it was the TDP leaders who had attacked them. And however, after whole of the scuffle, we saw that the Assembly Speaker had suspended 11 TDP leaders for a day from the session during this session. Today, for one day, the 11 TDP leaders have been suspended for one day.
Yes, thank you very much, Aneri, for joining us with those details. Now, the Bengaluru Auto Drivers Unions Federation has declared a strike and are protesting against the whiteboard and e-bike taxi services operating in the city illegally. The union has called for a ban on bike taxis because they claim they jeopardize the livelihoods of the auto rickshaw drivers. Here's a quick report on that.
The Auto Drivers Union have gone on to launch a protest out here in the streets of Bengaluru, stating that they are protesting against bike taxis as well. And now we are looking at many auto drivers who are being bundled off by the cops out here at Maurya Circle in the heart of the city as well, because the union for long has now been demanding that there should be a ban on bike taxis, which says that it goes on and threatens the lives of auto rickshaw drivers as well. And this is something which has been stressed now and again. But then in 2011, the Karnataka High Court had gone on to give some sort of respite to them, where there was an, where there was a stay order which was given by them as well. And now the auto drivers are going on to state that the bike taxi is exploiting youngsters by deceiving them on incentives as well. But all said and done, it's a huge ruckus which has broken out as well, where the auto drivers unions are protesting in many parts across Bengaluru too. With video journalist Bhagat Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic, Bengaluru.
And we're heading into a break right now. After the break, we'll get you details about the chase of Amritpal Singh in Punjab. Also coming up after the break, Enforcement Directorate is currently quizzing K. Kavita in connection with Likhagate. More details on the investigation.
प्रयागराज का ये रसूलाबाद इलाका, दोनों दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही हैं, उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। इस पूरी इमारत को मोहम्मद गुलाम ने अवैध रूप से खड़ा किया। काम को तेजी के साथ अंजाम देने के लिए एक और बुलडोजर यहाँ पर आ गया है और ये देखिए, ये आगे पूरा सब कुछ मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जो कहा गया था कि मिट्टी में मिला देंगे, वही आज होता हुआ नजर भी आ रहा है।
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
एक गुना दाखिल है जिसमें ये आरोपी वांटेड आरोपी है, इनको ताबे में दिया जाएगा।
सर ये जैसे यहाँ के काफ़ी टेक्निकल से भी है, बुकिंग भी है, टेक्निकल मोबाइल का एक्सपर्ट है, कितना चैलेंज है मुंबई पुलिस के लिए इसको पकड़ना?
यह आरोपी पिछले बहुत सालों से मोबाइल टेक्नोलॉजी, इंटरनेट टेक्नोलॉजी और अपना अस्तित्व छिपाने के लिए जो तंत्रज्ञान यूज़ करते हैं उसका उपयोग कर रहे थे। इसमें वो माहिर थे, लेकिन मुंबई पुलिस की क्राइम ब्रांच ने अपने जो गुने तपास के कौशल्य है, तंत्रज्ञान है, इसके बाद में जो साइबर टेक्नोलॉजी, इन सब का उपयोग करके उनको लोकेट करके उनको अरेस्ट किया है।
सर, ये कितने मुखियों के कांटेक्ट में था जब तक फरार था या वांटेड था? कितने मुखियों के कांटेक्ट में था और इस पर कितने केसेस अब तक रजिस्टर्ड है? क्या क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड है पूरा?
ये जो आरोपी है, जब तक हम लोगों को पता है, ये एक्यूज के ऊपर में टोटल 15 केसेस दाखिल है। उसमें से बहुत सारे केसेस में ये वांटेड है और किस किस के संपर्क में था और कहाँ पे गुने किए हैं, इसके बारे में जांच में सामने आ जाएगा, तो उसके हिसाब से लीगल कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
पुलिस वाला जो केस दर्ज किया गया है, इस मामले में आगे आप लोग अभी भी ऑपरेशन एजे जारी रखेंगे? क्योंकि एजे तो अरेस्ट हो गए, लेकिन इस मामले में कुछ और भी आरोपी होंगे, क्योंकि मास्टरमाइंड की तलाश की जा रही थी। ये ऑपरेशन यही खत्म होगा या आगे भी चलता रहेगा? इस आरोपी की आगे जांच पड़ताल कौन करेगा?
इस आरोपी की आगे की जांच पड़ताल जो मलबार हिल पुलिस स्टेशन है, वहाँ पे गुना रजिस्टर है, उस गुने के जो आईओ है उनको क्राइम ब्रांच ये जो आरोपी पकड़े हैं उन सबको उनको हैंडओवर करेगा और ये गुने की तपास में आगे इसमें कौन कौन इन्वॉल्व है, क्या है, उनका सारा तपास जो तपासी अधिकारी है मलबार हिल पुलिस स्टेशन के, वो करेंगे।
ऑपरेशन ऐसे खत्म हो गए, आप लोगों ने उसको लाइक करना शुरू किया पिछले 4-5 दिन से। Then before you said that he went to Shirdi, from Shirdi side he went to Gujarat. पहला आप उस लोकेशन कहाँ ट्रेस किया? बिफोर शिरडी मुंबई, नवी मुंबई कहाँ ट्रेस किया? शिरडी गया, कब तक रुका, वहाँ से कहाँ गया? थोड़ा हाउ ही
Now we're getting some exclusive news break on Amritpal Singh. Republic has accessed the details of the coordinated campaign being run by Canadian and UK handles to manipulate the narrative on Amritpal Singh and the crackdown on him and his gang. This proves how Pakistan ISI handles are hyperactive on Amritpal. In fact, these details that Republic has accessed our Twitter analysis also of the tweets on Amritpal. A coordinated Twitter campaign is being run in support of Amritpal Singh. Twitter analysis of tweets on Amritpal Singh and Khalistani divulged the entire nexus fanning the propaganda. It was found that this whole agenda was being espoused by pro-Khalistani elements, so-called human rights advocates and politicians from countries like UK, Canada, US. We have Samiksha joining us from the newsroom to give us more details about this campaign on social media. A very pro-Amritpal Singh narrative that is being painted across social media. Samiksha, if you can tell our viewers about the trends that reveal how it is all, how Amritpal is a Pakistani stooge and how there is an attempt to fan a pro-Amritpal Singh narrative.
Well, that's right, Sanika. More and more proof that we've been getting, which only go on to corroborate how Amritpal Singh has been working at the behest of Pakistan ISI. In fact, let's take you through the details of this toolkit that we've accessed, which states that the entire Twitter campaign exposed itself as part of a toolkit, given how several of these engaged accounts were merely copy-pasting a set of tweets. Now, the campaign involved thousands of such accounts from Canada and the US, including Canadian MPs as well, which engaged in hashtag campaigns using several hashtags like Amritpal Singh and We Stand with Amritpal Singh. So, of course, it seems like a coordinated campaign to support Amritpal Singh. This toolkit also goes on to add to amplify the campaign. These Canadian and US players also used fake accounts and trolls which engaged themselves by using the same hashtag, "We stand with Amritpal Singh," to push the propaganda. So it's the same hashtag which we've been seeing on social media as well. Remember, many of these accounts have been suspended as well, given how these accounts are very much active, extending support to the Khalistani backer. Not just this, it also mentions it was found that while some of these accounts were also used during the farmers' protest in 2020, many other accounts were created in just 2 days to simply with the motive of fueling the propaganda. So now there is a correlation, direct correlation, Sanika, here with the farmers' protest in 2020, seeing that the same accounts engaged in protests, engaged in putting out tweets over the farmers' protest which happened in 2020. It was found that while some of these accounts were also used during the farmers' protest, many of these accounts were created in just 2 days' time. In fact, this is a data study, also a graph which shows with the hashtag "We stand with Amritpal Singh," which shows that all the accounts which tweeted using this hashtag, 1,739 accounts were created between 15th of March till 19th of March. So in just 3 days' time, more than 1,700 accounts were created only to extend support to Amritpal Singh. The highest number of these accounts, 820 to be exact, were created in just 1 day, which is 17th of March, which this is a graph, in fact, which shows how there has been a steady rise in the number of accounts to come out in support of Amritpal Singh. While on surface these accounts seem to be acting independently, they were clearly found to be part of an intricate plot, a Khalistani network, sharing each other's tweet in order to amplify the whole propaganda. Large chunk of these accounts have also been previously engaged in anti-India tirade and unifying to propel pro-Khalistani calls to meet their larger goal to dent India's image. So it's not just extending support to the Khalistani backer, Amritpal Singh in this case. We've been seeing these accounts engage in tweets that were earlier put out over the 2020 farmers' protest, Sanika.
Yes, and in fact, you know what, there is this one graph also in that document, Samiksha, which shows a kind of sympathy wave that is being created for Amritpal, which shows that maximum number of activities are taking place somewhere in North America and also in Canada. Abhishek is joining us on the phone line as well, Samiksha, to give us more details about this toolkit. Abhishek, this is a similar toolkit that we'd also witnessed in the beginning of 2021, just after we witnessed that riot in at the Red Fort, and how there was an attempt to create an anti-India sentiment across the world. A similar toolkit being used now for Amritpal Singh as well, trying to create a sympathy wave. Is there a correlation that the agencies are also looking at right now?
Well, absolutely. In fact, if you look at it, and it's being tracked, Sanika, and if you look at the Twitter activity, the highest number coming in from the United States and Canada, outside of India, and then a second highest number coming in from Europe. So this really gives you an idea of where the center of this activism lies. It's not in India. The people in India, the people in Punjab, Hindus and Sikhs, they live amicably. There are no communal tensions between them. And these people outside, the Khalistani elements who have been nurtured over a period of time by the Pakistani state, with some indulgence coming in, it has to be said, unfortunately, from the Canadian and the UK establishment, for example, in the name of freedom of expression, that we are seeing this Speaks for Justice. So most of these hashtags, for example, there is a data study which shows that this hashtag, "We stand with Amritpal Singh," it shows that of all the accounts which tweeted this hashtag, 1739 accounts were created between March 15 and 19. And the highest number of these accounts, 820 to be exact, they were created in just 1 day, that is on March 17th. Now, see the series of events that have led to action against Amritpal, and then these accounts becoming accounts getting activated in the same period. Same we saw during the time of farm law protest. Everything in terms of social media activity was guided by those elements in the Khalistani sections based out of the United Kingdom or Canada or the United States. And there are graphs which can clearly show the social media activity increases around events like the farm law protests and CAA protests, and then in this case, Amritpal Singh's attempt by India's security establishment to get Amritpal Singh arrested. Now, expectedly, these players are from Pakistan. They jump into it, and so, for example, I, as a journalist in India, get tagged by these Pakistani handles. So all these Sakinas and Sayyids getting into it with no locus, we know what they have done to the Sikhs in Afghanistan, to the Sikhs in Pakistan, and let's set the better. And yet they get into it, obviously, because it's a project of the Pakistani deep state.
Yes. Thank you very much, Abhishek, for joining us with these details. We will keep a close track on this entire conspiracy that is playing out outside India to create a sympathy wave for Amritpal as the crackdown continues. We will be joining our viewers with more details on that. And as we head into a break right now, let's tell our viewers what's coming up after the break as well. There's a huge showdown in Parliament. Parliament was forced to be adjourned after slogans were raised. It will resume in a few minutes from now. And also, Japanese Prime Minister is in India. He has invited Prime Minister Modi for G7 summit.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Good afternoon, we are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava as we track the latest on the crackdown on Amritpal Singh and his supporters in Punjab. We're getting the latest news break of the petition that's now been filed in the High Court over the internet ban, which has been suspended, of course extended till 12 p.m. of tomorrow. We'll get you the details of that, starting first with the top headlines. 2 days on, Amritpal remains untraceable. Family claims he has now been arrested. Punjab Police continues massive crackdown. More Amritpal supporters now arrested. Amritpal backers protest outside Indian High Commission in London. India now summons the UK envoy. Parliament adjourned amid showdown over Rahul's UK insult. Session to resume at 2 p.m. Enforcement Directorate continues drilling K. Kavita and Liquorgate. BRS cadre protests. Japan Prime Minister in India invites Prime Minister Modi for G7 meeting. Now the showdown continues over Rahul Gandhi's remarks in the UK, where he said that the Indian democracy is under attack, even called for foreign intervention in the Indian democracy matters. The central government is now demanding an apology from Rahul Gandhi, saying that Rahul Gandhi must apologize on the floor of the House. In fact, just this morning, Hardeep Singh Puri, while addressing the media, sought an apology from Rahul Gandhi, saying that Rahul Gandhi calling for foreign intervention in Indian democracy is just not acceptable. In fact, in just sometime from now, both the houses of the parliament will resume. In fact, the houses have resumed. It's 2 p.m. Let's cut across live to the houses.
की अनुमति से मैं सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 3 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
चेयरमैन सर, आपकी अनुमति से लोकसभा की आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची के क्रम संख्या 3 पर अंकित दस्तावेज जो श्रीपद यशो नाइक के नाम के सामने अंकित है, उनको आपकी अनुमति से सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 4 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
धन्यवाद चेयरमैन सर। मेरे नाम के आगे जो क्रम संख्या 4 पर अंकित दस्तावेज है, जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर से संबंधित है, आपकी अनुमति से सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 5 जनरल सेवानिवृत्त वीके सिंह जी।
सर, with your permission, I rise to lay papers on the table of the House as mentioned against my name at serial number 5 in the revised list of business today.
आइटम नंबर 6 श्री कृष्णपाल सिंह जी।
महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 6 पर
राहुल गांधी माफी मांगो।
सम्मुख दस्तावेज सदन के
राहुल गांधी माफी मांगो। आइटम नंबर 7 पंकज चौधरी जी।
महोदय, मैं आज की कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सामने मत संख्या 7 पर वर्णित कागजात आपकी अनुमति से सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 8 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
आदरणीय सभापति जी, आपकी आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 8 पर प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह बघेल के नाम के आगे जो अंकित दस्तावेज हैं, वो आपकी अनुमति के सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 9 श्रीमती रेणुका सिंह जी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की कार्यसूची के क्रम संख्या 9 पर मेरे नाम से सूचीबद्ध दस्तावेज सदन के पटल पर रखती हूं।
आइटम नंबर 10 श्री रामेश्वर तेली जी।
महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की कार्यसूची के क्रम संख्या 10 पर मेरे नाम से उल्लेखित दस्तावेज लोकसभा के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 11 श्रीमती अन्नपूर्णा देवी जी।
सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से आज की कार्यसूची की क्रम संख्या 11 पर मेरे नाम के सामने उल्लेखित दस्तावेजों को मैं सभा पटल पर रखती हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 13 श्री अजय भट्ट जी।
से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 13 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख अंकित दस्तावेज की एक प्रति हिंदी तथा अंग्रेजी संस्करण में सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 12 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति जी। मैं आपकी अनुमति से क्रम संख्या 12 पर जो कौशल किशोर जी के नाम के आगे अंकित दस्तावेज है, आपकी अनुमति से सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 14 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन सर, आपकी अनुमति से लोकसभा की आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 14 पर श्री भगवंत खूबा के नाम के जो अंकित दस्तावेज है आपकी अनुमति से सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 15 श्री डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी।
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से आज की कार्यसूची की क्रम संख्या 15 पर मेरे नाम के सामने उल्लिखित दस्तावेजों को मैं सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 16 डॉक्टर भागवत किशन राव कराड़ जी।
ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन सर, with your kind permission, I rise to lay the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 16 in the list of today's business.
आइटम नंबर 17 डॉक्टर भाई प्रवीण पवार जी।
Honorable Chairman sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House paper mentioned against my name at serial number 17 in today's revised list of business. Thank you.
आइटम नंबर 18 श्री विश्वेश्वर टुडू जी।
Sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay the papers mentioned against my name in today's list of business at serial number 18 on the table of the House. Thank you.
आइटम नंबर 19 डॉक्टर महेंद्र मुजपुरा जी।
Honorable Speaker sir, with your kind permission, I wish to lay on the table of the House papers mentioned serial number 19 against my name in today's revised list of business. Thank you sir.
आइटम नंबर 20 श्री संतोष कुमार गंगवार जी।
आदरणीय सभापति जी, आपकी अनुमति से आज की कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 20 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख यथा सूचीबद्ध सरकारी उपक्रमों संबंधी समिति के 19वें प्रतिवेदन की एक प्रति सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं। धन्यवाद।
आइटम नंबर 21 श्री पीपी चौधरी जी।
सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के समस्त सूचीबद्ध जन विश्वास उपबंधक का संशोधन विधेयक 2022 संबंधी संयुक्त समिति के प्रतिवेदन का अंग्रेजी और हिंदी संस्करण प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 22 श्री छेदी पासवान जी।
महोदय, आज की कार्यसूची यथानुसार अनुसूचित जातियों तथा अनुसूचित जनजातियों के कल्याण संबंधी समिति के 16वें प्रतिवेदन 17वीं लोकसभा में अंतर्विष्ट सिफारिशों टिप्पणियों पर सरकार द्वारा की गई अंतिम कार्रवाई दर्शाने वाले विवरण की एक प्रति हिंदी तथा अंग्रेजी संस्करण सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आइटम नंबर 23 श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह जी।
महोदय, मैं आज की कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के समक्ष यथा सूचीबद्ध आवासन और शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय संबंधी प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के कार्यान्वयन का मूल्यांकन विषय पर 17वां प्रतिवेदन और अनुदान की मांगों पर 18वां प्रतिवेदन के हिंदी और अंग्रेजी संस्करण सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
धन्यवाद। आइटम नंबर 24 श्री परबत भाई पटेल जी।
मेरे नाम के सन्मुख क्रम संख्या 24 पर यथा सूचीबद्ध जल संसाधन संबंधी स्थायी समिति का 20वां, 21वां और 22वां प्रतिवेदन प्रस्तुत करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
आइटम नंबर 25 श्री विष्णु दयाल राम जी।
A copy each of the following three reports, Hindi and English versions of the Standing Committee on Home Affairs. 242nd report on demands for grants 2023-24 of Ministry of Home Affairs. 243rd report on demands for grants 2023-24 of the Ministry of Development of North Eastern Region and 244th report on action taken by government on the recommendations of the observations contained in the 237th report on police training, modernization and reform.
आइटम नंबर 26 डॉक्टर झालसी बिसेन जी।
क्रम संख्या 26 पर अपने नाम के आगे सूचीबद्ध अनुदान मांगों के संबंध में विज्ञान प्रौद्योगिकी पर्यावरण वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन संबंधी स्थायी समिति के 373वें, 374वें, 375वें, 376वें, 377वें, 378वें और 379वें में प्रतिवेदन सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 27 डॉक्टर कृष्णपाल सिंह यादव जी।
Thank you, respected sir. With your kind permission, I beg to lay on the table the following reports, Hindi and English version of the Standing Committee of Health and Family Welfare. 143rd report of committee on the demand for grants 2023-24, demand number 46 of the Department of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. 144th report of the committee on the demand for grants 2023-24, demand number 47 of the Department of Health and Research, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and 145th report of committee on demands for grants 2023-24, demand number 4 of the Ministry of Ayush. Thank you.
आइटम नंबर 28 श्री सुरेश कुमार पुजारी जी।
With your permission, I beg to lay on the table a copy each of the following reports, both Hindi and English version of the Standing Committee on Personal, Public Grievance, Law and Justice, as mentioned against my name at serial number 28. 126 report on demand for grants for 23-24 of the Department of Personnel and Training. 127th report on demand of grant for 2023-24 of the Department of Administrative Reform and Public Grievance and the Department of Pension and Pensioner Welfare. 128th report on the demand for grants for 2023-24 of the Department of Justice. 129th report on the demand for grants 23-24 of the Department of Legal Affairs. And finally, sir, 138th report on demand for grants 23-24 of the Legislative Department, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Item number 29, Dr. Bhagwat Karad ji.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I raise to lay a copy of the statement for correcting the reply to unstarred question number 5085 dated 4/4/2022 regarding clubbing of loans and giving reasons for delay in correcting the reply. Thank you.
Item number 30, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I rise to announce the government business during the week commencing Monday, the 20th March 2023 will consist of: number 1, consideration of any item the government business carried over from today's order paper. It contains general discussion on budget of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for 2023-24, discussion and voting of the demand for grants for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the financial year 2023-24 from 1st April 2023 to 31st March 2024, and introduction, consideration and passing of the related appropriation bill. Third, discussion and voting on the supplementary demand for grants for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for financial year 2022-23 from 1st April 2022 to 31st March 2023, and introduction, consideration and passing of the related appropriation bill. Fourth, discussion and voting of the second and final batch of supplementary demand for grants for 2022-23 and introduction, consideration and passing of the related appropriation bill. Fifth, discussion and voting on demand for grants for 2023-24 under the control of Ministry of Railway, and discussion and voting on demand for grants for 2023-24 under the control of following ministry: number 1, Rural Development; 2, Panchayati Raj, to be taken up together. And discussion and voting on demand for grants for 2023-24 for the following ministry: Tribal Affairs, Tourism, Culture, Health and Family Welfare, to be taken up together. This tourism and culture. Guillotining of outstanding demand for grants in respect of Union budget for 2023-24. Consideration and passing of the finance bill 2023। थैंक यू
वेरी मच। माननीय सदस्यगण, अपने सदस्य नियम 377 के तहत अपने महत्वपूर्ण विषय उठाना चाहता है। मेरी आप सभी से प्रार्थना है कि आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण कीजिए और सभा की कार्यवाही शांति से चलने दीजिए। नियम 377, जिन माननीय सदस्यों को आज नियम 377 के अधीन मामले को उठाने की अनुमति प्रदान की गई है, वे अपना मामले को अनुमोदित पाठ को तुरंत व्यक्तिगत रूप से सभा पटल पर रख दे। सभा की कार्यवाही मंगलवार दिनांक 21 मार्च 2023 को प्रातः 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Both the houses of the parliament have been adjourned till 2 p.m. This, of course, as a result of massive sloganeering and ruckus which continued in both the houses of the parliament. So, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha both adjourned for the day. Remember, this comes in wake of the central government maintaining that Rahul Gandhi must apologize over his remarks in UK, where he said that democracy is under attack in India. Even went on to call for foreign intervention in India's affairs. Let's in fact cut across to Manjinder Singh Sirsa speaking right now.
देखा था देश के प्रधानमंत्री अपने गुरु साहिबानों के नेशनल लेवल पर डे मनाए। गुरु नानक देव जी का प्रकाश पुर्ब दुनिया तक मनाया गया। क्या करतारपुर का लाका खुल सकता था? किसी ने कल्पना की थी? लेकिन दुश्मन मुल्क के साथ भी हाथ मिलाया, क्योंकि ये मेरे सिखों का मसला है, मुझे इसको हल करना है। आज हम शर्मिंदा होते हैं जब ये सब कुछ देखते हैं। हमारे लिए बड़ी एम्बैरेसमेंट होती है। मैं भारत में बसते सिखों की आपको चिंता करनी चाहिए, विदेशों के बैठे सिखों को। आपके पास आर्थिक तौर पर आप मजबूत हैं, आपके पास राजनीतिक ताकत है। सिख कन्याकुमारी से लेकर कश्मीर तक बैठा है। जब आप कहते हैं, जब आप कोई काम करते हैं तो उसका हमें लाभ अगर मिलता है तो आपके किए किसी गलत काम की हानि भी हमें मिलती है। मुझे पता है बहुसंख्यक सिख जो विदेशों में भी बैठे हैं वो कतई ऐसी चीज को बर्दाश्त नहीं करते, लेकिन चुप रहते हैं। और चुप रहने से मैसेज ये जाता है कि शायद हम भी साथ दे रहे हैं। कल की घटना ने हमारी सबसे बड़ी संस्था श्रोमणी गुरुद्वारा प्रबंधक कमेटी है, वो सिखों की नुमाइंदगी की बात करती है, पर मुझे बड़ा खेद है उन्होंने भी इसके ऊपर कोई अपनी प्रतिक्रिया नहीं दी। मैं श्रोमणी कमेटी के प्रधान जी को भी, अध्यक्ष जी को भी यह आग्रह करता हूं, कई बार आपकी चुप्पी से संदेश जाता है कि शायद हम ऐसे लोगों का साथ दे रहे हैं। हमें पता है कतई आपकी सोच ऐसी नहीं है, लेकिन ऐसे मसलों पे आपको कम्युनिटी को लीड करना चाहिए, रास्ता दिखाना चाहिए, उनको बताना चाहिए। आज हम ये सब महसूस करते हैं कि ये भावना सिखों की नहीं है। चंद लोग जो कर रहे हैं उसकी सिखों की भावना मत समझा जाए। सिख ना कभी ऐसी सोच रखते हैं, ना कभी रखेंगे। और हम कैसे उस प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद ना करें जिन्होंने उन साहिबजादों को भी याद किया जिसको 75 साल की आजादी में नहीं किसी ने याद किया था। 75 साल हो गए देश को आजाद किए, किसी ने याद नहीं किया उनको। और किस कदर याद किया। देश में उनके नाम से आज नेशनल डे है। पूरे देश के लोग, कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन हो, स्कूल हो, सरकार हो, चाहे किसी की सरकार हो, किसी की भाषा बोलता हो, किसी भी स्टेट में हो, आज वो गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी के साहिबजादों को जानने लगा। देश भर के पेट्रोल पंपों से लेके, एयरपोर्टों से लेके, रेलवे स्टेशन से लेके, ये प्रधानमंत्री का अथाह प्यार है हमारे साथ। कोई राजनीतिक लाभ या हानि के लिए नहीं किया जा रहा। लाल किले पे खड़े होकर, उसी लाल किले पे, जिस लाल किले से गुरु तेग बहादुर जी की शहादत का फरमान हो, उसी लाल किले पे खड़े होकर देश के प्रधानमंत्री ये कहें कि अगर सिख धर्म ना होता तो हम आज इस स्थान पे ना होते, देश का नक्शा कुछ और होता। उस प्रधानमंत्री का हम विरोध करें जो प्रधानमंत्री अपने घर में बुलाकर ऐसा प्यार और ऐसा स्नेह दे और यह महसूस कराए कि सिख
हमारे लिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री का विरोध करें, हम उनके खिलाफ कुछ बोलें, ये हमें शोभा नहीं देता। मैं अपने सभी भाइयों से और विशेष तौर पर विदेशों में बैठे लोगों से मैं आग्रह करता हूं, अपील करता हूं, हाथ जोड़कर आपसे विनती करता हूं, आप भी बोलिए। ऐसे लोग जो एजेंसियों के हाथों में खेल रहे हैं, ऐसे लोग जो पाकिस्तान से फंडिंग लेकर हम सिखों को बदनाम कर रहे हैं, ऐसे लोग जो हमें 80 के दशक में वापस ले जाना चाहते हैं। आज सिख आगे बढ़ना चाहता है, वो पढ़ना चाहता है, वो देश में ऊपर के पायदान पर आना चाहता है, लेकिन हम दूसरी तरफ उनको किस तरफ ला रहे हैं? कॉन्फ्लिक्ट की तरफ, कन्फ्रंटेशन की तरफ। हम किसी भी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट और कन्फ्रंटेशन वार में यकीन नहीं रखते। हमें जो मान सम्मान हमारे मुल्क में मिल रहा है, हम उसके लिए अपने मुल्क के वासियों के, मुल्क की सरकार के धन्यवाद करते हैं। आज सिखों का सबसे ज्यादा सम्मान अगर है वो सिखों का है। हर आदमी हमें सरदार साहब कह के बात करता है, लेकिन जो ये चंद लोग कर रहे हैं, मैं पंजाब के लोगों को, देश भर के सिखों को ये कहना चाहता हूं, हमें ये बात उन लोगों से जरूर करनी चाहिए। अपना दिल खोल के अपनी भावना व्यक्त करके उनको बताना चाहिए कि जो आप कर रहे हो गलत है, साक्षात गलत है। आप ऐसे भारत के झंडे को नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हो, जिस झंडे के जहाज ने चंद दिन पहले ही अफगानिस्तान में जब सिखों की जान पर बनाई तो कौन बचाने गया उनको? उन्होंने सभी मुल्कों से अपील की थी। मैं आज जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, यह बात को बहुत जोर देकर कहना चाहता हूं, जब अफगानिस्तान पे सिखों की जान पर बनाई, उन्होंने कनाडा, अमेरिका, इंग्लैंड सबसे आग्रह किया, पर कोई मुल्क नहीं आया। कौन गया? देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने वादा किया, मैं किसी एक सिख का भी नुकसान नहीं होने दूंगा। यहां से एयरफोर्स के जहाज भेजे मेरे भाई, वो जहाज तिरंगा लेकर गए थे, वो तिरंगे वाले जहाज थे। उस तिरंगे के जहाज में जहां सिख सुरक्षित पहुंचे, वहां हमारे पवित्र गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब महाराज जी को भी आदर सत्कार से उसी तिरंगे वाले जहाज में लेकर भारत आया गया। कैसे हम उस तिरंगे की खिलाफत कर सकते हैं? कैसे हम उस तिरंगे को हटा सकते हैं? मैं आप सबसे आज फिर आग्रह करना चाहता हूं, हम सिखों की भावना समझे। आप करोड़ों की तादाद में विदेशों में रह रहे हैं सिख डायस्पोरा, हम आपकी भावनाओं की कदर करते हैं। जब आप आते हैं यहाँ पे, हम आपके लिए पलकें बिछाते हैं। इसी तरह आपको भी हमारी भावनाओं की कदर करनी होगी, करनी पड़ेगी, करनी चाहिए। जो देश हम इतना मान सम्मान दे रहे हैं, उस देश के तिरंगे की कदर आपको भी करनी चाहिए। जो हुआ है आपको ये कंडेम करना चाहिए। और मैं कल से कितनी सैकड़ों सिंह सभाओं से, विदेशों से, दिल्ली की संस्थाओं से संपर्क में हूं। सब लोग इस बात की चिंता कर रहे हैं, ग्रुपों में मैसेज डाल रहे हैं कि जो हो रहा है ये गलत हो रहा है। हमारे खिलाफ नफरत फैलाई जा रही है, हमारे खिलाफ लोगों को भड़काया जा रहा है। लेकिन इन सब परिस्थितियों के बावजूद मैं अपने देश के और विदेश में बैठे सिखों को यह आग्रह करके और बड़े दृढ़ निश्चय से कहना चाहता हूं, इन छोटी मोटी विपरीत घटनाओं के बावजूद भारत की मौजूदा सरकार, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारत के हर सिख के साथ खड़े हैं, चट्टान की तरह खड़े हैं। और हम सिख अपने भारत के प्रधानमंत्री और अपने इस तिरंगे के साथ, चट्टान के साथ खड़े हैं। चट्टान के साथ हमें कोई नहीं हिला सकता। मैं फिर से एक बार आग्रह करता हूं, अपील करता हूं, उन सभी से अपील करता हूं, मेरे सिख भाइयों से अपील करता हूं जो विदेशों में बैठे हैं, ऐसे लोगों को आइसोलेट करो, अपने से दूर करो और सख्त संदेश दो। ये नुकसान हमारी कई पीढ़ियों को भुगतना पड़ेगा। जैसे 1980 में नुकसान भुगतना पड़ा, कितने बेकसूर लोग जेलों में चले गए, मारे गए, और उनको बाद में किसी ने पूछा नहीं। और उस हालातों को दोबारा मत बनने दो, मत बनने दो। हमारे बच्चों के भविष्य को मत खराब होने दो। इस मुल्क के अंदर जो हमारी शान है, जो हमारी आन है, जो हमारा कद ऊंचा है, उसका मत नुकसान पहुंचाओ। ये मैं सारे सिखों से हाथ जोड़कर विनती करता हूं। और कल की घटना के लिए फिर कड़े शब्दों में निंदा करता हूं। जिन लोगों ने ऐसा काम किया है उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर जी। अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता आरपी सिंह जी से कि आप सबको संबोधित करें। आरपी सिंह जी।
अभी सिरसा जी ने जो कल घटना लंदन में हुई और उससे पहले ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जहाँ बाकी और जगहों पर जिस प्रकार की घटना चक्र ये चल रहा है उसकी निंदा करी, कड़ी निंदा करी। जितने भी सिख देश भर में हैं, दुनिया भर में हैं, कोई भी सिख
अपने आप को तिरंगे से अलग नहीं कर सकता। ये कुछ मुट्ठी भर लोग कहीं पे, कल की मैं देख रहा था गिनती कोई 15-20 लोग, अभी ब्रिस्बेन में गिनती करी थी 17 लोग। इस प्रकार के लोग आईएसआई के द्वारा प्रेरित होकर, आईएसआई उनको प्रेरित करती है, उनकी कुछ फंडिंग करती होगी, कुछ चिंता करती होगी, उनके द्वारा प्रेरित होकर इस प्रकार की शरारत कर रहे हैं। और वो जो शरारत करते हैं उसके कारण से सब सिखों के लिए दिक्कत खड़ी करते हैं। वे भूल जाते हैं कि इस देश में लांस नायक करम सिंह जी भी हुए हैं, सूबेदार जोगिंदर सिंह जी का नाम वह भूल जाते हैं, फ्लाइंग ऑफिसर निर्मलजीत सिंह शेखों का नाम भूल जाते हैं, नायब सूबेदार बाना सिंह जी का नाम भूल जाते हैं, जिनको देश में परमवीर चक्र मिला इसी तिरंगे की रक्षा के लिए। इसी तिरंगे की रक्षा करते हुए इन्होंने शहादतें दी और इनको परमवीर चक्र मिला। वह जनरल जे सिंह का नाम भूल जाते हैं, जिन्होंने तिरंगे के लिए पूरी फौज को लीड किया। जनरल विक्रम सिंह का नाम भूल जाते हैं, फील्ड मार्शल एयर चीफ अर्जन सिंह का नाम भूल जाते हैं, एयर चीफ दिलबाग सिंह जी का नाम भूल जाते हैं, एयर चीफ बरिंदर सिंह जी का नाम भूल जाते हैं, और सबसे ऊपर तो जनरल अरोड़ा का नाम भूल जाते हैं, जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े किए, बांग्लादेश बनवाया। इन्हीं जिनकी मदद से वह सब ये करते हैं, वहाँ पे शरारतें, उन्हीं के आकाओं के देश के 2 टुकड़े हुए जनरल अरोड़ा ने कराए। तो ये जो शरारतपूर्ण मामला चल रहा है, हमारा अपील है यूके एम्बेसी से भी कि किसी भी देश के अंदर जब भी कोई भी एम्बेसी पर कोई हमला होता है तो वो ठीक नहीं है। वियना डिक्लेरेशन के अंतर्गत हमारी जो प्रॉपर्टीज़ वहाँ पर हैं, जो हमारे डिप्लोमेट्स हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा करना वहाँ के देशों का, जिस देश में भी।
All right, so India, they're taking up the issue of Khalistani backers vandalizing and attempting to pull down the Indian flag at the UK High Commission in London, tracking that story very closely. Slipping into a very short break for now, but we'll continue with the top stories that we're tracking on the other side. Enforcement Directorate currently quizzing K. Kavita in Liquorgate, DRS cadres stage protest.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their audios of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their audios of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as
Today's on Amritpal remains untraceable. The pro-Khalistani cannot be found in all of Punjab. Can you believe it? Punjab Police continues a big crackdown. More Amritpal supporters arrested. Amritpal backers protest outside the Indian High Commission, desecrate the tricolour. A furious India summons the UK envoy. Parliament adjourned amid the showdown which continues over Rahul Gandhi's insults. Taxpayer money wasted once again. Enforcement Directorate currently quizzing K. Kavita, BRS leader in Liquorgate. BRS cadre protests. Japan Prime Minister is in India, invites Prime Minister Modi for the G7 meeting. And it's been over 2 days since the operation Amritpal began. It started on Saturday, and it appears that all of Punjab, the police, the administration, the agencies included, can't find Amritpal Singh, or at least they want us to believe that Amritpal Singh cannot be found. And we're getting in some more details about who has been behind the toolkit. In fact, there's a lot of noise being made around the situation in Punjab. It appears that all of the propaganda has been pushed from Pakistan. No surprises there, because it appears in the course of our reporting we found out that it was Pakistan pumping in money. They created Amritpal in Punjab. Most of the tweets and the social media engagement on Amritpal, not from India, but ironically from Canada, from the US, from UK, from Australia, and of course from Pakistan. We're also standing by for the news conference of the Punjab Police, which has so far maintained that they can't find Amritpal, they haven't found Amritpal, and that he's on the run and he's escaped, etc. That's what they want us to believe. The family of Amritpal has said on record that this is part of a big conspiracy and that he's already in custody. We're waiting for more details. In fact, let's also tell you that as of this minute, in Punjab, the hunt continues for him. His uncle, meanwhile, has surrendered. His driver has surrendered. Internet services continue to remain suspended. That is, mobile internet services continue to be suspended. And the Khalistani sympathiser, the pro-Khalistani thug Amritpal, is still on the run. Radical preacher, the search for him has entered the third day today. It's been already 2 days since he's been missing. And Gursimran is joining us on the phone line. We'll try and go across to him. Gursimran, it's impossible that nobody knows where Amritpal is. What do we know from the CCTV sequences that have emerged? Where do they suspect he is? Because there are conflicting reports on where he could be right now.
So see, now the agencies are looking into it, that where actually he can be. But what we can say that the Punjab Police is trying hard, because somewhere near Jalandhar was the last location. He was traced by the agencies, and multiple CCTV footages that are emerging also indicates the same, that he has gone out of his car at around 11:58 in the morning. It was the time when the post that the Punjab Police teams reached that very site, but he managed to escape. That is what we are getting to know.
All right, stay with us. We're getting in political reactions. It's a big political face-off in Punjab as the opposition in Punjab questions the government on how they allowed Amritpal to get away. In fact, we're also getting in some more details of CCTV. That's another CCTV that's just emerged, Republic TV exclusive. Let's show you that this is the latest CCTV. In fact, let's keep that CCTV on the screen. It appears that one person is seen running, and there is a belief that could have been Amritpal. That's the latest CCTV tape that's emerged. One person seen in this video can be seen moving out of the car and running And post that, the Punjab Police can be seen reaching the site. That's the white Scorpio that you see there is believed to have been the Punjab Police vehicle. There is another man who's running at the beginning of that video. So we'll go back and play that video once again. It appears that the man in the video could have been Amritpal. We can't confirm that. But from that video, there is a car that stops. And it appears that the car sees that there is nowhere to go. And it appears that from the left of the car, Amritpal gets down. So let's go back. Let's go back and play that video once more. We'll play back that video once more. We'll cue it once again. You can see that as that video plays, there's a car that comes. The car stops, and when the car stops, someone gets down from the left side of the car, and that appears to be Amritpal. Now, is that Amritpal? Now, that remains to be seen. Gursimran, where was this CCTV captured? Do we have details of this?
Yes. See, Niranjan, this CCTV is also from the Jalandhar, and the timing of the CCTV is 11:58 a.m. That is 11:58 in the morning. And what is happening that this is a 2.01 minute long CCTV footage that we have managed to access. And in the very start, it is seen that Endeavour vehicle is stopping. First, the rear gates of the doors of this vehicle was opened, but then it was closed. And then all of a sudden, the co-driver gets out of the vehicle and he moved towards the left side of that very area, and he disappears from the frame. Then this vehicle tries to go ahead, and then all of a sudden it stops, and then there is a cavalcade of the Punjab Police which includes the civilian vehicles as well as the official Scorpio vehicle that reaches the spot. And it seems that this is the very spot from where the Endeavour was seized by the Punjab Police along with the associates.
I'm just going to cue that video once again, Gursimran. I'm just going to cue that video once again. We'll cue that video. Stay with me. We'll go back, please. I'm just going to go back and play that video. We'll cue that video and we'll show you once more. At the beginning of that video, you can see that there is a car that comes and the car stops and somebody gets down from the left side of the car, and that, it appears, was Amritpal Singh. Somebody, look at that. That's the car. He gets down from the left side of the car. That's the frame, and that's the SUV that just continues to drive forward. And another car chases from behind, and all the cars keep driving past, but it appears that he got off. Let's cue that video once more, because it's only the first 5 seconds that are operational. I'm going to show that video once again. This is for the first time that a video has emerged of Amritpal escaping. We'll cue that video once again, in fact, because the first 5 seconds are the most critical parts. Gursimran, yeah, that's the video. The car stops. Let's play that full frame. The car stops. On the left side, there is a man who escapes. It appears that that's Amritpal Singh. And then the car proceeds just to divert the attention of everyone else, and the other cars at the back, all the other SUVs continue to follow that car. Gursimran, it's clear that he escaped. I think this is the first time that a video of him escaping has emerged.
Yes. Yes, Niranjan, see, and it seems to be a realistic one, because see, on the co-driver's seat, a person gets out of the car, suspected look-alike. His looks are same as that of Amritpal, and he goes to the nearby areas, and then the vehicle moves in the forward direction. So this is possibly has been done in the market area when they got some distance from the police, and what they planned that rest all of the associates of Amritpal, they will be getting themselves arrested from the police, but they will be giving an escape to Amritpal, and that is what has been done. See, we have seen that the person getting out of the car from the co-driver seat and then going to the left side of that very area, and then at some distance this Endeavour vehicle stops, followed by another white color vehicle, possibly a Tata Safari it is, and then reaches the Scorpio of the police, and then we have seen another CCTV emerges of around same time, wherein the associates of Amritpal were detained by the Punjab Police at around 12 it was the timing. So this seems to be the same video that we managed to access of the same moment when Amritpal escaped from his Endeavour vehicle. Then possibly he has taken out some other vehicle, two-wheeler or a four vehicle, and then he escaped to an unknown location, which the Punjab Police is trying to find out.
This is the Amritpal escape video. Which area is this? Once again, I'm just going through the details as we know it. Where was he last seen? What is the location of this video? And what is happening in this particular area right now? Do we have the details, Gursimran?
See, Niranjan, a couple of minutes I got this video and I was speaking to someone and someone told me that it was very near to Mahatpur area of the Jalandhar. This is the same area where the FIR has also been registered against Amritpal and his associates for rash driving as well as for breaking the barricades of the people or barricades of the police. The two cases he has been booked in along with his associates. So I'm told that this is the area very near to that only. The specific which market is this, I'm yet to get the details that from which marketplace they were passing by when this actual incident has happened.
Okay.
But yes, this is of the Jalandhar, the very likely of the Mahatpur area. Yes.
That's the first video of Amritpal's escape. I repeat, that's the first video of the Amritpal escape. Until now, we've seen a video of him being on the run and haven't seen him after that. But for the first time, a video of him escaping has emerged and Republic TV has accessed that video. Look at that on your screen. The SUV stops, he gets down from the left, gets into a building. The car continues to drive on, the convoy drives on almost to divert the police, who follow about roughly about 30 to 60 seconds later. You see this video, he gets off and the convoy continues. That's the video of his escape. We'll take a short break right now. On this note, we'll take a short break. We're expecting a news conference of the police in Punjab. When we come back, also getting you the other global headline. The Japanese Prime Minister in India, Kishida, in India, inviting the Prime Minister for the G7 meeting. We'll tell you all about the strategic statement, what was discussed between both countries.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra. That many women during that time had come and shared their audios of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Country and equal partnership amongst the nations. I believe these are the new core elements of FOIP. There are various views on what the international order should be, such as unipolar, bipolar, or multipolar. But it is not about poles of a single or multiple major powers. I believe that we should aim for a world where diverse nations coexist and prosper together under the rule of law without falling into geopolitical competition. Furthermore, it is important to adopt an approach focusing on people, being not limited to national level. I believe that the survival, welfare, and life with dignity of individual people are a goal that should be pursued anywhere in the world. A nation prospers when its people prosper. Japan will carry out diplomacy to create conditions necessary to achieve this goal. Our FOIP needs to be undertaken together with various countries and stakeholders. Japan will strengthen coordination with the US, Australia, ROK, Canada, Europe, and elsewhere. Of course, India is indispensable. We will expand the networks amongst countries that share the vision, including ASEAN and the Pacific Island countries, the Middle East, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and direct efforts in the spirit of co-creation. That said, we newly set forth the 4 pillars of cooperation for FOIP that are suited for the history's turning point we face. The first pillar is the principles for peace and rules for prosperity, which is the backbone of FOIP. The people who suffer the most from the erosion of the rule of law in the international community are vulnerable countries and people in vulnerable environments. My question is this: can we not collectively reaffirm and promote the minimum basic principles that the international community should uphold?
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Getting in some breaking news now in the Air India P-Gate case. A 72-year-old woman at the center of the headlines after a co-passenger allegedly urinated on her on board a New York to Delhi Air India flight last November has moved the Supreme Court seeking a direction to the DGCA and airlines to frame SOPs to deal with such incidents. The woman said she was constrained to approach the court because Air India and the DGCA failed to treat her with care and responsibility after the incident. In addition, the wide-ranging national press reportage full of conjecture and surmises have severely undermined the petitioner's rights as a victim under Article 21 of the Constitution, and in fairness has also affected the rights of the accused as well. Their rights to a free and fair trial have also been substantially affected due to a selective leaking of the Air Seva complaint of the petitioner, the FIR and selective witness statements being released to the media to match specific narratives. In fact, she also says that the petition said in an absence of clear guidelines for media outlets on what requires reporting, whether they ought to make conjectures where matters are sub judice, and the impact of media coverage based on unverified statements, she claims, end up impacting the victim as well as the accused. The petitioner further states that her intentions were inspired and motivated in the interest of the general public and are a sincere attempt to set up a framework within the airline industry so that such incidents are prevented, and if they do occur, they are dealt with in a manner that does not cause additional trauma to the passengers. Now, this is the details of what she has sought. She also wants directions to the Union Civil Aviation Ministry, the DGCA, to ensure the civil aviation requirement norms adhere to the highest standards laid down internationally. The woman also sought directions to the DGCA and airline companies to comply with legal requirements of the SOPs, operation manuals, reporting protocols to be followed by airline crew and staff. Today's on Amritpal remains untraceable. We've accessed the video of his escape. That's the video on Republic. Coming back with that. Enforcement Directorate currently quizzing K. Kavita and Liquorgate. BRS card of protesting.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. A strong earthquake shook southern Ecuador and northern Peru on Saturday, killing at least 13 people, trapping others under rubble. Rescue teams out on the streets looking for survivors. Here's the full report on the aftermath of the earthquake.
A strong 6.7 magnitude earthquake shook the coastal area of Ecuador on Saturday. Several buildings and houses toppled to the ground because of the powerful earthquake. Following the aftermath, the streets of the quake-hit country were littered with debris and fallen power lines. The powerful quake has killed over 15 people and injured at least 126 and more. President paid a visit to the injured in the hospital to take an update on their health. The President of Ecuador expressed solidarity to his nation dealing with the aftermath of a major earthquake that also impacted northern Peru. Agency report for Republic TV.
However, the kind of connection that relies solely on one country, it could be a breeding ground for political vulnerability. By connecting, we aim for increasing each country's options, help them overcome their vulnerabilities and pursue economic growth in a way that benefits everyone.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top stories this hour on Superfast 50 with me, Ankit Prasad. Republic has accessed the most critical CCTV tape which has captured Amritpal Singh escaping the police. Earlier today, Republic also accessed tapes that captured Amritpal's Mercedes and other SUVs speeding. Remember, in a late night update, Amritpal's driver and uncle surrendered before the police. Furthermore, the Mercedes of Amritpal has also been recovered. The Punjab Police have lodged a fresh FIR against Waris Punjab Day Chief Amritpal Singh, who is still on the run for the third consecutive day under several sections of the Indian Penal Code and of the Arms Act. Sources say that the FIR filed in Jalandhar's Mehatpur police station mentioned the name of Amritpal as the main accused and 3 other unidentified persons. Speaking in an exclusive interview with Republic, the Waris Punjab De Chief Amritpal Singh's father said that his son is innocent and that he has asked the Khalistani leader to surrender and face the law. He has also alleged that fake cases were filed against his son, who is currently on the run.
लेकिन ये सब फेक केस बनाए जा रहे हैं। जब भी कि उनके पास हमारे सामने हम जो बातचीत होती थी वो सारे लीगल हथियार थे। अभी पुलिस ने क्या लीगल छुपा के दूसरे पेश किए, वो तो पुलिस का जो धंधा है वो कर रहे हैं अपना, जब बदनाम कर रहे हैं अमृतपाल को। ऐसा कुछ नहीं था, देश के अपने कानून के बाहर कोई भी चीज़ नहीं थी, तो सब सही था। लेकिन अभी वो क्या कहानी बना रहे हैं, वो तो उनको क्या रूप देना चाह रहे हैं वो पुलिस ही बता सकती।
Waris Punjab De Chief Amritpal Singh's uncle Harjeet Singh and driver Harpreet will be produced before the Baba Bakala court in Amritsar. Last night, the Jalandhar police had arrested the duo and handed them over to the Amritsar police for further investigation. All mobile internet services, SMS services and dongle services provided on mobile networks except for voice calls in the territorial jurisdiction of Punjab stand suspended till March the 21st in the interest of public safety. BRS MLC K. Kavita has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for the second round of questioning on Delhi's liquor policy case after she skipped the earlier summons citing her petition challenging the ED notice pending for hearing in the Supreme Court. Prime Minister Narendra Modi thanked visiting Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida for inviting him for the G7 summit in Japan later this year. During their bilateral meeting in New Delhi, PM Modi held bilateral delegation level talks with his Japanese counterpart at Hyderabad House in the capital.
प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा ने मुझे मई महीने में हिरोशिमा से मैं होने वाली G7 लीडर समिट के लिए निमंत्रण दिया। इसके लिए मैं उनका हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। इसके कुछ महीनों बाद सितंबर में G20 लीडर समिट के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा का फिर से भारत में स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा।
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee accused the BJP of trying to make a hero out of Congress leader Rahul Gandhi to divert attention from the burning issues by stalling parliament proceedings over his recent remarks in the UK. The Chief Minister alleged that the Congress has failed to fight the BJP and has a tacit understanding with the saffron camp in West Bengal. After West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's scathing attack on Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, the Vadra Congress took a jibe at the Chief Minister in return. The Vadra Congress has alleged that Mamata and the BJP have brokered a pact to attack Rahul Gandhi. This comes against the backdrop of Mamata and Akhilesh's meeting.
ममता बनर्जी जो कह रही है ना, ये मोदी की आदेश और निर्देश पे ही कह रही है, क्योंकि ममता बनर्जी बंगाल में भी साबित कर दिए हैं, बल्कि सारे हिंदुस्तान में ये साबित कर दिए हैं कि ममता और मोदी मतलब दीदी और मोदी में एक करार हुई है। ये करार की मकसद ये है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और खासकर राहुल गांधी जी को किसी हालत में इनको तबाह करने का और इनकी छवि को धूमिल करने का हर संभव प्रयास किया जाना चाहिए।
Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has hit out at the BJP-led central government for sending Delhi police to Rahul Gandhi's residence. The Congress president has alleged that it was an attempt to weaken the Congress party.
बहुत सख्त एक्शन ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਲਿਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹਰ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਫਲੈਗ ਮਾਰਚਿਸ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਪੈਰਾਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਫੋਰਸਿਸ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਫਲੈਗ ਮਾਰਚਿਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਪੀਸ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਸ ਸਾਰੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੇ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਡਕਟ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਵਾ ਤੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਅਪੀਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੀਸ ਤੇ ਹਾਰਮਨੀ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੇਨਟੇਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ। ਸਟੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੂਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਆ, ਸਥਿਤੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਸਟੇਬਲ ਆ, ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਲਾਅ ਐਂਡ ਆਰਡਰ ਦੀ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਪਾਰਟਿਕੂਲਰ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਵਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਰਿਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਐਲੀਮੈਂਟਸ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ 6 ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲ ਕੇਸ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਸਹਾਰਮਨੀ ਫਲਾਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਅਟੈਂਪਟ ਟੂ ਮਰਡਰ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ, ਪੁਲਿਸ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਤੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਖਲਅੰਦਾਜ਼ੀ ਕਰਕੇ obstruction ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਪਰਚੇ ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ FIR ਨੰਬਰ 29 ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦਰਜ ਹੋਈ ਸੀਗੀ 16 ਫਰਵਰੀ 2023 ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 365, 323, 506, 379, 20, 148, 149 IPC ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਸੀਗੇ। FIR ਨੰਬਰ 39 ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ 24 ਫਰਵਰੀ 2023 ਨੂੰ ਅਜਨਾਲਾ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਟੇਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 307, 353, 186, 332, 506, 120B ਔਰ 148, 149 IPC ਦੇ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਲੱਗੇ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡਿਸਫੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਸੁਸਾਇਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਰਾੜ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ FIR ਨੰਬਰ 54 22 ਫਰਵਰੀ 2023 ਦੀ B ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ 'ਚ ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। FIR ਨੰਬਰ 34 24 ਫਰਵਰੀ 2023 ਨੂੰ ਬਾਘਾ ਪੁਰਾਣਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੋਨਾਂ FIRs ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 153A ਤੇ 506 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਾਮਨ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ। FIR ਨੰਬਰ 26 18 ਮਾਰਚ ਨੂੰ ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਖਲਚੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ 279, 336, 353, 186 ਇਹ ਉਹ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਟ ਲਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਸਰਵੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ, ਪਬਲਿਕ ਸਰਵੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਅਗੇਂਸਟ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਖਲਅੰਦਾਜ਼ੀ ਕਰਨਾ। FIR ਨੰਬਰ 27 ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਮਹਿਤਪੁਰ ਥਾਣੇ 'ਚ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ 279 ਤੇ 25 ਆਰਮਡ ਐਕਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਸੋ 6 FIR ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਵਾਰਸ ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਸਰਗਨਾ ਸੀ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ, ਉਹ ਅਜੇ ਫਰਾਰ ਹੈ।
The main conspirator is Amritpal Singh.
ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ
He is still at large.
ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਈ ਰਿਊਮਰਸ ਫਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਤਦੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਖਬਰ ਦੇਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਫੈਕਟਸ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਲਏ ਜਾਣ। ਸੋ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਪਸ਼ਟ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਜੇ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ
Total 6 FIRs, 3 in Punjab, Amritsar, 2 in Jalandhar.
ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ 114 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਲੀਮੈਂਟਸ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੀਸ ਤੇ ਹਾਰਮਨੀ ਡਿਸਟਰਬ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼
114 people have been arrested so far. 78 were arrested day before yesterday.
78 ਬੰਦੇ
Rest have been arrested yesterday and today.
Day 2 ਤੇ 2 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ। ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ
2 more have been arrested late last night.
ਜਾ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 9 ਰਾਈਫਲਸ ਨੇ,
9 rifles have been recovered.
2 315 ਬੋਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਰਾਈਫਲਸ ਨੇ, 1 ਰਿਵਾਲਵਰ ਆ 32 ਬੋਰ ਦਾ ਔਰ 430 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਕਾਰਟ੍ਰਿਜਸ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਕੀਤੇ।
430 cartridges along with 2 315 bore rifles, 7 12 bore rifles and a pistol have been recovered.
Isuzu vehicle ਆ, ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ Isuzu vehicle ਆ ਇਹ abandoned ਮਿਲਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ।
One Isuzu vehicle that was found abandoned has been seized.
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਓਨਰ ਆ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਮਨਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਨਾਮ ਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਅਨੋਖਰਵਾਲ ਪਿੰਡ ਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ 114 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ, ਉਸ ਕੇਸ 'ਚ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ। ਔਰ
The owner of the Isuzu vehicle has been arrested.
ਦੀ ਰਾਈਫਲ, ਇੱਕ ਸਵਾਰਡ, ਇੱਕ ਵਾਕੀ ਟਾਕੀ ਸੈੱਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਕਬਜ਼ੇ 'ਚ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਵਾ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਐਲੀਮੈਂਟਸ ਆਪਾਂ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੋਰ ਡੂੰਘਾਈ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਫਤੀਸ਼ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਆ।
We are questioning those who have been arrested.
Strong suspicion ਆ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੱਥ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਏ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਰਕਮਸਟੈਂਸਿਸ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਏ ਆ ਔਰ ਫੋਰਨ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਬੜਾ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਸਸਪੀਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ
We have strong suspicion of foreign funding.
ਹਾਲਾਤ ਆ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਵੀ ISI ਵੀ ਇਨਵੋਲਡ ਆ, ਪਲੱਸ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਫੋਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਸੀਗੀ।
There is an involvement of ISI and
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੱਥ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਇਆ
foreign funding is there.
AKF ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬੁਲੇਟ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਜੈਕਟਸ ਕਵਰ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਰਾਈਫਲਸ ਕਵਰ
ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, the bulletproof jackets that have been recovered have the marking of AKF, Anandpur Khalsa Force.
ਗੇਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ AKF ਲਿਖਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ। ਉਹ ਆਨੰਦਪੁਰ
His gate also has marking of AKF.
ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਆਰਮਡ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਟ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਕਵਿਪਮੈਂਟ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ AKF ਵਰਡ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ।
AKF marking was also found on the weapons that were recovered from associates of Amritpal.
ਕਰਕੇ ਕਸਟਡੀ 'ਚ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਬਰੂਗੜ੍ਹ ਅਸਾਮ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਵਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਲਜੀਤ ਕਲਸੀ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਬਸੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਕਿ ਦੌਲਤਪੁਰਾ ਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਵਾ, ਇੱਕ ਗੁਰਮੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਬੁੱਕਨਵਾਲਾ ਤੇ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ, ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਡੈਟੀਨਿਊ
ਭਗਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਦਾ ਚਾਚਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਔਨ ਦੀ ਵੇ ਆ ਡਿਬਰੂਗੜ੍ਹ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਵਾ। ਸੋ ਸਾਰੇ
the uncle of Amritpal is on way to
ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਤੇ
ਡਿਬਰੂਗੜ੍ਹ
ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਮੇਨ ਸੋਰਸ ਸੀਗਾ। ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਅਮਾਉਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਸੀਗੀ, ਥੋੜੀ ਕਰਕੇ
they have received foreign funding in small amount.
ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੰਡਸ ਨੇ ਕਲੈਕਟ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ।
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਤੱਥ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਤਫਤੀਸ਼ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
They have collected many funds during Wahir. They have launched
ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਮੇਨਟੇਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਪੀਸ ਹਾਰਮਨੀ ਮੇਨਟੇਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਔਰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕੁਐਰੀਜ਼ ਆ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਵੀ ਦੂਸਰੀਆਂ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ। ਪੂਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਆ, ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ
Punjab is all peaceful.
ਖਰਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। थैंक यू। मैं एक सेकंड हिंदी में भी। पंजाब पुलिस ने सैटरडे को एक कॉर्डन एंड सर्च ऑपरेशन चलवाया था बहुत बड़े लेवल पे, जिसमें जो एलिमेंट्स पंजाब का माहौल ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे उनके अगेंस्ट कार्रवाई की है। सबसे पहले मैं सारे सिटीजन्स को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि किसी भी तरह की कोई फेक न्यूज़, र्यूमर्स उस पर बिलीव ना करें, फैक्ट्स पहले चेक कर लें। इसी तरह से मैं बाकी जो मीडिया पर्सन्स हैं, सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हैं, जो उनको रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा कि कोई भी न्यूज़ देने से पहले पुलिस से एक बार उसकी फैक्ट चेक करके ऑथेंटिसिटी उसकी चेक कर लें। उसको तुरंत न्यूज़ को विदाउट ऑथेंटिसिटी न्यूज़ को पब्लिक फोरम पे मत डाला जाए। मिस्चीवियस एलिमेंट्स जो पंजाब का माहौल ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उनको बहुत सख्त चेतावनी पंजाब पुलिस की तरफ से है। किसी को पंजाब का माहौल ख़राब करने बिल्कुल नहीं दिया जाएगा। पंजाब में इस टाइम सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में फ्लैग मार्चेस किए जा रहे हैं, एसएसपीज़ की तरफ से, सीपीज़ की तरफ से, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन करके पीस कमेटीज़ हमने सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में बनाई हुई हैं, जो पीस कमेटीज़ की मीटिंग्स चल रही हैं। और स्टेट में जो पब्लिक ऑर्डर है, जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है, पूरी तरह से मेंटेन्ड है। पंजाब में बिल्कुल स्टेबल है पंजाब, और बिल्कुल शांति है पूरी स्टेट में। अभी तक WPD जो वारिस पंजाब के जो है एलिमेंट्स हैं, इनके खिलाफ 6 केसेस रजिस्टर किए गए हैं, जिसमें इन केसेस में जो मेन सेक्शंस हैं वो डिसहार्मनी अमंग क्लासेस, अटेम्प्ट टू मर्डर के, पुलिस पर्सनल पे अटैक और पुलिस पर्सनल के काम में ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन करने के सेक्शन लगाए गए हैं। FIR नंबर 29 है जो 16 फरवरी की है, अजनाला में रजिस्टर की है, जिसमें 365, 323, 506, 148, 149 और बाकी सेक्शंस लगे हुए हैं। 39 नंबर FIR जो अजनाला पुलिस स्टेशन पे अटैक किया गया था 24 फरवरी की, वो रजिस्टर की गई है, जिसमें 307, 353, 186, 332, 333, 506, 120B, 427, 148, 149 IPC के सेक्शंस लगे हुए हैं। 2 FIR हैं जो डिसहार्मनी फैलाने के जुर्म में रजिस्टर की गई है, जिसमें FIR 54 जो 22 फरवरी की है, पुलिस स्टेशन B डिवीज़न अमृतसर की, और एक FIR 34 वो भी 22 फरवरी की है, पुलिस स्टेशन बागा पुराना की। 26 नंबर FIR पुलिस स्टेशन खलचिया में दर्ज की गई है, जिसमें 279, 336, 353, 186, इसमें भी पुलिस के काम में दखलंदाजी, ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन, पुलिस को इंजरी के सेक्शंस लगे हुए हैं। FIR नंबर 24 19 जो मार्च की है, इसमें महतपुर में रजिस्टर की गई है, जिसमें 279 और 25 आर्म्स एक्ट के सेक्शन लगाए गए हैं। अमृतपाल सिंह अभी फरार है, पुलिस को वांटेड है। पूरी हमारी टीम्स जो हैं वो एफर्ट्स कर रही हैं उसको अरेस्ट करने की। अब तक 114 लोग हैं जिनके खिलाफ जिनको कस्टडी में लिया गया है, जिसमें 78 लोग पहले दिन, 34 दूसरे दिन और 2 लोग जो हैं तीसरे दिन कस्टडी में लिए गए हैं। इन सब पे एलिगेशन है डिस्टर्बिंग पीस इन स्टेट, दे हैव बीन टेकन इनटू कस्टडी प्रिवेंटिव सेक्शंस में, और बाकी जो केसेस हैं उनमें इनकी जो नॉमिनेशन है एविडेंस बेस्ड इन्वेस्टिगेट करके फर्दर उसको नॉमिनेट किया जाएगा। अब तक 10 वेपन रिकवर किए हैं, जिसमें 9 राइफल्स हैं, 1 रिवॉल्वर है, जिसमें 7 12 बोर की राइफल हैं, 2 315 बोर की राइफल है, 1 32 बोर का रिवॉल्वर है और 430 जो है लाइव कार्ट्रिजेस मिले हैं। 4 व्हीकल कन्फिस्केट किए हैं, जिसमें एक मर्सिडीज कार है, 2 एंडेवर्स हैं और एक ISU ZU जो सूजू व्हीकल है। इस व्हीकल में जब ये अबेंडन मिला था, इसमें से एक 315 बोर की राइफल, स्वॉर्ड, वॉकी टॉकी सेट इसमें से मिले हैं, जिसको फर्दर हम इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं। इस केस में, इस पूरे एपिसोड में जो जितने भी इसमें बैड एलिमेंट्स इन्वॉल्व हैं, उसमें हम ISI का एंगल, उनकी फॉरेन फंडिंग, हमें सस्पिशन है कि इसमें ISI का एंगल भी है, फॉरेन फंडिंग भी है, उस पर फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हमारी चल रही है। एक और इसमें जो सामने आई है चीज़ के AKF, उसके जो गेट पे भी लिखा हुआ था, बहुत सारी राइफल्स, BP जैकेट्स जो रिकवर हुई हैं उस पर भी AKZ लिखा हुआ, AKF लिखा हुआ है, जो कि अनंतपुर खालसा फौज है। जो प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में यह है कि जो इसके क्लोज एसोसिएट थे, जिनके पास वेपन्स थे, उनको ये नाम दिया गया था। उनके पास राइफल्स, बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट्स पे भी AKF लिखा हुआ है। 4 डेटिन्यूज हैं जिनको अभी डिब्रूगढ़ जो वो ट्रांसफ़र किया गया है, जिसमें दिलजीत कलसी है, एक बसंत सिंह है, एक गुरमीत सिंह बुकनवाला और भगवंत सिंह प्रधानमंत्री है। एक और डेटिन्यू हरजीत सिंह है जो ऑन दी वे है टू डिब्रूगढ़। और इसमें जो पूरे इनकी पूरी जो संस्था है, इसके सोर्सेज हम चेक कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मेजॉरिटी जो है अब तक आया है कि हवाला, फॉरेन फंडिंग स्मॉल अमाउंट्स में इनके अकाउंट्स में आई है, उसको अभी और चेक किया जा रहा है। व्हीकल्स की जो व्हीकल्स इनसे मिले हैं उसका भी सोर्सेज हम चेक कर रहे हैं कि उसके फंडिंग के सोर्सेज कहाँ से आए, क्योंकि जिन लोगों के नाम पे अभी तक ये सामने आ रहा है उनके इतने इनकम के इकोनॉमिकल सोर्सेज उनके नहीं थे कि वो खुद ये जो व्हीकल्स हैं वो अफोर्ड कर सकें इसमें। सो फर्दर इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। एक चीज़ मैं दोबारा क्लियर करना चाहूँगा कि अमृतपाल सिंह अभी फरार है, पुलिस पूरे एफर्ट कर रही है उसको अरेस्ट करने के लिए। देखिए ये जो ये वाला पार्ट है ना जी, ये इन्हें आप डिस्कलोज नहीं, पर साडी ਜਿਹੜੀ पूरा एजेंसी स्पैशलाइज्ड विंग्स आ इस काम ते लगे आ, सारे नाल ही कोऑर्डिनेट किया जा रहा है, जिस नाल भी जरूरत है उस नाल कोऑर्डिनेट
बनाई गई है वो बेसिकली ਉਹਦਾ ਮੋਟਿਵ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ बुल प्रोजेक्ट मिल गया, लेकिन की मोटिव जो
ਉਹ ਬਾਜਵਾ ਜੀ ਉਹੀ ਹੁਣ ਜਦੋਂ ਤਫਤੀਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਨਾ ਜੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਆਏਗਾ। ਪਰ ਉਹਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਇਮਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੇਖੋ AKF ਉਹਨਾਂ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆਰਮਡ ਕੰਪੋਨੈਂਟ ਸੀ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ BP ਜੈਕਟ ਤੇ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ, ਰਾਈਫਲਸ ਤੇ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਤਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸਸਪੀਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਟ ਸੀਗੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਵੈਪਨ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਆਨੰਦਪੁਰ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਫੌਜ। सो इस चीज ਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ फर्दर ਜਦੋਂ इन्वेस्टिगेशन होएगी ਹੋਰ तथ्य ਦੇ सामने आएंगे।
लगभग 50 से लेकर 100 गाड़ियां हैं उस दिन अमृतपाल के पीछे थी सर, ऑल ओवर सडन जिस तरह से वीडियोस आ रहे हैं, कैसे अमृतपाल फरार हो गया?
नहीं वो देखो स्पॉट पे एफर्ट किया गया है क्योंकि एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था जिस तरह की उसकी स्पीचेस थी, तो पुलिस को ये एक्सपेक्टेड था कि जैसे ही पुलिस अरेस्ट करना चाहेगी वो अरेस्ट हो जाएगा। सो कई बार वो ऑन दी स्पॉट जो ऑफिसर्स हैं जो उनसे बेस्ट हो सका उन्होंने किया उस पर।
लगातार खबर आई है कि अमृतपाल सिंह के एमएलए से लगाया गया या लगाया जा सकता, इसके बारे थोड़ा क्लियर कर लो कि ਕਿਹੜੇ केस बनाए गए।
देखो केस में ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜੀ 6 ਕੇਸ ਦਰਜ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 6 ਕੇਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡਿਸਹਾਰਮਨੀ ਅਮੰਗ ਕਲਾਸਿਸ ਦਾ ਕੇਸ ਹੈ, 2 ਕੇਸਿਸ ਆ, ਅਟੈਂਪਟ ਟੂ ਮਰਡਰ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਆ, ਪੁਲਿਸ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਤੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਆ, ਪੁਲਿਸ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ obstruction ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਆ। ਸੋ NSA ਜਿਹੜਾ NSA ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਥ੍ਰੈਟ ਹੋਵੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਨੂੰ ਡਿਸਟਰਬ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਹਾਰਮਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਡਿਸਟਰਬ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਤੱਥਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਧਾਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹੀ मैं कह रहा जी वो NSA ਦੇ डेटिन्यूज है, NSA के तहत भेजा गया। जी बिल्कुल लगाया गया जी इसमें। देखो प्रोविजन ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ 5 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰੋਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ ਟੂ ਮੇਨਟੇਨ ਪੀਸ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਹਾਰਮਨੀ, ਸਟੇਟ ਟੂ ਸਟੇਟ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਫਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਵਾ ਵਿਦ ਦੀ ਕੰਸੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਦੀ ਅਦਰ ਸਟੇਟ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਨਵੋਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਵਾ ਐਂਡ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਟੋਟਲੀ ਲੀਗਲ, ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਦੇ ਦਾਇਰੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿ ਕੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਜੀ ਬਿल्कुल लगा देता है। जी
कितने लोगों पे इसको एमएलए लगाया गया है, इसको अगर पकड़ा गया तो फिर इसको भी असम में भेजा जाएगा या कहीं और?
नहीं वो डिसीजन अभी मैं इस चीज के बारे में डिस्क्लोज नहीं कर सकता हूँ। नहीं ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਕਟ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਾ ਜੀ ਉਹ 1 to 1 ਬੇਸਿਸ ਤੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬੇਸ ਤੇ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ 4 ਡੈਟੀਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਪੰਜਵਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਔਨ ਦੀ ਵੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਇਹ 1 to 1 ਬੇਸਿਸ ਤੇ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਿਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਸੋ ਫਾਰ 5 ਲੋਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਸੋ ਫਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਸਕਦਾ ਜੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ
5 ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜੀ, 5 ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਔਨ ਦੀ ਵੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ
ਇਹ ਵਾਲਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਸੀਨ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਲਖਬੀਰ ਰੋਡੇ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਨਾਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ
ਦੇਖੋ ਇਹ ਅਜੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਆ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ISI ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਇਮਰੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਕੁਝ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ?
ਦੇਖੋ ਕਈ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਆਈਆਂ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵਹੀਕਲਸ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੇ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ 3 ਐਂਡੇਵਰ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ, ਆਈਸੂਜੂ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਸੀਗਾ, ਮਰਸੀਡੀਜ਼ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਵਹੀਕਲਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਇੰਨੇ ਇਨਕਮ ਦੇ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਕਰ ਸਕਣ। ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਹੀਕਲਸ ਦੀ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਹੋਈ, ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਪਰਚੇਜ਼ ਹੋਈ। ਦੂਸਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਛੋਟਾ ਅਮਾਉਂਟ ਆਇਆ ਹੈ ਅਲੱਗ-ਅਲੱਗ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੋਂ, ਅਲੱਗ-ਅਲੱਗ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ, ਬਟ ਉਹ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਅਮਾਉਂਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ।
small amounts of money has come to their account.
ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਵੈਰੀਫਾਈ ਅਜੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ।
We are verifying from where actually the funds came.
ਦੇਖੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੋ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਇਲੀਗਲ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਇਆ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੈਪਨਸ ਆ, ਕਾਰਟ੍ਰਿਜਸ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਸਟਡੀ 'ਚ ਲਿਆ, ਉਹ 'ਚ FIR ਵੀ ਦਰਜ ਹੋਈ ਆ। ਫਰਦਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੈਰੀਫਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆਏ ਆ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਫਰਦਰ। ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਅਜੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦਾ। ਕਿਸੇ ਪਾਰਟਿਕੂਲਰ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀ ਨਾਲ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ, ਉਹ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਫਿਰ ਹੀ ਪਤਾ ਚੱਲੇਗਾ।
His association with any of the organization is yet to be ascertained.
वो तो वी आर सेइंग इट वेरी कैटेगोरिकली कि आज तक अमृतपाल हमारी कस्टडी में नहीं है। जो फैक्ट्स हैं वो हम
अमृतपाल is not in our custody
जो आज
till
तक की
date.
स्थिति है, जो फैक्ट्स हैं वो हम देंगे। और हमने जो आज तक पंजाब पुलिस ने इस केस में किया है बिल्कुल लॉ के एम्बिट में किया है, बिल्कुल एज पर लॉ किया है। फर्दर जो भी कार्रवाई होगी, हर एक को राइट है अपना लीगल रेमेडी यूज करने का, जो इसमें कार्रवाई होगी एज पर लॉ एंड इन अकॉर्डेंस विद लॉ। देखो ये मैं स्पष्ट नहीं, जो ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਏ ਆ 5 ਜਣੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਹੈ। ਫਰਦਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਫਰਦਰ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ।
We will update as and when
ਮੈਂ ਤਦੇ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਐਂਟੀਸਪੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ। ਜਦੋਂ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਜੋ ਫੈਕਟਸ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟਲੀ ਦੱਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ।
We will let you know as and when more arrests will face, and it is likely that the NSA will be imposed on Amritpal.
ਮੇਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਮਝੋ ਜੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ 5 ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਣੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਤੱਥਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਧਾਰਿਤ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। देखो जो मैं तो कह रहा हूँ कि लगाया जा सकता है। जब अरेस्ट हो जाएगा तो बाकी फैक्ट्स हैं वो आपको क्लियर कर दिए जाएंगे।
Once Amritpal is arrested, there is a high possibility that National Security Act will be imposed on him.
ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੰਬੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਦੇ ਸਕਦਾ। ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਆ।
मेजॉरिटी जर्नलिस्ट ऑफ पंजाब सर ऑलमोस्ट 75 जर्नलिस्ट उनके जो अकाउंट विदहेल्ड किए गए हैं सर, क्यों विदहेल्ड किए गए?
ਮੇਰੇ ਐਸ ਸੱਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੂਰੀ ਡਿਟੇਲਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ, ਸੋ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਕੋਈ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। देखो बंद किया गया वा मेनली पब्लिक ऑर्डर मेनटेन करने वास्ते। सो ये कॉल टाइम टू टाइम बेसिस के उत्ते एग्जामिन करके ही ली जा सकती है। सो फार बंद आ। फर्दर जो एज पर सिचुएशन कॉल ली जाएगी कि देखो ये एंटीसिपेशन होंदा है क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पब्लिक ऑर्डर नूं मेनटेन करने वास्ते बहुत सारे स्टैप्स जरूरी होंदे आ। सो ये उहदा एक पार्ट आ। फर्दर अगे असैसमेंट होएगी जिस स्टेज पे लगेगा कि हुण ठीक है उदों ओपन कर दित्ता वो तो लोकल पुलिस उन्हां नूं डील कर रही है जी, उन्हां नाल गलबात कर रही है। जो नैगोशिएशन दे विच कोई ना कोई हल निकल आएगा।
आप कह रहे थे कि पुलिस से वेरीफाई किया जाए कौन सा माध्यम होगा? आप कोई या तो कोई बंदा करो कि अगर हमें
नहीं, देखो जब तक मैं कह रहा हूँ, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, जैसे कल है, कल हमने पूरा स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि अब तक अरेस्ट नहीं हुआ है। तो जब तक हमारी तरफ से, देखो रात को जैसे कई लोगों के फोन आए कि हैज ही बीन अरेस्टेड, तो जब तक नहीं अरेस्ट हुआ, जब तक हम मतलब अगर जैसे ही अरेस्ट होगा वी विल कम आउट के भी हमें अरेस्ट करेंगे, ठीक है ना? वो हम करते रहेंगे आपको, वी विल कीप ऑन अपडेटिंग। लग गया जी उन्होंने।
सर हम ये कह रहे हैं कि सर अगर आप बाइट नहीं दे सकते तो एटलीस्ट जो सर आप सोशल मीडिया पर डाल रहे हो अपडेट, उसमें एक बार डाल दीजिए कि भैया
नहीं मेरे देखो, हम लोग जैसे जो आपकी क्वेरी है नॉर्मली हम रिस्पॉन्ड कर देते हैं, तो यू कैन ऑलवेज सेंड मी ए टेक्स्ट मैसेज। जिसको अरेस्ट जब तक नहीं हुआ, जब हम नहीं कह रहे इसका मतलब अब तक नहीं हुआ अरेस्ट। मैं कह रहा हूँ जी ये अभी स्टेज पे नहीं कहा जा सकता, ये असेस करते हुए, देखो इसमें देखो टाइमलाइन कभी फिक्स नहीं की जा सकती।
ऑपरेशन हो गए, पूरा राज्य सेफ्टी ब्लैंकेट में है सर, लेकिन अपोजिशन अभी भी कह रहा है कि बहुत मच हाइट दी ऑपरेशन है पुलिस का, पुलिस के पास है ही नहीं, पुलिस क्लूलेस है।
नहीं, पुलिस अपना जो पूरा एफर्ट है कर रही है, और हमने 114 लोग हैं उनको कस्टडी में लिया, पूरी स्टेट में शांति है। बाकी जो हमारी असेसमेंट है, जो सर्विसेज कब देनी है, क्या करना है, वो हम असेस करके वो वी विल ओपन। देखो राठी जी, पूरी सारा ऑपरेशन ਦੀਆਂ ਨਿਟੀਗ੍ਰਿਟੀਜ਼ ਡਿਸਕਲੋਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ, ਬਟ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਆਰਡੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ। ਕਿਸੇ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਕੋਆਰਡੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ, ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਦੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਇਨ ਟੈਂਡਮ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ, ਦੇਖੋ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਾਡਾ ਮੇਨ ਕੰਮ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਲਾਅ ਐਂਡ ਆਰਡਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਨਟੇਨ ਕਰਨਾ, ਪਬਲਿਕ ਪੀਸ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਨਟੇਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਸ ਮੈਂ ਉਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਜੀ, ਇਸ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਔਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਸਿਸਟੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਫੁੱਲ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। मैं कह रहा असेस करके ही है जी, टाइम टू टाइम बेसिस पे। मैं कह रहा हूँ कहीं भी हमें कहीं से भी किसी की भी हेल्प चाहिए, सबके साथ हम इन टच, बट मैं वो किसी एक पुलिस या एक संस्था उसके बारे में डिस्क्लोज नहीं कर सकता हूँ। हमने सबको लिया है लूप में। देखो एग्जैक्ट अमाउंट मैं वही कह रहा, एग्जैक्ट अमाउंट एडी जल्दी मैं डिस्कलोज नहीं कर सकता, पर जेडे एंगल का मैं तुहानू सारे दस दिते कि जेड़ा फंड्स आए आ वो छोटे अमाउंट च भी आए आ, बहुत सारे आए आ, व्हीकल्स के सोर्सिस चेक किए जा रहे हैं। सो प्राइम ऑफिसाई सफिशिएंट एविडेंस है कि अपने सोर्सिस तो कुछ भी नहीं लिया गया। अजय इस स्टेज पे कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता, इस स्टेज पे मैं कह रहा हूँ इस स्टेज पे अभी कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता। वो तो टू मेंटेन पब्लिक ऑर्डर किसी को कहीं भी भेज सकते हैं, दैट इज विद इन द एम्बिट ऑफ लॉ।
यूके ਤੇ यूएस ਐਮਬੈਸੀ ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਐਮਬੈਸੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਚਕਾਰ ਤਿਰੰਗੇ ਦਾ ਅਪਮਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ, ਖਾਲਿਸਤਾਨ ਸਮਰਥਕ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਤਾਦਾਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੁੜੇ ਨੇ, ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ
ਦੇਖੋ ਸਾਡਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਿੰਕ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਾਡੀ ਸਟੇਟ 'ਚ ਪੀਸ ਮੇਨਟੇਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਕੰਮ ਆ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਨਟੇਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਕੰਮ ਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਚਨਬੱਧ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਇਹਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਮਾਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ?
देखो प्रोविजनस ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਲੈਣਾ, प्रोविजनस ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰੀ ਬੋਰਡ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, 3 ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰੀ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ।
Under NSA, there will be a report that has to be submitted to the advisory board. Maximum period for the detention is 1 year, and it has to be done by following the procedure after every 3 months.
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰੀ ਬੋਰਡ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰੀ ਬੋਰਡ ਨੂੰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, फिर वो एग्जामिन करता है सारा एविडेंस, एंड इफ इट फील्स
the advisory board has to be informed and they examine the things, and only then it happens.
नहीं ये स्टेज पे कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता, हम लोग पूरा एफर्ट कर रहे हैं, एंड सून ही विल बी अरेस्टेड।
Soon Amritpal will be arrested. We are making every possible effort.
देखो ये चीज़ां, देखो ये ਤਾਂ बहुत प्रिलिमिनरी ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਐਕਟੀਵਿਟੀਜ਼ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਐਕਟੀਵਿਟੀਜ਼ ਸਟੇਟ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਮਿਊਨਲ ਹਾਰਮਨੀ ਤੇ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੀ ਪੀਸ ਨੂੰ ਡਿਸਟਰਬ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ।
ਕਿਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੇ
all the activities of Amritpal were denting the state's harmony, and that's why the action has been taken.
ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਰੈਟ ਸੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਨਿਟੀ-ਗ੍ਰਿਟੀ ਫੈਕਟਸ ਡਿਸਕਲੋਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਲੰਬੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਈ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟਸ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਇਨਵੋਲਡ ਆ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
See, this is a long investigation, and all the facts and the details cannot be diverged at this stage. As and when the facts come out, we will be sharing it with you.
ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਅਨਲਾਇਸੈਂਸਡ ਵੈਪਨ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਫਰਦਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੈਰੀਫਾਈ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼
There are few unlicensed weapons, and we are looking into it.
ਸਾਡਾ ਮੇਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਵਾ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਤਫਤੀਸ਼ ਫੇਅਰ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ ਔਰ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਦੇ ਦਾਇਰੇ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ ਕੇ
We want a fair investigation within the ambit of the law.
ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਐਵੀਡੈਂਸ ਕਲੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪਲੈਨਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਬੜਾ ਕੁਝ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਓਵਰਆਲ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਪਿਕਚਰ ਦੇਖਣੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਸੀਗਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਤੱਥ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਕਰਨੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸੈਟੀਸਫਾਈ ਕਰਨਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਪਲੱਸ ਕੀ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਇੰਪਲੀਕੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਆ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਿਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਹੀ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਲੈਣਾ
We have to see to the implications that it has, and everything has to be considered while carrying out the operations.
ਦੇਖੋ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਡੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਆ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਲਾਅ ਐਂਡ ਆਰਡਰ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਡਿਸਟਰਬੈਂਸ ਕਿਤੇ
As on today, there is a complete peace in the state, no law and order situation.
ਇਹ ਵਾਲੇ ਪ੍ਰੀਕਾਸ਼ਨਰੀ ਮੈਜਰਸ
There are some precautionary measures that also includes the suspension of the internet services.
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਟੇਬਲ ਆ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਆ ਕਿਤੇੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਅਨਸਕਾਮੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ
The situation in Punjab is stable, and there has not been any violent incident that has been reported.
ਦੇਖੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਜੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੀਲਿਮਿਨਰੀ ਵੈਰੀਫਾਈ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਫਰਦਰ ਕੋਈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਊਗੀ ਕਹਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ
We will be sharing the details as and when we get it.
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
There you heard the IG Punjab Sukhchand Gill confirming that there are a number of those who have been arrested who are being sent to Dibrugarh in Assam, and they've had the NSA slapped against them, including the uncle of Amritpal Singh, 5 people in total. He also said that there are about 10 plus weapons that were found as part of this entire operation, 114 people arrested. Most importantly, he has confirmed and he has reiterated that Amritpal Singh has not been arrested yet. He is still on the run. And so this is effectively what the IG Punjab is telling us at this moment. You heard this long press conference, and we also have Gursimran who translated the entire remarks of the IG Punjab. Gursimran, if I can come back to you, what were the main takeaways from what the Punjab Police has said so far?
See, the main takeaway was that the National Security Act has been slapped on the 5 of the associates, including the uncle of Amritpal, and it is likely that Amritpal too will face NSA once he is arrested. Important to mention that Republic was the first channel to break this news at 4:39 on the Saturday evening, that NSA will be imposed on the Amritpal based on the inputs that the central agencies have gave in their dossier, because the activities of Amritpal were under the severe scanner of the central agencies, especially after the Ajnala incident, in which they took the siege of the police station, and they dictated their terms actually to the Punjab Police and got one of their associates, Tufan, out of the custody. The police has to do it to prevent any law and order situation rising out of it, and after that the central agencies came into action. They prepared a long dossier, and based on the activities of Amritpal, his cross-border connection, ISI links have emerged. The funding has come from across the border. All all these keeping in mind, and also the way he has been challenging the system, the sovereignty and the unity of the Union of India, the decision was taken then only that the NSA will be imposed, and now the IG headquarters Sukhchand Gill has confirmed that Amritpal, when arrested, will be facing NSA. That means as and when Amritpal will be arrested, he is likely to be moved out of the Punjab, like the other 5 close associates, including his uncle. Amritpal too will be sent to some other jail. Very likely that since the Punjab Police is in coordination with the Assam Police, it is highly possible that as and when the arrest of Amritpal takes place, he will be slapped with the NSA and then moved out of the Punjab to prevent any kind of a law and order situation rising. Because see, Amritpal getting arrested and then being moved to any jail, be it Naba jail, be it Bathinda jail, that will invite a law and order situation, and there is absolutely no doubt to it. And that's why, to prevent the same, he will be flown to some other parts of the country. That is what has been hinted by the IG Sukhchand Gill, because he has said that it is very likely that the NSA will be imposed, and when NSA is slapped, the detainee is moved out of it for the 12 months period after the renewal from the competent advisory board. After every 3 months, he can be kept behind the bars, and then the regular hearings will follow. So this is the entire scenario that is coming out from the press conference of IG headquarters Punjab Sukhchand Gill. And very important is the links with the Pakistani intelligence agency ISI, how small amounts were pushed from across the border, how this funding was done, how they got so much money that they can buy the vehicles like Endeavour, Fortuner, and also the Isuzu vehicles, the BMW, the Mercedes. These kind of high-end vehicles were in the cavalcade of Amritpal. How money this all came, the money trail is being worked upon by the Punjab Police. Yes.
Yes. And Gursimran, another more questions that emerge over this entire operation that is taking place in the last 2 days is that who allowed Amritpal to escape? How is it that an entire state police cannot find Amritpal for over 50 hours? These are the very burning questions that are emerging as we see this entire operation proceed in front of us. In fact, earlier we know that you spoke to Amritpal's father. Let's listen in to what he said.
अमृतपाल के चाचा ने और उनके ड्राइवर ने जो है पुलिस के सामने सरेंडर किया है। बात करने के लिए अमृतपाल के पिता हमारे साथ तरसेम जी मौजूद हैं। सर, आपके भाई और जो उनके ड्राइवर थे उन्होंने जो है सरेंडर किया है पुलिस के सामने। क्या आपको इस बाबत पहले जानकारी थी, आपसे बात हुई थी उनकी?
उनका रात को 10 बजे के आसपास एक फ़ोन आया था, तो उन्होंने यही बताया था कि हम सरेंडर करने जा रहे हैं। हमारा कुछ गुनाह तो कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन पुलिस अगर हमको गिरफ्तार करना चाह रही है तो हम तैयार हैं उसके लिए। तो हम लोग का पहले भी भागने का कोई मंशा नहीं थी, लेकिन हम लोग अपना प्रोग्राम अटेंड करने के लिए उधर जाना चाह रहे थे कि चलो ये दाएं बाएं होके कैसे निकल जाएं। तो और कोई हमारा भागने का किसी को कोई ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। तो इसलिए हम सुबह मेरी DIG से बात हो रही है, जहाँ हो गई है, तो मैं सुबह तक सरेंडर कर दूंगा।
देखिए, पुलिस ने कुछ दावे किस चीज़ों के किए हैं। एक जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज बताती हैं कि जो यहाँ पे AKF लिखा है, अमृतपाल एक फ़ौज खड़ी करना चाहते थे अपनी, और हथियारबंद लोगों को अपने साथ जोड़ना चाहते थे। ये आरोप जो हैं केंद्रीय एजेंसियां लगा रही। नहीं,
ऐसा एक बिल्कुल फेक हुआ है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था। उन्होंने वो जो लड़के थे उन्होंने पता नहीं उसका आनंदपुर खालसा अपने हथियारों पे आनंदपुर खालसा फौज ऐसा लिखा,
बिल्कुल सही
है। तो बाकी तो ऐसा कोई फौज जोड़ने का कोई धंधा नहीं था। कोई ऐसा 5-6 आदमी से फौज खड़ा होता है। वो
कह रहे हैं कि जो एंटी ड्रग्स की बात की जा रही है कि ड्रग एडिक्शन से युवाओं को दूर करना था, उसके नाम पे जो है एक फौज को खड़ा करना था, जो अमृतपाल का एक बड़ा प्लान था जिसको सफल नहीं होने दिया।
नहीं, वो ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। वो प्लान तो खाली नशा तस्करों के साथ ही कोई उनकी हो सकती है, बाकी और किसी को कोई फौज खड़ी करने के लिए कोई ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। वो खाली जो उनके पास 5-7 आदमी थे, वो खाली उनकी सेफ्टी के लिए थे, और कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा के लिए, कोई फौज के लिए नहीं थे।
पुलिस ने कल एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की जिसमें कहा कि आपके घर की सर्च हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला, लेकिन अमृतपाल के साथियों के पास जो भी हथियार मिले हैं सभी के सभी इलीगल हथियार हैं। वो गुरपेश ने अमृतपाल के कहने पे उसके साथियों को दिए थे, और एक FIR जो है अमृतपाल के नाम पे दर्ज कर दी गई।
लेकिन ये सब फेक केस बनाए जा रहे हैं। जब कि उनके पास हमारे सामने हम जो बातचीत होती थी वो सारे लीगल हथियार थे। अभी पुलिस ने क्या लीगल छिपा के दूसरे पेश किए, वो तो पुलिस का जो धंधा है वो कर रहे हैं अपना, जब बदनाम कर रहे हैं अमृतपाल को। ऐसा कुछ नहीं था, देश के अपने कानून के बाहर कोई भी चीज़ नहीं थी, तो सब सही था। लेकिन अभी वो क्या कहानी बना रहे हैं वो तो उनको क्या रूप देना चाह रहे हैं वो पुलिस ही बता सकती है।
आपके भाई जिन्होंने कि सरेंडर किया है वो अमृतपाल के साथ हमेशा रहा करते थे, हर बार मतलब ये माना जाता था कि सबसे क्लोज वही हैं। उन्होंने क्या आपको अमृतपाल के बारे में कुछ बताया? अमृतपाल कहाँ हैं, क्यों भागे हैं, क्या है?
नहीं, उन्होंने वही बताया था कि उन्होंने पहले पूछा था कि अमृतपाल का कुछ आपके साथ कोई संपर्क हुआ अभी तक, कि मेरे को तो ना तो पुलिस का जानकारी से या ना किसी से, ऐसे उनको भी जो ऐसे टीवी मीडिया के थ्रू थोड़ी बहुत ही बात थी, तो वो भी चिंतित थे कि वो किधर है। तो अगर आप लोग को मालूम है तो मेरे को बताओ। लेकिन हम लोग को भी कोई उसके बारे में अभी तक कोई जानकारी नहीं है। हम लोग को तो यकीन है कि पुलिस की कस्टडी में है वो। तो हम लोग को वो भी बोला कि मेरे को भी ऐसा डाउट है कि वो पुलिस की कस्टडी में ही हो सकते हैं। हम भारत तक किधर जाने का कोई ना प्लान था ना कोई कोशिश थी ऐसे। तो हमारा जो कोशिश भी थोड़ी बहुत थी तो हम लोग को अपना प्रोग्राम में पहुंचने की, ना पुलिस ने हमको कभी सम्मन किया था, ना कोई हमको इतला दी थी कि हम लोग को आपको अरेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं जहाँ आपके ऊपर कोई केस है। हम लोग को तो केस का भी कल ही पता चला कि हमारे ऊपर अजनाला में कोई FIR है। अगर पहले से होता तो हम पहले से भी उसको डिफेंड करते थे।
लेकिन एक और बात इसमें चीज़ जो निकल कर आ रही है कि अमृतपाल अगर भागे हुए हैं तो क्या आपकी अपील रहेगी उनसे कि वो सरेंडर कर दें?
नहीं, हमारी तो हमको तो यकीन है कि वो पुलिस के कस्टडी में है। अगर आप बाहर भी है तो हम लोग अमृतपाल को भी कहते हैं कि तो आप सामने आओ, क्यों आपने कोई गुनाह नहीं किया, ऐसा कोई हम लोग को डरने का जरूरत नहीं। ना हमारा कोई आप ऐसा पिछोकड़ है कि जो हम कोई गलत किया है या जो कोई प्रूव हो सकता है। इसलिए ऐसा कुछ भी है वो उसको, अगर पहली बात तो ऐसा है नहीं है, लेकिन है तो हम उसको अमृतपाल को ही बोलते हैं कि बेटा तुम सामने आओ, कोई बात नहीं, जैसा होगा देखेंगे।
परिवार तो क्या कोई लीगल रूट लेगा? क्योंकि जो वारिस पंजाब डे के लीगल एडवाइज़र हैं मान सिंह खारा, वो हाई कोर्ट में मूव कर चुके हैं। उन्होंने अमृतपाल के बिहाफ पे हिबियस कॉर्पस लगा दी है कि पुलिस इन्हें प्रोड्यूस करे, ये पुलिस की गिरफ्त में है। क्या परिवार भी जो है कोई लीगल रूट लेने की सोच रहा है?
नहीं, हम लोग तो वो हमारी राय से ही उन्होंने वो जड़ी पिटीशन मूव की है। तो बाकी और आगे क्या हम लोग को ज़रूरत पड़ती है, कोई लीगल एडवाइस दी, लीगल ज़रूरत है, वो ऐसे ही हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे। और
The ISI links of Khalistani radical Amritpal Singh are now under scanner, and how they got funding in the small amounts from the other countries. We'll be staying with the story right.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
And we're getting these latest images from Moscow. Chinese President Xi Jinping has just landed in Russia. He is on a two to 3 day visit to Russia. In fact, what China is calling it, it's calling it a journey of friendship. It is his first visit to Russia after the Russian invasion to Ukraine, and he is going to meet President Vladimir Putin. Just a few weeks back, we also had the Chinese top Chinese diplomat holding talks with the Russian president as well. Niranjan is joining us on the phone line to give us more details, as we will also beam the live pictures coming in from Moscow in a short while from now. Niranjan, if you can brief our viewers on the agenda of this visit that a Chinese president is undertaking right now.
One of the most talked about visits in the recent past. This also comes on the back of Vladimir Putin's dare to the west when he entered Ukrainian territory, now occupied by Russia, went to Mariupol, and after that, of course, China has been very public about where they stand on the issue of the Ukraine war. They've always stood with Russia, and the fact that Xi Jinping has landed there, there is new speculation about China's continued support to Russia, not just diplomatically, but also military support. And as far as the Kremlin is concerned, the Russian establishment has made it clear that Vladimir Putin, his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping, will surely discuss the Chinese peace initiative on Ukraine during the meeting. They're calling it a Chinese peace initiative on Ukraine. In many ways, there has been speculation and a buzz about Xi Jinping trying to play big brother on this issue and trying to broker some sort of a truce between Ukraine and Russia, which is unlikely. Almost in the race with India, as India also sort of intervenes and tries to tell both Russia and Ukraine that war, that it's not an era of war. What we are hearing is that in the next few hours, and the agenda is clear, that they will hold a face-to-face conversation. This is an informal lunch today. That lunch will be followed by negotiations tomorrow, the 21st of March. And some of the factors that we have to consider now, this is Xi Jinping's first foreign visit after being re-elected. So look at the optics here. He's of course got a record third term, which has never happened before in the history of China. And for all you know, he will continue to be China's supreme leader till the end of his life. And he is trying to send a message with his first visit to Russia by playing truth. He's calling it the China Peace Initiative. All of Beijing is trying to pitch it as the China Peace Initiative on Ukraine. So they're trying to see if they can somehow maybe get Russia to stop the bombardment, stop the firing, and broker some sort of a truce. That's point number one. Secondly, Moscow and Beijing, as per the meetings in the last few weeks and months, claim that both of them are satisfied with the state of bilateral relations. It is only a strategic interaction of partners, and of course, China's President Xi Jinping and Putin are very, very close. We know that they share a personal bond, and they've met about 40 times, according to the Russian media, putting it at about 40 times when both leaders have met in the course of the last few years. And both parties, we are told, will also discuss the conflict in Ukraine as well as issues of military and technical cooperation. So I think this is the most critical aspect, Kanika. A military technical cooperation. Will Russia take arms from China? Will China supply arms to Russia as the war intensifies? I think this is going to be a very critical aspect to watch out for. And we're keeping a close track on whether China promises any military support. Because we've seen so far that the West and Europe have given military support completely to Ukraine, and this will be perhaps one of the first times that a country goes on record, a country like China, which has been very clear on where it stands. They've been publicly supporting the Russian cause, and will they now give arms to Russia? I think that's the only headline that everyone's watching out for.
Yes, and this visit will be very closely watched by everyone, especially the West. Thank you very much, Niranjan, for joining us on the phone line to give us those details. As we head into a break, we'll get you details on Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's visit to India.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo.
And now we're getting you all the latest updates and latest pictures from Moscow as Xi Jinping has touched down in Moscow for the very important visit. He's set to meet Vladimir Putin in a few hours from now. It's a most watched out meeting across the globe as the two leaders, Xi Jinping and President Vladimir Putin, are set to sit down and hold talks which are aimed at multiple issues, bilateral issues. This is in fact Xi Jinping's first visit to Russia after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, and these are the latest pictures of Xi Jinping getting down, landing in Moscow for that very important visit. In fact, just ahead of him reaching Moscow, a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson once again called for the peaceful resolution of the Ukrainian crisis ahead of the summit, ahead of the talks. In fact, these comments were made earlier at the briefing, at the Foreign Ministry briefing of China, and he said that governments that recognize and also in fact spoke about the International Criminal Court charging Putin as being personally responsible for the abductions of thousands of children from Ukraine. So, you know, this visit comes at a very important stage of the war as well, as the war has continued for over a year. The latest pictures coming in of Xi Jinping landing in Moscow, first visit to Russia after the war started, and also Xi Jinping's first foreign visit after he was elected for the third time as the president in China. A very important visit. In fact, a few days back, we also had reports of how how the Chinese foreign minister made calls to his Ukrainian counterpart calling for peaceful resolution of the war. We have Madhav Nalapad joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Nalapad, if you can tell our viewers about the significance of this meeting and what could be expected from the China-Russia talks that are set to happen.
Well, look, the fact is that Russia and China are today very close allies, and they are allies in every field, economic as well as in military. So this basically going and meeting him after he has been, the West has sought to make him an international pariah by this International Criminal Court, is essentially calling for his arrest. And still Xi Jinping is going there and meeting him. And that is an indication the Chinese are absolutely not on the same page with the West at all on Russia. And I think it's a kind of public show of support for Russia that essentially is very disconcerting to the Western world.
And Mr. Nalapad, if you can also tell our viewers about how, what would be its significance for India as well. How is India viewing this visit by Chinese President to Moscow?
Look, the fact is that India has got a very realistic foreign policy, and India has got its own good relations with Russia. And frankly, the Russians are happy about that because it gives them a little bit of leverage with the Chinese. The fact is that the Western policy towards Russia has given them has really, almost tried to choke Russia and made Russia completely dependent on China. The biggest beneficiary of Western policy towards Russia has been China, and India has been, very different. We have maintained ties to Russia, and this has basically been helping Putin to have a little bit of independence. I don't think India is threatened by this kind of a visit at all, frankly. But I think it's part of Xi Jinping trying to show that it's no longer the United States that's trying to run the world, it's China. And slowly, more and more of that is coming out in public.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madhav Nalapad, for joining us on this broadcast and sharing your thoughts, your views on this visit that is coming in of this very important visit of Chinese President to Moscow. In a few hours from now, we will also witness those talks between the two leaders as after the war has completed 1 year. A very significant visit there between the two leaders, very closely watched by global leaders as well. And we're getting these latest pictures from outside the British Embassy, British High Commission in New Delhi, where protests are taking place after the Indian flag was desecrated in London at the Indian High Commission in London. These are protests taking place by the Sikh community outside the High Commission, the UK High Commission in New Delhi. We will have a reporter. We will have a reporter joining us live as we beam these live pictures from New Delhi, just telling our viewers about what the UK government said after the Indian flag was desecrated at the Indian High Commission in London. The UK government said that the UK government takes the security of the Indian High Commission seriously. Top British officials have said that they condemn the disgraceful and completely unacceptable vandalism at the mission by a group of protesters who were waving separatist Khalistani flags. The tricolour flying atop the Indian High Commission was grabbed at by the protesters who were also chanting pro-Khalistani slogans. This happened on Sunday. We're getting some responses from the protest. Let's listen in.
The secretary of the PSMC.
My camera.
इस वजह से हम श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का धन्यवाद हमें करना चाहिए, जिन्होंने हमारे गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब जी महाराज के स्वरूप सुरक्षित अपने इस झंडे यहाँ भेजे। आजादी में सबसे बड़ा योगदान हमारा था। सिख कौम मार्शल कौम है और भारत की आजादी में सबसे ज्यादा हमारा योगदान था, और आज भी हम भारत के वासी हैं। भारत माता की। We love India. We love India. We love India.
We have Madhurima joining us on the phone line. She's reporting on the protest live from outside the UK High Commission there in New Delhi. Madhurima, give us details about the protests that are taking place there.
Well, here as you can see that a group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan Bharat Mata Ki Jai and that we love India. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that today this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission. We'll speak to the people over here. Sir, today you are protesting here. What sentiments do you want to express?
हमारे जो जितना भी हमारा जो अंदर का जो हमारा भाव है वो हमारा देश के लिए जुड़ा हुआ है, तिरंगा के लिए जुड़ा हुआ है, और हमारे अंदर रोष है बहुत ज़्यादा कि जो वहाँ पे इंग्लैंड में हुआ वो चाहे हमारे सिख भाई थे उन्होंने वहाँ जाकर किया वो गलत किया, और इंग्लैंड को इस चीज़ पे सोचना चाहिए, उन पे कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, और जो बाहर के लोग ये शरारतें करा रहे हैं उनके ऊपर कड़ा सा कड़ा एक्शन लेना चाहिए। और आज हम यही इन्हें रिक्वेस्ट करने आए हैं यहाँ पे इंग्लैंड एम्बेसी में।
और आपका क्या प्लान है? क्या आप अंदर जाने का सोच रहे हैं, कोई संदेश भेजने का सोच रहे हैं?
ये गेट खोले, हम अंदर जाके, हमने किसी लड़ाई लड़ने नहीं आए हैं, हम अपना बताने आए हैं कि जो तिरंगे का जो उन्होंने अपमान किया है, जो सम्मान नहीं कर सकते, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। और अभी हम लिखत में भी देकर जाएंगे यहाँ पर, और उन्हें यहाँ पे एक लेटर देके जाएंगे कि हमें उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई चाहिए।
Sentiment that is being echoed over here along with the slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. All the protesters are quite miffed with the incidents that unraveled in England where the Indian flag was brought down, and we'll take you back to the visuals over here. My vision Aradeshwar panning, as you can say, slogans being raised in loud voices at the gate of the British High Commission. They have marched all over through the line of the High Commission, and we'll move forward and show you how how the number of protesters is increasing slowly over here. Heavy police deployment also has been put to maintain law and order situation, but the protesters have come with a very clear mind that they are not here to create any law and order situation. They just want to send a message across that they love India, and matter of the fact that the kind of incident that unraveled in England need to be taken care of, and the indifference that was shown on the part of the country where this incident took place should be taken care of. We'll take you back to the visuals over here. As you can see that they continue to stand here. It's a VVIP area here. All the embassies, one after another are here. So it's a sensitive area, but we continue to see that the protests over here continue to take place. आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, protest कर रहे हैं, क्या कहना चाहिए?
एक मिनट, क्योंकि जो हुआ है उसकी हम निंदा करते हैं कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, कि हम हिंदुस्तान से प्यार करते हैं।
देखिए मैडम, हमारी मांग बिल्कुल साफ है। जिस तरीके से लंदन के अंदर कुछ सिखों ने हमारे इंडिया की डिसरिस्पेक्ट कही है, उनको अरेस्ट किया जाए। और मैं आपके माध्यम से पूरे देश के सरदारों का एक मैसेज देना चाहता हूं, हम सारे लोग इंडिया के साथ हैं, इंडिया में रहना चाहते हैं, और ये गर्दन कटवा देंगे लेकिन हम इंडिया से अलग नहीं हो सकते। ये हमारा मैसेज है पूरे देश के, पूरे वर्ल्ड के सिखों के लिए।
You can see a very strong message being sent here by Sikh protesters that they are for the country, and they're sending this message to all the Sikhs across the country that they want to stay here, and all these pro-Khalistani separatists who are trying to weed in such separatist sentiments is not going to work, and this is what the Sikh of the country represents. Right behind me, as you can see, this massive voice of the Sikh community with, you can see all along Indian tricolor, the tricolor flag being unfurled by all these protesters over here, with just one slogan that we love India. You can see that Bharat Mata Ki Jai, we love India. That is the only sentiment that is echoing all across the borders of the British High Commission office over here at Shantipat in the national capital. And you can see that though despite heavy deployment of the security officials, these protesters who were quite miffed over the fact because of the events that unfurled in England and the indifference that was shown, that has angered them, and which is why they are here to register their anger, and they want to send across a message that the Sikh all across the India are united and they are not going to fall for such gimmicks. And if at all, if such incidents take place in any other country, these people should be brought to book and should be taken under custody. We'll take you back to the visuals over here. As you can see that the Indian flag still flying high in all hands over here. We are bringing you these exclusive visuals right in front of the British High Commission. You can see that at the gate of the British High Commission, police officials asking them to vacate the area because, as I said, it's a sensitive area and protests are not allowed. But the Sikhs are adamant over here. They're very adamant and they are not budging. They are not budging at all. In fact, some of them have also sit down. We'll move forward and show you the visuals over here that they have strengthened the protest over here. And now they are sitting down. They are saying that they are not going to move from the spot till the time their prayers are not answered. As you can see that these visuals coming from the British High Commission here at Shantipat in the national capital. They're all sitting here, and I'll try and go and speak to these protesters over here and as to what are they trying to. सर आज आप यहाँ पे बैठे हो कब तक बैठोगे?
मैम जी हम तो ये चाहते हैं जल्दी से जल्दी उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई के आदेश दिए जाए। हम जाएं, हम तो इसीलिए आए हैं कि जो कल यूके में हुआ हिंदुस्तान के झंडे तिरंगे का अपमान किया गया और जिन्होंने अपमान करा उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करी है।
हम तिरंगे का अपमान कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते। सिख
हमारे
खून से देशभक्त हैं।
हम वो लोग हैं, जब हमारे घर में बच्चा पैदा होता है ना तो हम ये सोचते हैं कब वो देश के लिए जान दे और तिरंगे में लिपट कर घर आए। और हम प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये भी धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं। अफगानिस्तान में जब श्री गुरु ग्रंथ साहब जी के स्वरूप फंसे थे तो ये वही प्रधानमंत्री हैं और ये वही तिरंगा है जिसके बलबूते पर ही हमारे जो स्वरूप थे गुरु ग्रंथ साहब जी के, वो हमारे देश भारत सुरक्षित पहुंचे थे। तो इस वजह से हम प्रधानमंत्री का और देश का धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। और जो शरारती तत्व खालिस्तान का साथ दे रहे हैं और इंग्लैंड के अंदर जिन्होंने तिरंगे के साथ दुर्व्यवहार किया, हम उनके बिल्कुल खिलाफ हैं, उनका पुरजोर विरोध करते हैं।
ऐसे लोगों ने जिन्होंने ये ऐसी खालिस्तानी की, उनको आप क्या मैसेज देंगे जिन्होंने भारत का झंडा नीचे लाया?
हम उनको ये मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि कम से कम अगर आप सच्चे सिख हो तो कम से कम अपने अंदर झांकी मार के देखिए कि क्यों जो देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तिरंगे के बलबूते पे आपके गुरु ग्रंथ साहब जिनको आप सर्वोच्च मानते हैं वो सुरक्षित भारत तक पहुंचाए। क्या आप लोगों को अच्छा लग रहा है कि आज उस देश का तिरंगे का अपमान करते हुए?
You can see that these are some very strong sentiments being echoed here at the British High Commission. All they are saying, they're thanking the Prime Minister for taking swift action during the Afghanistan crisis and how the Prime Minister helped the Sikh community there and how they brought back the Guru Granth Sahib. We also remember the time when it was Hardeep Singh Puri, the Union Minister, who had carried he carried on his head the Guru Granth Sahib when it was brought. He was barefoot and, following all the procedures. That entire scene is being reciprocated and is being reminisced here by the protesters. And now they keep on saying only one thing, that the incidents that happened there in front of the Indian High Commission there at England is something that should not happen and should be taken care of. The message going across to all Sikh community in the entire country that the Sikh are united, and all those who are trying this separatist tactic to work is not going to work, because we just heard the gentleman that the Sikh of the country live and dies for India, and that is what going to happen. You can see the huge massive crowds over here. They all with Indian flag high in their hand and continues to say Bharat Mata ki jai and we love India. Taking you back to the visuals over here, that though the police officials are asking them to vacate the premises as it's a sensitive area, they all want to send across a peaceful message that the Sikhs stand united with India today, tomorrow and forever. That is the message being sent across by these protesters over here as to this, that the kind of message that they want to send to those who are trying to create unrest by doing such things like unfurling the flag and bringing it down at the High Commission. Here we have some elderly Sikh over here as well. आज आप आए हो, आज आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहते हो उन लोगों को जिन्होंने इंग्लैंड में हरकत की?
हम उनको यही मैसेज देना चाहते हैं, वो जो कर रहे हैं वो गलत कर रहे हैं। उसकी बदौलत हम जो छोटे छोटे पिंडों में बैठे हुए हैं, शहरों में हैं, उनके ऊपर रिएक्ट होता है। दूसरी पार्टियां हम पे रिएक्ट करती हैं, हम पे भेदभाव का विचार रखते हैं। हम उनको कहते हैं जो उनको लेना है कुछ तो खालिस्तान तो आ जाएगा, उसकी हम डिमांड वो कर रहे हैं तो उनका हक करें। पर वो ये चाहें कि जो हमारे बच्चे सिख परिवारों के वो कुछ पढ़ें लिखें, उनके लिए डिमांड करें कि वो IAS अफसर बने, ऊपर तक जाएं। जब तक जाएंगे नहीं तब तक कुछ हम ले नहीं सकते। जो उन्होंने किया वो गलत किया।
बिल्कुल। और आप यहाँ पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे ऐसे लोगों?
हम प्रोटेस्ट करने हैं UK की एम्बेसी के आगे कि वहाँ जो घटना घटी है वो नहीं घटनी चाहिए थी। वहाँ पर इंडियन एम्बेसी को प्रॉपर प्रोटेक्शन होनी चाहिए थी और झंडे का अपमान, हमारे तिरंगे का अपमान हम नहीं सहेंगे। बीइंग अ इंडियन सिख, वी आर प्राउड टू बी इंडियन सिख्स एंड we are here to protest for our Indian flag. Disrespect नहीं होनी चाहिए इंडियन फ्लैग की।
So you can see that all they want is the Indian flag to be respected, and they are condemning the events that happened there in England and the kind of indifference that was registered. Remember, very swift action was taken by the Indian authorities as well. The Indian envoy was also summoned, and a detailed reply has also been sought. So taking you back to the visuals, though they have been asked to move from the gates of the Indian High Commission, they are slowly moving away. But this was a massive showdown against those Khalistani voices who wanted to send a message. But this is a rebuttal message coming from the national capital saying that we love India, and all those separatist elements that are trying to work their way with their separatist agenda is not going to work. And this is a message being sent across by the Sikh community over here. The protesters are now being dispersed, but it was a massive showdown. They all came to the brim of the High Commission, and they continue to chant slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and we love India, sending a very straight message across that this Indian Sikh community is united, and no gimmick, no hysterical showdown they may plan whatsoever is going to affect the feeling of integrity that they have for the country. एंड अब आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे जो ये प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है ये भारतीय सिख कम्युनिटी की तरफ से है, और ये उस इंसिडेंट के खिलाफ हो रहा है जहाँ पर हमने देखा था कि किस तरीके से जो भारत का झंडा था इंग्लैंड में कुछ खालिस्तानी सपोर्टर्स थे जिन्होंने नीचे लाया। लेकिन आज हम यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि आज यहाँ पे जो सिख कम्युनिटी है ब्रिटिश हाई कमीशन के सामने आई है और सिर्फ एक नारा जा रहा है, भारत माता की जय और वी लव इंडिया, क्योंकि ये बताना चाहते हैं कि अगर वो सच्चे सिख हैं जो यहाँ से मैसेज जा रहा है तो वो भारत का अपमान नहीं कर सकते। ये उन पलों की याद दिला रहे हैं जब अफगानिस्तान में तालिबान ने पूरा आक्रमण किया, पूरा कब्जा किया। उस समय किस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने आगे आके सिखों की मदद की, किस तरीके से गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब को वापस लाया गया और ये पुष्टि की गई कि वहाँ जितने भी सिख हैं उन सबको वापस हिंदुस्तान लाया जाए। तो ऐसा कुछ करने के बाद अगर इस तरीके का कृत्य होता है तो वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा निंदनीय है। और अब देख सकते हैं कि प्रोटेस्टर्स को यहाँ पे हटाया जा रहा है, लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं कि कितनी भारी मात्रा में यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्टर्स आ रखे हैं और सिर्फ आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से भारत का झंडा लहरा रहा है। ये एक तरीके से जहाँ भारत का झंडा नीचे किया गया उसका काउंटर है कि आप देख सकते हैं चारों ओर भारत का झंडा है और सिर्फ एक मैसेज जा रहा है, भारत माता की जय। और ये वो चाहते हैं कि इंग्लैंड के अथॉरिटीज़ ये जो कृत्य हुआ है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्यवाही की जाए कि ऐसी घटनाएं दोबारा घटित ना हो। हम देख सकते हैं कि इस वक्त प्रोटेस्ट अभी ख़त्म हो गया है, लेकिन यहाँ पे जितने ज़ोर शोर से यहाँ पे जो स्लोगन्स हुए, जो यहाँ पे नारे लगाए गए, वो सिर्फ एक ये कहते हैं कि जो भारत का सिख है वो एक आवाज़ में आज यहाँ पे खड़ा है और वो भारत के झंडे का अपमान नहीं सहेगा। यही दिखाते हुए मैं आपको इन प्रोटेस्टर्स की छवि दिखा रही हूँ कि किस तरीके से बहुत शांतिपूर्ण प्रोटेस्ट था। ये आए, इन्होंने एक मैसेज दिया कि ये दे लव इंडिया, ये एक स्लोगन था, और भारत माता की जय के साथ इन्होंने अपना रोष जो यहाँ पे जताया कि जिस तरीके से भारत के झंडे का अपमान हुआ वो नहीं होना चाहिए था। और आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से पुलिस इनको यहाँ से ले जा रही है और ये धीरे धीरे करके यहाँ से डिस्बर्स किए जा रहे हैं। पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पे आज काफ़ी सिख आए, करीबन 80 से 100 सिख थे और भारत का झंडा हाथ में लेते ही यहाँ पे नारे लगाए गए हैं। और आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट भी है। अगर हम इस इंसिडेंट की बात करें तो जो इंग्लैंड में हुआ उसके खिलाफ ये नारेबाजी है, क्योंकि ये एक साफ संदेश देना चाहते हैं कि जो हिंदुस्तानी सिख कम्युनिटी है वो एक साथ है, और जो ये खालिस्तानी प्रोपेगेंडा फैलाना चाहते हैं उनके लिए एक मैसेज है कि अगर वो सच्चे सिख हैं तो वो ये नहीं कर सकते। क्योंकि जब अफगानिस्तान में सिख कम्युनिटी फंसी हुई थी, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने ये चीज़ को पुख्ता कराया कि किस तरीके से गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब को वापस लाया जाए। आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट बल्कि ख़त्म हो गया है, लेकिन और सब धीरे धीरे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन इट वाज अ मैसिव शोडाउन। काफ़ी सारे सिख यहाँ पे आए और सिर्फ एक आवाज़ में बोले भारत माता की जय और कि झंडे का अपमान हम नहीं सहेंगे। बैक टू स्टूडियोज।
So these are the latest pictures that we're getting from outside the British High Commission in Delhi, where protests took place over the insult to the tricolour in UK. What we know so far is that action has been taken by the UK authorities. In fact, one person related to the event was arrested by the UK authorities, and it was in connection with the insult to the tricolour. The video shows how the tricolour was brought down and a Khalistani flag was put atop the Indian the Indian High Commission in London. Now, there were a couple of injuries had also taken place. The officials guarding the Indian High Commission were also injured in this protest that took place outside the Indian High Commission in UK. India lodged a very strong protest with UK over this incident. Now we saw these images of the Sikh community staging protests outside the Indian High Commission, outside the UK High Commission in Delhi. Getting you a quick check of other news from across the nation. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri slammed Congress MP Rahul Gandhi over his recent remarks on Indian democracy during his London visit. Hardeep Puri said, and I quote, "If any individual goes outside the country, he has the freedom to speak, but along with that freedom comes what I call the need to have a sense of responsibility." The woman who was urinated upon on an international flight of Air India has moved the Supreme Court seeking guidelines on unruly and disruptive behaviour in airplanes and a change in alcohol policy. She has also sought restrictions on media reporting of the criminal case ongoing in the Patiala House Court on grounds that it was affecting fair trial through selective leaks of information. The Prayagraj Development Authority raised the property of Mohammad Ghulam, an accused in the Umesh Pal murder case. Based on a complaint lodged by Umesh Pal's wife Jayapal, a case was registered against Atiq Ahmed, his relatives and aides, including Mohammad Ghulam. BRS MLC K. Kavita appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for the second round of questioning on Delhi's liquor policy case. This comes after she skipped the earlier summons, citing her petition challenging ED notice was pending for hearing in the Supreme Court. Archbishop of Roman Catholic Church, Amar Joseph Pamplani voiced support for the ruling BJP. He said, and I quote, "The believers of the church will help the BJP to elect its first MP from the state if the union government raises the price of natural rubber to 300 rupees per kg." Reacting to the comment made by the Archbishop, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the statement of the bishop is welcoming. He further said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi always supported inclusive development.
No, I think it's a very welcome statement by the Bishop of Talasheri. I was there in December of last year, where I visited with many students and many young Malayalis in that area. And it is clear that the Prime Minister has always stood for Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. And it is important that community leaders stand up and explain to the members of their community that the Prime Minister has been relentlessly working for the betterment of all Indians, regardless of their religion, regardless of where they come from. So I welcome this statement by the Bishop of Talasheri.
Protests were staged over Karnataka BJP leader K.S. Ishwarappa's remark on Azan. A protester performed Azan at the premises of the District Commissioner's office in Shivamoga district. The video of the incident has gone viral. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held talks on wide-ranging issues with Japanese Prime Minister to expand India-Japan strategic partnership for a peaceful, stable and prosperous post-COVID world. The Japanese PM arrived today for a two-day visit.
आज प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा ने मुझे मई महीने में हिरोशिमा से मैं होने वाली G7 लीडर समिट के लिए निमंत्रण दिया। इसके लिए मैं उनका हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। इसके कुछ महीनों बाद सितंबर में G20 लीडर समिट के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा का फिर से भारत में स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा।
Special Investigation Unit of the Kashmir Police conducted searches in the Kakapora area of South Kashmir's Pulwama district. Raids were conducted at the property of Lashkar-e-Toiba commander Riaz Ahmed Dar, who has been active for 8 years and is believed to be one of the oldest surviving terrorists. Auto rickshaw drivers in Bengaluru called for a strike in protest against private bike taxi aggregators functioning in the city. Over 2 lakh auto rickshaws will remain off roads till midnight. The Auto Rickshaw Union called for a strike because they claim that the bike taxis jeopardize the livelihoods of auto rickshaw drivers. We're heading into a break now, and after the break we'll get you more news on Amritpal, who is still untraceable. Also coming up after the break, Amritpal backers protested outside the Indian High Commission in London. India has lodged strong protest with UK.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
The Bengaluru Auto Drivers Unions Federation has declared a strike and are protesting against e-bike taxi services operating in the city, which they claim is illegal. The union has called for a ban on bike taxis because they claim it jeopardizes the livelihoods of auto rickshaw drivers.
The Auto Drivers Union have gone on to launch a protest out here in the streets of Bengaluru, stating that they are protesting against bike taxis as well. And now we are looking at many auto drivers who are being bundled off by the cops out here at Maurya Circle in the heart of the city as well, because the union for long has now been demanding that there should be a ban on bike taxis, which says that it goes on and threatens the lives of auto rickshaw drivers as well. And this is something which has been stressed now and again. But then in 2011, the Karnataka High Court had gone on to give some sort of respite to them, where there was an, where there was a stay order which was given by them as well. And now the auto drivers are going on to state that the bike taxi is exploiting youngsters by deceiving them on incentives as well. But all said and done, it's a huge ruckus which has broken out as well, where the auto drivers unions are protesting in many parts across Bengaluru too. With video journalist Bhagat Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic, Bengaluru.
And we're heading into a break right now. After the break, we'll get you how India is lodging a strong protest against with the UK over the free run to Khalistani forces. Also coming up after the break, details of talks between Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida with Prime Minister Modi.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their audios of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering a back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
And getting you the headlines here, tracking at this hour, Punjab Police confirmed fugitive Amritpal still on the run. Operation underway to nab him. From foreign funding to ISI link, Amritpal's agenda is exposed and under investigation. Five of Amritpal's aides have been booked under NSA. Cops say that Amritpal is likely to be charged under NSA 2. Indian flag targeted by Amritpal backers in London. Indian Sikhs protests outside the UK High Commission in the national capital. Kerala Bishop's pro-BJP statement triggers massive political storm. Is the LDF losing support? Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida is on a one-day visit to India. We'll get you all the details on that. And we cut across to breaking news. We are getting to you at 4:30. UK is under massive pressure on tricolour desecration. Only one person has been arrested so far, despite hundreds of them who are clearly seen in the video where the Indian flag is being targeted. UK has admitted that some policemen have also been injured in the incident involving Khalistani elements. But as India takes up this matter very seriously, UK is now under a lot of pressure, and UK is saying that they will take the security of the Indian High Commission very seriously. This has been said by top British officials after Scotland Yard has arrested one person in connection with completely unacceptable vandalism at the mission by Khalistani supporters. The tricolour flying atop the Indian High Commission that was grabbed by the protesters who were waving a separate Khalistani flag and chanting pro-Khalistani slogans on Sunday. After the incident, the police arrested one person related to the violent disorder. Officials from the mission have said that they attempted to arrest more, but that failed. However, a lot of anger that is now brewing, and Sikhs in India also protesting in the national capital against what has happened. Sushant Sareen is with us on the phone line. Sushant, clearly UK is under a lot of pressure, but what are the concrete steps that can now be taken? Because fact is that only one arrest has been made, and that is not satisfactory.
there are so many who are clearly seen in the video and it is not difficult to identify their faces, then why is it that we don't see solid action being taken?
Look, the only reason why I can think that solid action is not being taken is because the British government, or at least the state, the establishment in Britain, is complicit in this action. They deliberately and willfully turn a blind eye to these acts of vandalism, and this is not the first time something like this has happened. Pakistani terrorists have often attacked the Indian High Commission. They've thrown all kinds of excrement on the mission. And that has happened on a couple of occasions. Now you see these Khalistani terrorists do the same thing. Until and unless we now respond very strongly to this action, and it's not good enough for some ministers and some officials in Britain to say that this is unacceptable. What the hell do you mean by it's unacceptable? Something which happens over and over and over again, and you keep saying, and then you have these third-rate British journalists who have served in India. Write these longish tweets saying that, we try and keep a very light touch. What is a light touch? When somebody gets killed or assaulted, is that when this thing will end from the British part? They did it in the 80s when an Indian official in the Birmingham consulate was kidnapped and killed by Kashmiri terrorists, or Pakistani terrorists rather, I should say. At that point of time also, nothing really happened. Now, this is an eyewash arrest of one person, even though they know that a lot of those people out there were part of this action outside the Indian High Commission. Yet you have just arrested one person. You don't have a fix on who these third-rate people are. So this is a typical kind of eyewash action by the perfidious Albion, which is what the British are known as. And they have done this constantly. They have pandered to these groups. They have deliberately turned a blind eye to these groups, despite warning after warning to the British authorities that they need to crack down on this activity. The British have deliberately allowed this to happen. So for them to feign ignorance and this attitude which they have taken, that they are really appalled by what has happened, it's just a sheer dissemble on their part. It is deception on their part. I don't think they are sincere. I don't think Britain is behaving like a friendly country anymore.
In fact, that was going to be my next question to you, that the Modi government had informed the Whitehall about planned Sikh extremist protests earlier this month, and the indifference of the British government to pulling down the Indian flag has clearly riled up the highest levels in New Delhi, and the Modi government being very clear that this could have serious repercussions.
Look, I don't know whether it's sufficiently riled up the government in India. I think the kind of statement which came out from the government of India is pretty pro forma. It does not say anything more than what it doesn't say what more needs to be done. They've demanded the pro forma stuff, that you arrest these people, etc., etc. But I think something much more needs to be done, so that the British wake up and smell the coffee, that this is simply not acceptable to any Indian. And if this kind of a thing is going to continue, then I think certain stronger steps need to be taken by the Indian government. These kind of this diplomacy has gone on for far too long. Look, here is this guy who climbs up on top of the balcony. What if he was armed? What if some of these characters were armed? What if they threw some, IED or some locally assembled crude bomb inside? What would happen then? Who was responsible for that kind of an action then? Is that what the British are waiting for? And this attitude of theirs, even from the Indian government, I'm sorry. And just yesterday, another act of vandalism has happened in San Francisco. What are we doing about that? Have we taken it up with the American authorities? This kind of nonsense, which we keep issuing these demarches, that's not good enough. I'll tell you why it's not good enough, because despite constant reminders to our partners in other countries, these actions are not stopping. They are not stopping this kind of stuff. Our temples are being vandalized. Our people are brutalized. They are being targeted. They are being hit. they are being assaulted and nothing is happening. And these countries call themselves civilized. They give lectures of democracy to us. Shame on them.
And that is why, Sushant Sareen, it is a growing concern that needs immediate attention, because clearly raising the issues of vandalism and the incidents of violence that have been happening across Canada, Australia, UK, we are not seeing a collective effort or strong enough action being taken despite promises made by the various governments. What exactly is the centre now planning to do? We are keeping a close eye on that. Sushant Sareen, thank you for speaking to us this afternoon. We continue to get you more responses on this. For the moment, we move on. And well, the Bandipora police attached two residential properties in two separate villages, including Gunpora, Rampora and Chittibande of North Kashmir's Bandipora district on charges of willful harbouring of terrorists. We are getting you all the details in this next report.
कानून में प्रोविजन है, अगर किसी घर में इनकाउंटर होता है, उस घर में पहले से टेररिस्ट था, हार्मिंग कर रहा था, तो ऑब्वियसली हम लोग उसको उस यूपीए केस में बंद करते हैं। लेकिन हम लोग डिसीजन लिए ऐसे प्रॉपर्टी को हम लोग पहले भी सीज किए, आगे भी सीज करते रहेंगे। नंबर इसका बढ़ रहा है, एनआई भी कुछ कर रही है, एसआई भी कर रही है, हमारे एसआईओ और डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुलिस भी काफ़ी कर रही है। इसको हम लोग पूरा पिछले 5-6 साल में जितना इनकाउंटर्स हुआ है, जिस घर में टेररिस्ट ने पहना लिया था, चाहे व्हीकल का यूज़ किया हो, चाहे प्रॉपर्टी का, हाउस का, बिल्डिंग का, उसको हम लोग अटैच करेंगे, कर रहे हैं। पहले भी इनकाउंटर हुआ है तो केस चलान हो गया चार्जशीट, लेकिन चार्जशीट करने का कानून में प्रोविजन है कि 33 जो यूपीए हमारे प्रोविजन सेक्शन है, उसकी तरह जो केस चार्जशीट हो गया उसके बाद भी प्रॉपर्टी को अटैच हम कर सकते हैं कोर्ट की परमिशन से, और कर रहे हैं हम लोग। देखिए, G20 के बाद सिक्योरिटी का जो पैरामीटर है सेम रहेगा, उसको बढ़ाते रहेंगे हम लोग, और पूरे फुल प्रूफ सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड करेंगे। अमरनाथ छात्र करेंगे जैसे लास्ट ईयर किए थे, इस बार चूँकि और आने का है, लोग और ज़्यादा नंबर आएंगे, तो उसी ढंग से सिक्योरिटी भी प्रोवाइड हम लोग करेंगे, फुल प्रूफ सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड करेंगे।
Stepping into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as the Punjab Police confirmed fugitive Amritpal Singh, who is still on the run. Operation is underway to nab him. And from foreign funding to ISI link, Amritpal's agenda is exposed and under investigation.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special
massive manhunt for Khalistani Amritpal. Who let Amritpal compromise national security? Who gave Amritpal a long rope so far? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Thank you for staying with Republican. Well, the Vijay Sankalp Yatra that was called off yet again, this time midway in Devangiri after unruly supporters of BJP ticket aspirants clashed with each other. BJP workers घेर out BJP MLA Renukacharya and BJP MP GM Siddeshwara. Here's what happened.
It's BJP versus BJP at the Vijay Sankalp Yatra. Supporters of BJP MLA Madal Virupakshappa's son Madal Prashant and supporters of another ticket aspirant Shivakumar clashed. As a result of the clash between BJP ticket aspirants, the Vijay Sankalp Yatra called off midway in Devanagari. The cops had to escort the BJP MLA and MP to safety as hundreds of BJP workers encircled them. There were chants of cheating as the MLA and MP were escorted to safety, who left immediately from the spot.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
And while North Korean state media says the country's military held a tactical drill for nuclear counterattack over the weekend on the 18th and 19th of March, including the launch of a tactical ballistic missile tipped with a mock nuclear warhead. Here's the report.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un walked hand in hand with his daughter as walked through a dense forest to inspect the latest military drill. The North Korean leader was on his way to supervise one of the many ballistic missile drills that his country has been conducting since a week. The country's state media has stated that nuclear drills are a part of country's nuclear counterattack. Kim Jong-un has stressed that the military should be in an active posture and ready for an overwhelming nuclear counterattack at all times. North Korea believes that its power to show off the nuclear weapons will send a strong message to its enemies. North Korea has been criticizing ongoing joint US and South Korea military exercises. Agency report for Republic TV.
Time for a short commercial break. On the other side, Indian flag targeted by Amritpal backers in London. Indian Sikhs protest outside the UK High Commission in the national capital.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
And we cut across to breaking news coming in. Foreign Secretary has now responded to Khalistani's vandalizing the flag at the Indian High Commission in London, saying we've already put out India's response to it, which UK Deputy High Commission was asked for an explanation for. Perpetrators need to be arrested and prosecuted. We've clearly indicated to the British authorities the need to put up security and heighten it at the UK High Commission. Listen in to that detailed statement. Yes, that is exactly what has been said by the Indian Foreign Secretary, who's responded to the attack on the Indian flag in London. He's gone on to say that UK envoy has been asked for an explanation, also saying that the culprits must be arrested. Remember the entire video that shows you the faces of those who had vandalized and pulled down the Indian flag. However, only one arrest has been made so far, with the Indian Foreign Secretary now saying that strict action needs to be taken and the perpetrators need to be arrested and prosecuted. Listen into what he said.
UK incident we have already put out yesterday evening, late evening. India's response to it, in which the UK Deputy High Commissioner was summoned and was one demanding an explanation, two asked to be the culprits and the perpetrators of what happened at London yesterday to be quickly arrested and prosecuted. He launched a strong protest and also clearly indicated to the British authorities for the need for them to put up adequate security at the UK High Commission.
Quick check of what's coming up on the other side. Punjab Police has confirmed fugitive Amritpal, who is still on the run, and the operation to nab him is underway. Also, from foreign funding to ISI link, Amritpal's agenda is exposed and under investigation.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones.
Massive manhunt for Khalistani Amritpal. Who let Amritpal compromise national security? Who gave Amritpal a long rope so far? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Punjab Police confirm fugitive Amritpal, who is still on the run, and the operation to nab him is underway. From foreign funding to ISI link, Amritpal's agenda is exposed and under investigation.
वो NSA दे डेटा न्यूज़ है, NSA के तहत पे जाए। इसमें लगाया गया है? जी जी बिल्कुल लगाया गया।
5 of Amritpal's aides booked under NSA. Cops say Amritpal likely to be charged under NSA too. Indian flag targeted by Amritpal backers in London. Indian Sikhs protest outside UK High Commission in New Delhi. Kerala Bishop's pro-BJP statement triggers massive political storm. Is the LDF losing support? Sending a big message to the West, Chinese President lands in Russia. Discussion over Ukraine on the cards. Thank you for staying with Republic. You're watching live and breaking at 5 p.m. I'm Suesha Samant, and our non-stop focus as the Punjab Police has confirmed that Amritpal Singh is still on the run and a massive operation is underway to nab him. A news conference that concluded just a short while ago, where the Punjab Police also put out details of how 5 of his aides are in custody. In fact, they have been sent to Dibrugarh and NSA has been imposed on them. Also, when Amritpal Singh is arrested, very likely possibility that NSA could be imposed on him too. Also, the operation on Waris Punjab, the chief Amritpal Singh, as the police is now revealing details of how there are possible ISI links that are also under probe, and also the foreign funding angle that they are looking into very closely on where the money to fund Amritpal Singh and Waris Punjab is coming from. Not just this, Amritpal Singh's uncle and driver, who had surrendered late last night before the police, in fact that happened at midnight, and the mercenaries of Amritpal Singh that was also recovered by the police. Internet services that still stand suspended, so much so that it's been extended till noon tomorrow in Punjab. We are also getting you more voices on this. Let's listen in.
अमृतपाल के चाचा ने और उनके ड्राइवर ने जो है पुलिस के सामने सरेंडर किया है। बात करने के लिए अमृतपाल के पिता हमारे साथ तरसेम जी मौजूद हैं। सर, आपके भाई और जो उनके ड्राइवर थे उन्होंने जो है सरेंडर किया है पुलिस के सामने। क्या आपको इस बाबत पहले जानकारी थी? आपसे बात हुई थी उनकी?
उनका रात को 10 बजे के आसपास एक फ़ोन आया था, तो उन्होंने यही बताया था कि हम सरेंडर करने जा रहे हैं। हमारा कुछ गुनाह तो कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन पुलिस अगर हमको गिरफ्तार करना चाह रही है तो हम तैयार हैं उसके लिए। तो हम लोग का पहले भी भागने का कोई मंशा नहीं थी, लेकिन हम लोग अपना प्रोग्राम अटेंड करने के लिए उधर जाना चाह रहे थे कि चलो ये दाएं बाएं होके कैसे निकल जाएं। तो और कोई हमारा भागने का किसी कोई ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। तो इसलिए हम सुबह मेरी DIG से बात हो रही है, जहाँ होगी है तो मैं सुबह तक सरेंडर कर दूंगा।
देखिए, पुलिस ने कुछ दावे किस चीज़ों के किए हैं। एक जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज बताती हैं कि जो यहाँ पे AKF लिखा है, अमृतपाल एक फ़ौज खड़ी करना चाहते थे अपनी, और हथियारबंद लोगों को अपने साथ जोड़ना चाहते थे। ये आरोप जो हैं केंद्रीय एजेंसियाँ लगा रही।
नहीं, ऐसा एक बिल्कुल फेक हुआ है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था। उन्होंने वो जो लड़के थे उन्होंने पता नहीं उसका आनंदपुर खालसा अपने हथियारों पे आनंदपुर खालसा फौज ऐसा लिखा,
बिल्कुल सही
है। तो बाकी तो कैसा कोई फौज जोड़ने का कोई धंधा नहीं था। कोई ऐसा 5-6 आदमी से फौज खड़ा होता है।
वो कह रहे हैं कि जो एंटी ड्रग्स की बात की जा रही है कि ड्रग एडिक्शन से युवाओं को दूर करना था, उसके नाम पे जो है एक फौज को खड़ा करना था, जो अमृतपाल का एक बड़ा प्लान था जिसको सफल नहीं होने दिया।
नहीं, वो ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। वो प्लान तो खाली नशा तस्करों के साथ ही कोई उनकी हो सकती है, बाकी और किसी को कोई फौज खड़ी करने के लिए कोई ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं था। वो खाली जो उनके पास 5-7 आदमी थे वो खाली उनकी सेफ्टी के लिए थे, और कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा के लिए कोई फौज के लिए नहीं थे।
पुलिस ने कल एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की जिसमें कहा कि आपके घर की सर्च हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला, लेकिन अमृतपाल के साथियों के पास जो भी हथियार मिले हैं सभी के सभी इलीगल हथियार हैं। वो गुरपेश ने अमृतपाल के कहने पे उसके साथियों को दिए थे, और एक FIR जो है अमृतपाल के नाम पे दर्ज कर दी गई।
लेकिन ये सब फेक केस बनाए जा रहे हैं। जब भी कि उनके पास हमारे सामने हम जो बातचीत होती थी वो सारे लीगल हथियार थे। अभी पुलिस ने क्या लीगल छिपा के दूसरे पेश किए, वो तो पुलिस का जो धंधा है वो कर रहे हैं अपना, जब बदनाम कर रहे हैं अमृतपाल को। ऐसा कुछ नहीं था, देश के अपने कानून के बाहर कोई भी चीज़ नहीं थी, तो इस सब सही था। लेकिन अभी वो क्या कहानी बना रहे हैं वो तो उनको क्या रूप देना चाह रहे हैं वो पुलिस ही बता सकती है।
आपके भाई जिन्होंने ये सरेंडर किया है वो अमृतपाल के साथ हमेशा रहा करते थे, हर बार मतलब ये माना जाता था कि सबसे क्लोज वही हैं। उन्होंने क्या आपको अमृतपाल के बारे में कुछ बताया? अमृतपाल कहाँ हैं, क्यों भागे हैं, क्या है?
नहीं, उन्होंने वही बताया था कि उन्होंने पहले पूछा था कि अमृतपाल का कुछ आपके साथ कोई संपर्क हुआ अभी तक, कि मेरे को तो ना तो पुलिस का जानकारी से या ना किसी से, ऐसे उनको भी जो ऐसे टीवी मीडिया के थ्रू थोड़ी बहुत ही बात थी, तो वो भी चिंतित थे कि वो किधर है। तो अगर आप लोग को मालूम है तो मेरे को बताओ। लेकिन हम लोग को भी कोई उसके बारे में अभी तक कोई जानकारी नहीं है। हम लोग को तो यकीन है कि पुलिस की कस्टडी में है वो। तो हम लोग को वो भी बोला कि मेरे को भी ऐसा डाउट है कि वो पुलिस की कस्टडी में ही हो सकते हैं। बाहर तक किधर जाने का कोई ना प्लान था ना कोई कोशिश थी ऐसे। तो हमारा जो कोशिश भी थोड़ी बहुत थी तो हम लोग को अपना
टॉपां दी लोड़ है। जिहड़ी कोशिश सरदार भगवंत सिंह मान जी कर रहे हैं, जिन्ना विकास जिन्ना लोगों को नौकरियां दित्तियां, इस वेले पंजाब एक ईमानदार मुख्य मंत्री के हत्थों के विच है और विकास दीयां लीहां ते है। उदों विकास की जां बंदूकां की लोड़ नहीं, जॉबां ते लैपटॉपां की लोड़ है। जिहड़ी कोशिश सरदार भगवंत सिंह मान जी कर रहे हैं, जिन्ना विकास जिन्ना लोगों को नौकरियां दित्तियां, इस वेले पंजाब एक ईमानदार मुख्य मंत्री के हत्थों के विच है और विकास दीयां लीहां ते है। उदों
पंजाब इज इन द हैंड्स ऑफ एन ऑनेस्ट चीफ मिनिस्टर
मान जी की सरकार जिहड़ी कदी नहीं लथन दऊगी। सो 3 दिन तो जिस ढंग दे नाल जिस तरीके दे नाल
एंड द पंजाब विल बी ऑन द लाइंस ऑफ ऑनेस्टी एंड चीफ मिनिस्टर विल नॉट
तुसी सारे मीडिया लोग जानदे हो
डिस्ट्रैक्ट दिस।
ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੇ
दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम दैट हैपेंड इन पंजाब
ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੋਕ पंजाब ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਝੋਕ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ।
Earlier political leaders tried to control the revenue of the Punjab and Punjab went to the losses.
पंजाब ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਅਗਵਾਈ ਹੇਠ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਅਫਸਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਢੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ
Now the Punjab police under the guidance of Chief Minister has actually controlled the situation in Punjab.
कि सर कार्रवाई नहीं हो रही, कार्रवाई नहीं हो रही। सो असी
Media raised several questions that why no action against Amritpal.
ਕਿਸੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦਾ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਵੇ। ਸੋ ਜਿਸ ਢੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਨੂੰ
We were very much concerned about the people of Punjab that there should be no loss to Punjabis.
ਸਲੂਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸਲੂਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ मतलब ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਅਜਨਾਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਢੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿੱਠਿਆ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ
I salute and congratulate the police officials who have actually controlled the situation even in Ajnala police station and now as well.
ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ
and the action has been taken against those who actually try to disturb the peace and harmony of Punjab. People of Punjab have trusted and given their vote to Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Maan and it has been held by Chief Minister. We have handled the situation in such a good manner that the peace and the Sikh sentiments has been taken into the consideration. We would like to tell the Punjabis that they should not fear, they should not scared about anything. The law and order situation is very much maintained in Punjab. Punjab is completely on the lines of the development.
ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਇਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਅਮਨ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਦੀ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਹਰ ਪਾਸੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ बहुत सारा सहयोग
We are ensuring to all the people of Punjab that law and order situation has been maintained completely in Punjab. There is no point to worry about anything. All the opposition parties has collectively raised the voice that why the government is not taking action. And now the strict action is still underway and taken against the people.
ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਕਾਨੂੰਨੀ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੂੰ
legal action has been taken and it is still underway against those who have taken the law into their hands. And even now the situation has been completely under the control and police has initiated this action against those.
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤਾਂ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਦੂਜੀਆਂ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਸੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਉਂਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਕਿ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕਰੋ ਜੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕਰੋ ਜੀ
Media has raised several questions on the working of government related to the law and order situation and action against these hardliners and the radicals.
नहीं मैं इस कार्रवाई की निंदा करता मतलब मैं इनू चंगा नहीं समझदा पर पंजाब की धरती पे तुसीं देखिया सब ने पंजाब की धरती पे कोई इदां दा काम नहीं पंजाबियों ने इस चीज़ नूं सलाह मैं तुहानूं दस्सिया कि सैकड़े कल्ला मेरे हल्के तो पूरे पंजाब तो अजनाले तो पंजाब तो देशा विदेशा जो कीतिया गया इदां कानून की स्थिति जिहड़ा कंट्रोल करके
I have received several calls from Punjab and across the globe regarding the law and order situation in Punjab. But now the action is very much visible.
नहीं इदां दी कोई गल नहीं है सर NRI ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਵਾਸ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੈਸਾ ਲਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿਕਾਸ ਲਈ
NRIs are very much willing to invest in Punjab.
ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ 2-4 ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ
And NRIs are extending their full support to Maan government.
ਕਿੰਨੇ NRI ਆ ਕੇ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਅਗਵਾਈ ਦੇ ਹੇਠ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਕਾਸ ਕਰ
Everybody will get to know that how many NRIs are going to invest in Punjab under the leadership of Bhagwant Maan.
सर जी फिर सुनो सरदार भगवंत सिंह मान जी की अगवाई हेठ उन्होंने सरकार पंजाब के नौजवानों नूं जॉबां ते लैपटॉप फड़ाऊगी गोलियां ते बंदूकां फड़दी पंजाब दे इजाजत नहीं दी जाऊगी।
Punjab under the leadership of Chief Minister is now providing the jobs to the youth.
That is the Aam Aadmi Party news briefing that has just concluded, and I'd also like to bring in my colleague Amandeep, who stays with us on the broadcast. Amandeep, well, the Aam Aadmi Party assuring that all is under control in the state of Punjab. There is absolutely no law and order situation. Also saying that those who are responsible will have to face action, and the Maan government is not going to spare them. Also lauding the Aam Aadmi Party for the way they are conducting Operation Amritpal.
Well, absolutely, Swesha. This is the first statement from the side of the government and the Aam Aadmi Party after the action and the crackdown against Amritpal Singh and Waris Punjab Day. Though the law and order situation has been maintained on the ground, just because we are in Jalandhar and we have just taking the stock of the situation from entire Punjab, law and order situation has been maintained, and in fact there is peace and calm just because extreme force has been pushed on the ground to maintain the law and order situation. Flag march marches are out by the police and the paramilitary forces. Announcements has been made. Certain districts were under Section 144 immediately after the crackdown against Amritpal Singh. But in this entire scenario, Suesha, that one thing is still missing and still very uncertain, where the uncertainty is prevailing, that Amritpal Singh is still not in the custody of police. He is still on the run and he is still planning his own things. That is the point of concern and that is the point of worry, that now Amritpal Singh will definitely come up with his own big plans. If he has done that in Ajnala police station, now what he is going to do when he is not in the custody of police? The entire crackdown was to nab Amritpal Singh. Though police have nabbed certain people connected to Waris Punjab Day and even close associates of Amritpal Singh as well, even his...
काफ़ी आकर्षक है और ये इस गार्डन के आकर्षण का भी एक केंद्र है। तो बोधिसत्व जो वृक्ष है, जो श्रीलंका से जो लाया गया है वो, और भगवान बुद्ध की जो प्रतिमा है, वो दोनों इस बुद्ध गार्डन की आकर्षण का केंद्र है। और यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और जापान के प्रधानमंत्री फुमियो किशिदा की ये चहलकदमी, ये भी कहीं ना कहीं इतिहास बन रहा है। और ये जो बुद्ध जयंती पार्क है, इसको ये एक नया रूप दिया है, इसने एक नया अवसर दिया है। और इस वक्त बोधिसत्व पर, जो बोधिसत्व वृक्ष है, उस पर दोनों प्रधानमंत्रियों ने पुष्प अर्पित किए।
Also going across to senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's with us on the phone line. Those pictures, Abhishek, of Prime Minister Modi with the Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida at the Buddha Jayanti Park, once again symbolic of the strong ties, and also the very important talks that Prime Minister Modi has had with his Japanese counterpart. This really is an extension to that friendship. Tell us more.
Well, yes, so we saw the joint press statement by the two Prime Ministers, Suesha, where essentially the two leaders presented a complete picture of India-Japan relationship, where it stands, where it goes from here, looking into the future. For example, Prime Minister briefed Prime Minister Kishida on our G20 priorities and how Japan fits into them. And similarly, announcement was made that Prime Minister Kishida has invited Prime Minister Modi as a special invitee to the G7 summit, which Japan is hosting as president in the month of May. And also, while the two leaders are at the Buddha Jayanti Park, and Prime Minister has said that earlier in a different context, that this is the time for Buddha and not Yudh. And or for that matter, in the case of, in the context of Europe war, he has said that this is not an era of war. There is an intense, engaging cooperation between the two sides when it comes to defense. So, for example, we are going to have the Malabar exercises as part of the Quad grouping effectively in the month of May, June. And then this year, at the start in the month of January, I believe there was the Veer Guardian exercise between the two air forces, and then the armies had their fourth Dharma Guardian exercise, joint exercises conducted in Japan. So I think, and apart from the fact that Japan and India have a very long-standing, durable economic development partnership. Japan, one of the first OECD countries to be very openly embracing development projects in India, and the latest one, of course, coming up, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad, the bullet train. Apart from that, of course, post the COVID realignment, so we have seen the supply chains shifting shifting to other places out of China and the China 1+1 strategy. And then, of course, the overall change of geostrategic, geopolitical scene in the world post-COVID to make sure that the Chinese bellicosity and belligerence is contained or responded to. So we had Prime Minister Kishida, for example, delivering the 41st Tej Bahadur Sapru lecture, Sapru House Memorial Lecture, under the aegis of the Indian Council of World Affairs, just about an hour and a half back, where he mentioned how Japan is coordinating between nations in the South China Sea and in that area in the region of the Indo-Pacific to make sure that international concepts like territorial integrity, no unilateral action, no coercion, and rule of law are followed, obviously, without mentioning China. So there's a lot of coming together of interests, commonality of objectives when it comes to Japan and India on the back of a very deep understanding and appreciation of each other's concerns. And apart from that, of course, as it happens, Prime Minister Modi engages with the Japanese leadership in a manner that brings in an additional level of comfort. We saw how that extra bit of chemistry was visible when late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was the first leader Prime Minister Modi met after taking over as Prime Minister of India in 2014 when he flew outside of South Asia on his first foreign trip abroad. The first one, of course, was Bhutan. And then we saw Prime Minister Abe being hosted in Ahmedabad with that fantastic roadshow, a huge one, from the airport to the hotel and then at other landmarks of Ahmedabad, including Mahatma Gandhi's Sabarmati Ashram. And so now we are seeing these pictures of the two leaders at the Buddha Jayanti Park and both leaders underscoring that Buddhism connect that exists between the two nations, Japan having a very strong Buddhist linkage with India, and a tremendous amount of tourist inflow happens to India from Japan, essentially aimed at the Buddhist circuit, all the sites associated with Lord Buddha, essentially in UP and Bihar. And we have seen, for example, how the airports at Varanasi, airport at Kushinagar have been upgraded to international airports to facilitate pilgrim visits to these important sites so far as Buddhism is concerned. And Prime Minister has always believed that Buddhism heritage is something which gives India a lot of soft power influence over our Asian nations in the east, including Southeast Asia, and to the Far East, of course, Japan. So in that sense, I think these pictures really underscore the connect that's there between the two nations and the coming together of the leaderships of respective nations to take a common agenda, which is about global peace. Prime Minister Kishida, in fact, when he was addressing giving that memorial lecture, the Tej Bahadur Sapru Memorial Lecture, mentioned how he quoted Prime Minister Modi that this is not an era of war and nobody should be unilaterally changing anybody's territorial integrity or impacting any other nation's territorial integrity. So I think his intention was perhaps aimed at Russia, but the fact is that Prime Minister Modi increasingly gets quoted. Similarly, we had seen German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, for example, quoting Prime Minister Modi at the Munich Security Dialogue last month, so before he arrived in India. These are one of those high-power visits which are significant, essentially in the nature of reviewing where the relationship and the partnership stands, exchange of minds, ideas, and face-to-face engagement to see how the two leaders, the two nations really can continue to impact and influence global events in a manner that most of the concerns of the world, for example, climate change, on which, again, India and Japan are cooperating or collaborating in a manner that latest of technology is available at the cheapest of price and at a mass level and becomes a global common good, or for that matter, India's contribution by way of the digitalization of economy and social life, a model of which has been presented by way of Aadhaar, for example, how it can be replicated around the world and how Japan can collaborate on that. So G20, G7, Quad, and all these platforms, IPAF, which was announced last year as a trade platform, coming together, more like a counter to the Belt and Road Initiative of China on the side of democracies, for example. So I think a lot of coming together of mind, coming together of ideas, and exchange of notes as to how we continue to collaborate, cooperate, work together to make sure that that multilateralism remains intact, that no one nation holds rest of the world to ransom or influences it in a coercive manner. So I think it's a significant visit that's really panned out. And remember, this is the first one this year, but the two leaders will be meeting again in the month of May in Japan itself, in Hiroshima, when the G7 summit happens, and then again for the Quad summit immediately after that in Sydney within a gap of 2 days, and then again in the month of September back here in New Delhi when the leaders summit of G20 happens. So all those occasions coming up where the two leaders will be meeting again and appraising whatever decisions, discussions that took place at the summit level talks at the Hyderabad House about a couple of hours back.
Oh yes, absolutely. And the two nations really leading the way for a stronger strategic partnership for a peaceful, stable and prosperous post-COVID world. We leave it at that, Abhishek. Thank you for getting us all these details. We have to slip into a very short commercial break. Also a quick check of the big stories Republic is tracking this evening. Indian flag targeted by Amritpal backers in London. Sikhs in India protest outside the UK High Commission in the national capital. Also, it's a big message to the West. Chinese president has landed in Russia and a discussion over Ukraine is on the cards.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Massive manhunt for Khalistani Amritpal. Who let Amritpal compromise national security? Who gave Amritpal a long rope so far? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Indian flag targeted by Amritpal backers in London. Indian Sikhs protest outside UK High Commission in New Delhi. Sending a big message to the West. And also foreign funding to ISI link. Amritpal's agenda is exposed and under investigation.
वो NSA ਦੇ ਡਾਟਾ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਹੈ NSA ਦੇ ਤਹਿਤ ਭੇਜਿਆ इसमें लगाया गया है जी जी बिल्कुल लगाया गया है
5 of Amritpal's aides booked under NSA. Cops say Amritpal likely to be charged under NSA too. Indian flag targeted by Amritpal backers in London. Indian Sikhs protest outside UK High Commission in New Delhi. Kerala Bishop's pro-BJP statement triggers massive political storm. Is the LDF losing support? Sending a big message to the West. Chinese president lands in Russia. Discussion over Ukraine is on the cards. Thank you for staying with Republic. Our non-stop focus is UK is under massive pressure after how the tricolour was desecrated. Only one person has been arrested so far. This despite hundreds of them were clearly seen in the video that is circulating where the Indian flag was targeted by those protesters. UK has admitted that some policemen have been injured in the incident involving Khalistani elements. We are getting you several voices on this as anger is mounting. And any insult to the tricolour is unacceptable. Let's listen in to what's coming in.
UK incident we have already put out yesterday evening, late evening. India's response to it, in which the UK Deputy High Commissioner was summoned and was one demanding an explanation, two asked the culprits and the perpetrators of what happened at London yesterday to be quickly arrested and prosecuted. He launched a strong protest and also clearly indicated to the British authorities for the need for them to put up adequate security at the UK High Commission.
देश के साथ हम सिख खड़े हैं। तिरंगा हमारी जान, आन, बान और शान है और किसी भी सूरत में जो तिरंगे की मुखालफत करते हैं मैं उनको बताना चाहता हूं वो आप सिखों की मुखालफत कर रहे हैं। अगर आप सिखों से प्यार करते हैं तो आपको हमारे तिरंगे से भी प्यार करना चाहिए। मैं ये सब सिखों को विदेशों में कहना चाहता हूं, हमारे लिए ऐसी सिचुएशन मत राइज कीजिए। आप उन एजेंसियों के हाथों में मत खेलिए। बहुत सारे सिखों ने बाहर जाके तरक्की की है, उस तरक्की से हम खुश होते हैं। इसी तरह भारत का सिख भी उम्मीद करता है कि विदेशों में जब कुछ लोग एजेंसियों के हाथों में खेलते हैं तो वो भी हमारा साथ दें और वहाँ के सिख भी आवाज़ उठाएं इन लोगों के खिलाफ जो लोग हमारे तिरंगे को बदनाम और हमारे देश के खिलाफ बोलते हैं।
And yes, anger is mounting, and also how the Modi government had informed about planned Sikh extremist protests earlier this month, which the Modi government had raised with UK. However, the indifference of the British government that is now certainly getting a lot of responses, riling up the highest levels of the centre, clearly stating that there will be repercussions also. The Foreign Secretary, like you heard in that statement, saying that the culprits must be arrested and India is raising this with the UK. More reactions on this as Sikhs in India are protesting outside the UK High Commission in the national capital, saying that this insult to the tricolour by pro-Khalistani supporters will not be tolerated.
को यही मैसेज देना चाहते हैं, वो जो कर रहे हैं वो गलत कर रहे हैं। उसकी बदौलत हम जो छोटे छोटे पिंडों में बैठे हुए हैं, शहरों में हैं, उनके ऊपर रिएक्ट होता है। दूसरी पार्टियां हम पे रिएक्ट करती हैं, हम पे भेदभाव का विचार रखते हैं। हम उनको कहते हैं जिनको लेना है कुछ तो खालिस्तान तो आ जाएगा, उसकी हम डिमांड वो कर रहे हैं तो उनका हक करें। पर वो ये चाहें कि जो हमारे बच्चे हैं सिख परिवारों के, वो कुछ पढ़ें लिखें, उनके लिए डिमांड करें कि वो IAS अफसर बने, ऊपर तक जाएं। जब तक जाएंगे नहीं तब तक कुछ हम ले नहीं सकते। जो उन्होंने किया वो गलत किया।
बिल्कुल। और आप यहाँ पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे ऐसे लोगों?
हम प्रोटेस्ट करने हैं UK की एम्बेसी के आगे कि वहाँ जो घटना घटी है वो नहीं घटनी चाहिए थी। वहाँ पर इंडियन एम्बेसी को प्रॉपर प्रोटेक्शन होनी चाहिए थी। और झंडे का अपमान, हमारे तिरंगे का अपमान हम नहीं सहेंगे। बीइंग इंडियन सिख, वी आर प्राउड टू बी इंडियन सिख्स एंड वी आर हियर टू प्रोटेस्ट फॉर आवर इंडियन फ्लैग। डिसरिस्पेक्ट नहीं होनी चाहिए इंडियन फ्लैग की।
And on to other top stories we're tracking for you this evening. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri slammed Congress MP Rahul Gandhi over his recent remarks on India's democracy during his London visit. Hardeep Singh Puri said, and I quote, "If any individual goes outside the country, he has the freedom to speak. But along with that freedom comes what I call the need to have a sense of responsibility," unquote.
A private citizen goes outside the country or inside the country, he has a freedom to speak. But along with that freedom to speech comes what I call the need to have a sense of responsibility. Now, if you don't understand how the European Union came into being, and I don't want to take your time to highlight how the Treaty of Rome started with 6 countries and others, how the first union was European Coal Community, European Coal and Steel Community. These are sovereign countries which have joined in order to produce.
The woman who was urinated upon on an international flight of Air India has moved the top court seeking guidelines on unruly and disruptive behavior in airplanes and a change in alcohol policy. She's also sought restrictions on media reporting of the criminal case ongoing in the Patiala House Court on grounds that it was affecting a fair trial through selective leaks of information. Prayagraj Development Authority raised the property of Mohammad Ghulam, an accused in the Umeshpal murder case based on a complaint lodged by Umeshpal's wife Jaya Pal. A case was registered against Atiq Ahmed, his relatives and aides including Mohammad Ghulam. BRS MLC K. Kavita appeared before the ED for the second round of questioning on Delhi's liquor policy case. This comes after she skipped the earlier summons, citing her petition challenging ED notice was pending for a hearing in the Supreme Court. Archbishop of Roman Catholic Church, Mark Joseph Pamplani, voiced support for the ruling BJP. He said, and I quote, "The believers of the church will help the BJP to elect its first MP from the state if the union government raises the price of natural rubber to 300 rupees a kg," unquote. After the recent comment, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the statement of the bishop is welcoming. He further added that Prime Minister Modi was always supportive of inclusive development.
No, I think it's a very welcome statement by the Bishop of Talasheri. I was there in December of last year where I visited with many students and many young Malayalis in that area. And it is clear that the Prime Minister has always stood for Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. And it is important that the community leaders stand up and explain to the members of their community that the Prime Minister has been relentlessly working for the betterment of all Indians, regardless of their religion, regardless of where they come from. So I welcome this statement by the Bishop of Talasheri.
Members of the Muslim community staged a protest over Karnataka BJP leader K.S. Ishwarappa's remark on the Azan. A protester performed Azan at the premises of the District Commissioner's office in Shivamoga district. The video of the incident has now gone viral. Prime Minister Modi held talks with wide-ranging talks with Japanese Prime Minister Kishida to expand India-Japan strategic partnership for a peaceful, stable and prosperous post-COVID world. Japanese Prime Minister arrived earlier today on a 2-day official visit.
आज प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा ने मुझे मई महीने में हिरोशिमा से मैं होने वाली G7 लीडर समिट के लिए निमंत्रण दिया। इसके लिए मैं उनका हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। इसके कुछ महीनों बाद सितंबर में G20 लीडर समिट के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा का फिर से भारत में स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा।
Special Investigation Unit of the Kashmir Police conducted searches in the Kakapora area of South Kashmir's Pulwama district. Raids were conducted at the property of Lashkar-e-Taiba commander Riaz Ahmed Dar, who has been active for 8 years and is believed to be the one of the oldest surviving terrorists. Sources say more raids are expected in the area. Auto rickshaw drivers in Bengaluru called for a strike in protest against private bike taxi aggregators functioning in the city. Over 2 lakh auto rickshaws will remain off-road till midnight. The auto rickshaw union called for a strike because they claim that the bike taxis jeopardize the livelihood of auto rickshaw drivers. And well, in a crackdown on the aides of the Umesh Pal murder accused, Prayagraj police initiated bulldozer action against gang members and sympathizers of Atiq Ahmed. Earlier, Uttar Pradesh police announced a bounty of 50,000 rupees on gangster-turned-politician Atiq Ahmed's son, who is accused of leading the fatal attack on Umesh Pal. Getting you all the details in this report.
ये गेट जो घर के अंदर को जाता है इस दुकान से, ये पूरा कनेक्टिविटी घर और दुकानों के बीच में थी, क्योंकि मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही ज़मीन जिस पर आगे की तरफ ये दुकानें बनाई गई थी, जिन्हें किराए पर दे दिया गया था, और पीछे की तरफ पूरा घर जहां पर मोहम्मद गुलाम का परिवार रहता था, मोहम्मद गुलाम का भाई और मोहम्मद गुलाम की माँ रहती थी। घर को खाली पूरी तरीके से करा दिया गया है। उसके बाद ये बुलडोजर एक्शन यहाँ पर होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये देखिए पीले पंजे का प्रहार किस तरीके से इस पूरी दीवार को तोड़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। पीले पंजे का प्रहार इस दीवार पर, और इस दीवार को तोड़ने का काम यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। एक एक ईंट को तोड़ा जा रहा है, सब कुछ ढहाया जा रहा है, सब कुछ ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है। एक एक कर ये देखिए तस्वीरें हम आपको तमाम दिखा रहे हैं। ग्राउंड जीरो से सुपर एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, जहां पर खबर बाहर रिपब्लिक भारत, और यही एक बड़ी वजह है कि लगातार रिपब्लिक भारत पर आप ये सुपर एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। ये देखिए पीले पंजे का प्रहार यहाँ पर होता रहा है, किस तरीके से मोहम्मद गुलाम की अवैध संपत्ति को ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है। ये देखिए बुलडोजर आगे की तरफ बढ़ता हुआ आगे की जो पूरी 2 दुकानें थी उनको पूरी तरीके से ध्वस्त कर दिया गया है। और ये देखिए अब तीसरी दुकान का नंबर जिसे तोड़ने का काम जो है वो अब किया जा रहा है। ये देखिए आगे का जो पूरा शटर है उस शटर को तोड़ा गया है, और इसके साथ ही ये देखिए शटर यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से तोड़ दिया गया। जेसीबी के माध्यम से ही इस शटर को तोड़ने का काम किया गया है। कुछ सेकंड्स का खेल, और कुछ सेकंड्स में जो तीसरे नंबर की दुकान है वो भी पूरी तरीके से धराशाही आपको नजर आएगी। और ये देखिए एक प्रहार और आधी दुकान पूरी तरीके से धराशायी हो चुकी है। और अब ये देखिए घर के ऊपर की जो छत है, छत के आगे की जो बाउंड्री है उसे तोड़ा जा चुका है। और ये देखिए छत भी पूरी तरीके से गिरा दी गई है, और सब कुछ यहाँ पर धुएं में तब्दील होता हुआ, मिट्टी में बदलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है।
On that note, we step into a short commercial break, but we get you what Kerala Bishop has said. It's a pro-BJP statement that has triggered massive political storm. And the big question, is the LDF now losing support? Also, in a big message to the West, Chinese president has landed in Russia, and the discussion over Ukraine that is on the cards.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Cutting across to the latest breaking details that are just coming in connection with the Operation Amritpal that is underway, where 4 more associates of Amritpal have been sent to police custody. This is till the 23rd of March. 4 more associates of Amritpal that include Bhupinder Singh, Gurpreet Singh, Sukhmanjit Singh and Harpreet Singh, who were produced in the Baba Bakla court. And this is linked to the FIR that is registered at the Khilchian police station. According to the police, they are linked to FIR number 26 at Khilchian police station, and these are under sections 279, 506, 636, 186. The court has also given custody till the 23rd of March. Not just this, some weapons that were also recovered from them, and they are from different districts. They are Bhupinder Singh, Gurpreet Singh, Sukhmanjit Singh and Harpreet Singh, who were produced in the Baba Bakla court. 4 more associates of Amritpal Singh, who have been sent to police custody till the 23rd of March. In fact, this afternoon, the Punjab Police had also held a news conference where they had hinted of how Amritpal Singh was trying to form a militia called Anandpur Khalsa Fauj, and bulletproof jackets and rifles that were recovered from And we are getting you those latest pictures of that growing bonhomie between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Japanese counterpart Fumio Kishida, who is on a 2-day visit to India. There you see those pictures of the Japanese Prime Minister now doing chai pe charcha and tasting some golgappas with Prime Minister Modi. This, of course, as we see how Fumio Kishida had also invited Prime Minister Modi to the G7 Leaders Summit in Hiroshima. And there have been wide-ranging talks with Kishida to expand India-Japan strategic partnership for a peaceful, stable and prosperous post-COVID world. The Japanese Prime Minister, who had arrived earlier and is on a 2-day official visit to India. In fact, Prime Minister Modi had also said that in the last 1 year, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and him had met several times, and every time he felt a sense of positivity and commitment to India-Japan bilateral relationship. His visit will also be very beneficial to maintain this momentum. There you see Prime Minister adding that personal touch as he is making the Japanese Prime Minister and giving him a sense of the Indian culture and the Indian foods. There the Japanese Prime Minister tasting golgappas and doing chai pe charcha as the two leaders interact. Abhishek Kapoor, senior executive editor, who's tracking all the details on the ground, is with us on the phone line. Abhishek, well, and this is just that extra personal touch that Prime Minister Modi always adds, as in this visit of Prime Minister Kishida also, he's with him. This is coming in from the Chai Pe Charcha moments that they are having, and the Japanese Prime Minister also having the very own Indian Golgappas. What more can you tell us, as it is indicative of the cultural exchange and also what the two leaders are interacting?
Suesha, so you mentioned about that extra personal touch, and you saw that impact of that extra burst of spices when Prime Minister Kishida tried that pani puri. I don't know whether the pani of the pani puri and the chai go together, but then this is obviously soft power push. We know Prime Minister Modi for bringing in that element of very personal touch and that kind of soft power push diplomacy. The manner in which, for example, he goes and hugs these leaders on global stage, very warm connect, which has sort of become a trademark, which in fact now gets reciprocated by leaders like Emmanuel Macron, for example. And here you see Prime Minister giving Prime Minister Kishida a peep into some Indian snacks, and they seem to be having a very engaging conversation on what this thing is about. So you saw, for example, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe being taken to Ahmedabad and being taken to the Sabarmati ashram. Similarly, for President Xi Jinping, Prime Minister Modi himself traveled to Xi'an and to those ancient places for which Xi'an is known. Then we had President Xi Jinping coming to Chennai, to Mahabalipuram, Mamallapuram, and in this case, Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Modi having some time together at the Buddha Jayanti Park after having paid respects at the Bodhisattva tree. Now, you see, these optics essentially underscore the kind of comfort, the kind of chemistry, the kind of personal connect that is there between the leaderships of the two nations. This is something which was not done earlier, and it was not done perhaps because it was not understood. The value of this kind of soft power push was not understood. Prime Minister Modi understands that. So be it his oath-taking ceremony in 2014 when he invited the SAARC nations, or his oath-taking ceremony in 2019 when he invited the ASEAN nations. And then, as I mentioned, whenever you have these dignitaries coming, just last week he was at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad giving a lap of honor to Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. And so now, because Prime Minister Kishida is on a short working visit, it's not a full state visit. There was no ceremonial welcome, for example. So Prime Minister is still finding time, taking him out and showing him around the Buddha Jayanti Park. Essentially, it's about showcasing India's heritage, soft power. In this case, the Buddha Connect that is there between the two nations. All the important Buddhist sites being in India, and Buddhism essentially a majority religion in Japan, and many of those Asian, East Asian and Southeast Asian countries. So I think these pictures for optics essentially underscore the kind of comfort that's there between the two nations and hence the two leaders, or the two leaders and hence the two nations, and India's soft power diplomacy push.
Oh yes, absolutely, Abhishek. And like you said, that don't know whether the tastes of the two go, but Prime Minister Kishida, they're certainly getting a taste of the Indian Golgappas, and really an extension to the strong bilateral relations between the two nations. Also, the building of that strong strategic partnership for a peaceful, stable and prosperous post-COVID world, and really how the Prime Minister holds this diplomatic strategy when he is usually interacting with his foreign counterparts. Here again, as Prime Minister said, that he will and has been thankful for the invite that has been extended to him for the G7 Leaders Summit in Hiroshima. And these are memories, certainly, Abhishek, that Japanese Prime Minister Kishida would take back home.
Well, naturally, as I said, it's a short working trip. Remember, Prime Minister Kishida has arrived in the morning only, and he headed straight to Rajghat, from there straight to Hyderabad House, from there straight to Sapru for the Sapru lecture at the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, and then from there straight to this Buddha Jayanti Park rendezvous with Prime Minister Modi again, and then in the evening he's at a business event, and then I believe with the embassy of Japan, and then in the morning, 8 o'clock, I believe, or 10 o'clock, he flies back to Japan. And in the short period of time for the two leaders to be connecting one-on-one, to be engaging on the culture side, and trying to appreciate, the heritage connect that's there between the two nations. These paying floral tributes to the Bodhisattva tree is a Buddha connect that exists between India and Japan. Remember, Prime Minister Modi has been talking about this Buddhism circuit, which has been strengthened, for example, by setting up international airports, international airport at Kushinagar, which was inaugurated last year, and upgrading the Varanasi airport to an international airport, having fantastic highways in the region connecting all these places, Lumbini, Sarnath, Kushinagar, Lumbini on the Nepal side, of course. And so I think soft power push essentially is part of the larger diplomacy. Very personal, with a lot of personal touch that Prime Minister brings to diplomacy. Pictures reflecting that.
All right, Abhishek, we'll continue to get our viewers the very latest on Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's visit to India. But for the moment, we have to slip into a short commercial break. And Prime Minister Modi thanking Fumio Kishida for extending that invite to the G7 summit that is to be in Hiroshima.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo.
Thank you for joining us on This is Exclusive. It's 6 p.m. We have some pictures coming in and some details about how the United Kingdom, under pressure, is being forced to act after giving Khalistanis a free run on their soil. And it's something that's been happening over the years. Our focus is on the desecration of the tricolour in the UK on This is Exclusive. Here are the headlines. Two days on and Amritpal remains untraceable. An entire state can't find him. They know where he is. They know how he escaped. Republic TV accesses the CCTV of Amritpal's escape. Despite all of it, he's still on the run. Toolkit to spread Khalistani agenda exposed, very similar. The operation, the countries where the tweets are being put out, the countries involved, Canada, UK, US, Australia, even Pakistani handlers, part of the Amritpal provocation. Amritpal backers protest outside the Indian High Commission in London. India summons the UK envoy as Khalistanis desecrate the tricolour. Indian flag targeted by Amritpal backers in London, but the Sikhs in India, the entire community standing as one, protesting outside the UK High Commission for giving Khalistanis a free run. Kerala Bishop's pro-BJP statement triggers a big political storm. Is the left losing support? Why are they so jittery? And Japan Prime Minister in India invites the Prime Minister Modi for the G7 meeting. Strategic talks underway. Indians, the Indian flag, the tricolour. Hindu temples have been targeted by Khalistanis, not just in the UK, in Canada, in Australia, in parts of the United States, UK especially, not once but multiple times. In the latest insult, the pictures from outside the Indian High Commission in London tells you why the Khalistanis are getting a free run, especially in the UK. The tricolour atop the Indian High Commission in London was grabbed by a group of Khalistanis waving the separatist flag. Only one of them has been arrested. There are hundreds of them seen in the videos. They can be identified, and yet just one of them arrested. Why are they getting a free run? That's our focus on This is Exclusive.
It is the biggest insult to tricolour overseas. The Tiranga flying atop the Indian High Commission in London was pulled down. A group of Khalistan supporters also waved separatist flags and chanted pro-Khalistani slogans. The incident has infuriated people back home, with calls of strictest action against the culprits.
Here, as you can see, that a group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan Bharat Mata Ki Jai, and that we love India. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters.
Indian Foreign Secretary has made India's stand clear.
India's response to it, in which the UK Deputy High Commissioner was summoned and was one demanding an exfoliation to ask the culprits and the perpetrators of what happened at London yesterday to be quickly arrested and prosecuted. We launched a strong protest and also clearly indicated to the British authorities for the need for them to put up adequate security.
Even after hundreds of Khalistani supporters seen desecrating the flag, only one has been arrested so far. Who is giving pro-Khalistanis a free run? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In fact, I'm starting with Waris Punjab, the Legal Affairs Secretary Iman Singh Kara joining us. Iman Singh will be joining us. Let me go across to Puneet Sahani. Puneet Sahani, I'm going to be joined by someone very controversial in a few minutes from now. Before that, let me go across to Puneet Sahani. He's been extremely active on social media, on the Khalistanis especially. You saw those protests in Delhi and how the Sikh community came out to protest against these elements, Puneet. What do you make of the support that you're seeing?
I don't know, okay, it's fine, doesn't matter anything. The Khalistanis are doing not because what they see support of what Sikhs have in Delhi or not. You see all the elections, Khalistanis basically lose their security deposit. Even in this election, after all this farmers movement, this Simranjit Singh Man's party got 0.8% vote on an average seat in Punjab. BJP got 2.4%. What it means is, on an average seat in Punjab, the so-called Hindu right-wing BJP party got 3 times more than the Khalistani. So there is no support, but they are doing it. They are criminals. Criminals don't see, okay, far off, what is the popular support or not. Criminals understand deterrent. What cost are you inflicting on this behavior? That's how they are going to change their behavior. You can get all the Delhi, all the Punjab on the street. Nothing matters. I'm sorry to say this, but okay, it's good. I'm also from Delhi. I know we are anti-Khalistani and my family is completely disgusted by what is happening. But this is not going to change by what is happening in UK or Canada till you crack a whip on them.
Yeah, you saw those pictures. You saw those pictures from London. Why do these Khalistanis get a free run, especially in countries like the UK and Canada?
They are criminals, bhai. The thing is, these countries are made on a gentlemanly agreement. When they never imagined that people like Khalistanis, who have basically no ethics and no morals, they can basically infiltrate the system. And, these societies have no tools to actually deal with them. That's another subject. For example, I will say there is a documentary on YouTube called Sikh Politics in Canada by Terry Molesky. It was made in 2007, so about 15 years ago. But it's a timeless documentary. But the thing is, they work, everybody follows the law, and this, and that's why there should be presumption of innocence. And so they don't have people who basically beat women and kill children and take pride in that. The modern democracy with this, the West has nothing, and these Khalistanis have completely infiltrated. So if you want, it will take 20 minutes, but I can explain you each country that their system is completely paralyzed. For example, what you would see is, for example, these Pakistanis. Can you imagine? They are just like 2 or 4%, and what they have done to these British girls. But the state could do nothing because the state doesn't have the tools to do when you have when you face an evil like that. A normal person, which is based on good faith or societies, they are not meant to deal with people like this. It is based on principle of charity and I forgot the name. What was it? You respect each other and you work like this, and then everybody has rights. But if you have between a lawyer and a criminal, lawyer can give all the arguments. The criminal is always going to win. Yeah.
Do you think India should take up this desecration of the tricolour very strongly with the UK? The UK, I mean, you see these goons over there, these Khalistani goons. Most of them, most of them have been captured on camera. You can see their faces. They know their identities. And yet, we are hearing that as of this minute, only one of them has been arrested by the Scotland Yard. And India has bent over backwards for the UK with a free trade agreement. We've been very accommodative, but do you think the government should take this up stronger than before?
Then there is something wrong with you. If the state is doing this and you are bending over backwards, this is Greek wisdom from over 2,000 years ago. What they say is appeasement is never seen as benevolence to be reciprocated. It's always seen as weakness to be exploited. And this is what Gill Saab was saying. This is no center state what you say, relationship. This is no religious affair. It is basically Jatwad, and you let patriotic judges deal with this, Khalistani criminals. It's basically criminality, and you let the police deal like they're ordinary criminals. Like, what is so hard to understand? Like, again, and what you say about UK, what you have to do is not some Dimash or something like that. I can explain to you in 2 minutes how Khalistanis have basically gone and killed people in UK who have done nothing, who basically said we oppose Khalistan, or we want peace, or we want Hindu-Sikh brotherhood. Like, for example, there was a name called Rajinder Singh Bhatt. You spell Bhatt as B-A-A-T-H. So I'm sure nobody has ever heard his name, but you Google his name. You will get India Today archive, you will get a report that this guy in 1980s, he killed a religious preacher who was doing nothing, who was just saying Hindus and Sikhs are one and we don't want Khalistan. And then there is a court judgment that we have killed a man for peace, for no reason. And this Rajinder Singh Bhatt, when he was released after 35 years, recently, like last year, all the Khalistanis of UK and Canada were celebrating. What you should do is, because, you can say, okay, like the thing is, you have to explain to these British people and the British government that you have a ticking time bomb here. This is, every person is driven by self-interest. So you have to make the case that these people are not in your self-interest. It's not that, India is hurt or our emotions are hurt or something like that. That this is unmitigated evil. And, like they will eat up your society. They have done nothing like that. This is the case they have to make. I can make it in 5 minutes.
No, you're right. I mean, you said it perfectly there, that they're a time bomb in the UK, Canada, Australia, wherever they're operating from. But my last question to you, Puneet, you've done a lot of research on these Khalistanis. Why do these Khalistanis love Pakistanis, and why does Pakistan and ISI pump in money to these Khalistanis?
No, there are several. So they are done with this. And what my original research is, and actually now it is becoming very popular because I've explained, and what I've been saying for 1 year, people have even seen that it came out true. Like, actually, so the thing is, when people talk about Khalistan, like, people take it to Bhindranwale and Mrs. Gandhi's mismanagement. Then, like, people take it a bit back, like the Bangladesh war, what do you say, this Bangladesh war happened, and, Pakistan war, and all are true, they're this. But my research actually takes it to 1920s pre-partition India. To give you very thinker, for example, Guru Gobind Singh, he's a master of Persian, and he writes a lot of his composition with, Arabic Persian words. He never uses the word Qom. Now, if you go to any Gurdwara, they just use Sikh Qom, Sikh Qom, Sikh Qom, Sikh Qom. He's always saying Sikh Panth. So what this Qom is, basically they picked it up from Muslim League. Like, Muslim League was also Do Qawmi Nazariya. Yeah. There's like Qawmi, these are what they're saying. So what I'm saying is the SGPC is basically running on a Pakistan mindset. And you see what Pakistan is doing. See, what China, brutalized the Muslims in their country. But what Pakistan is supporting China, why? Because it's the enemy of India. So it has no original identity. The entire identity is based on hatred of India. It's the same with SGPC. Their entire identity is nothing original, is based on like hatred or schizophrenic hatred of Hindu and denial of that history. So anybody who supports them, it's the Pakistanis, if it's the missionaries, they are going to do that. So they have like nothing positive. It's all a negative way of thinking, and that's what the distraction they have caused. You see what is happening in Punjab. There is there is drug addiction. I think this is an escape because SGPC has cut the spiritual roots. So people are just fleeing wherever they can escape, whether it's in drugs, they escape there, they escape in Canada, or they escape in these missionaries. But everybody wants to flee these people. This is my analysis. This is my perspective. You are free to disagree.
Puneet Sawhney, thank you for speaking to Republic TV this evening. We can have a longer conversation, but because of paucity of time, thanking you there. Puneet Sawhney joining us, telling us more about the Khalistanis. Talking about the Khalistanis, they're getting in support from the usual suspects. In fact, the entire Amritpal activity on social media, and we did a deep dive on it, we accessed details on it, documents on it, and let's show you what the dossier shows. In fact, the details with Republic TV, and that's the next angle on this, is exclusive. It appears that most of the tweets, most of the support that came in for the Khalistanis was from countries like Canada, Australia, Pakistan, UK, the usual suspects. And before we tell you about that, look at this video. This is the last time that Amritpal was seen in public. That's the video. In fact, if you cue this video up once more, let's play this video from the beginning. If you play this video from the beginning, you can see in the first few seconds, that's it. That's the video, that's the car, and you can see Amritpal getting off from the left side of the car, runs inside a building. He runs inside the building, and this car then continues to move ahead and diverts the police. So the police cars which follow about 30 seconds later are following the main car, but there is no Amritpal inside it. But this CCTV shows that he gets off the car, enters another building. So they know where he is. The escape has been caught on camera, and yet he hasn't been arrested. For 2 days now, over 48 hours, the entire state of Punjab, the police, internet is suspended, flag marches are being conducted. Thousands of policemen on the job haven't been able to find Amritpal. Is it possible? These are more CCTV sequences that came in. Suspected police vehicles also seen trailing. The chase has been caught on camera. And the same Amritpal, which Republic TV has tracked him over the last few months. We've had several debates on it. We've confronted him. We've questioned him. He's spoken about the Khalistani agenda. And we questioned the Bhagwant Mann government back then, saying, how is he getting a free run? And despite the warnings, he was allowed to get a free run. The result is what is happening in Punjab as we speak. Let me go across to Gursimran and Amandeep both joining us. Let's put out the exclusive details also of the toolkit, the Amritpal toolkit, similar to what we saw during the farmers' protest. The same countries, the same players, the same groups from Pakistan to Canada getting active once again. But where is Amritpal? Nobody knows. Amandeep, where is Amritpal? Why is the state government clueless?
Well, Niranjan, this is a big question, and in fact, Amritpal has smoothly escaped from a police net where almost 700 to 800 cops have deployed to nab him, and where they were a prime target of the entire operation is Amritpal Singh. And so far, they are not able to track down the whereabouts and the hideabouts of Amritpal Singh. Though Aam Aadmi Party leaders and ministers are claiming big that they have maintained the law and order situation in Punjab, everything is in peace and harmony. But the point is that uncertainty is prevailing, Niranjan, just because till the time Amritpal is not get arrested, uncertainty is prevailing. He has started creating his own army, AKF. He has started mobilizing the youth. He has started radicalizing the youth. He has started providing the weapons. He has started openly giving the speeches against India. That was Amritpal Singh. And now all of a sudden, from a very strong police net, he has escaped in a very smooth manner. And now the NSA has also been imposed. But uncertainty is still prevailing, Niranjan, uncertainties. He is in direct link with ISI. The intelligence agencies has a very concrete evidence to the connection of Amritpal Singh directly to ISI. There was no middleman, there was no hawala transactions. He was getting financial support directly from ISI. So even his Mercedes car has been provided by a drug smuggler who was having the connections in Pakistan, whose brother has been shot dead by BSF in 2013 and recovered 10 packets of the heroin. That Mercedes car basically gifted from that family to Amritpal Singh. So these are the connections, but still Punjab Police is not able to track down the location of Amritpal Singh. In fact, they have also spread information among the intelligence agencies that Amritpal Singh is having very strong connections in Nepal, and in fact he might look his safer zone in Nepal as well.
Okay.
But in entire
be
Punjab,
with me, Mandeep. Another angle we're looking at right now while we look at where he is. Nobody knows where he is, whether he's in Nepal, whether he's actually still in Punjab, some other state, or Pakistan. We don't know and we can't tell. But what we do know is the support he's getting is from Pakistan. I'm going to cross to Gursimran for that. Gursimran, the money trail has been established, direct links to Pakistan and the ISI. Even the activity, the support that he's getting is mostly from Pakistan, from Canada, from the UK, from Australia, from the US. In India, he's barely getting any support. Life goes on in Punjab. Nobody really cares about Amritpal.
See, what Amritpal has expected, the things have gone totally different, because the people have realized that a person who was claiming to be their preacher and was saying that come police arrest me, he's the one who is absconding, running from the police, running post to pillar to get himself away from the police. That has been the reality of the Amritpal Singh, and that is what the people of Punjab have also understood. Now coming to the usual suspect, Pakistan, whenever there is a incident of mounting trouble in the India, it came that it is the ISI that is behind this. And similar is the case of Amritpal, that he has got the funds from the ISI in small amount so that it doesn't come under the scrutiny of the agencies. This was done in such a manner that the small amounts are sent to different people, and that money can be used to carry out the activities of Amritpal in India. Also, the Khalsa Vahir that he has launched, the police has come on record to say that they have collected a huge funds in the name of Vahir also. That means that entire money was being pushed for the so-called cause of Amritpal, that is to spread the anti-India agenda and to pose a serious threat to the sovereignty and the unity of the country, because the army he was building in, the bulletproof jackets that have been recovered, the Anandpur Khalsa force he has named, but the main motive was to pose a challenge to the system, to the sovereignty of the country, and that's why, based on the dossier, the intelligence agencies have acted. Yes, Niranjan.
There's also another angle to it. The legal team of Amritpal, his family claim it's a state. They claim it's a state conspiracy. They claim that he's been arrested already. Here's what the lawyer, the legal team of Amritpal saying on record.
What we understand through this video is that someone is narrating, but still in the visual it's not clear that Amritpal is in the Shahkot police station or not.
See, let me forward this video for you. Let me, before this car goes, here a person by Amritpal Singh can be seen from coming here. I see it's a 1.5 minute long video. I have to find out in the video exactly at what the appearance of Amritpal Singh is in this 1.5 minute video of 10 to 15 seconds. So I have to need to find those particular seconds. I can provide you. See here. See these persons. I have firm belief that from the appearance of Amritpal Singh.
Can we just zoom in? So this is what you are stating, that this person is Amritpal Singh.
Yes, and there are many other eyewitnesses statements which they have stated on the social media that we have seen Amritpal Singh in the Shahkot police station, and there are many other videos in which Amritpal Singh, while he was getting out from Endeavour car, was apprehended by the police officials. So there are many other evidences on the basis of which I have firm belief, and on the basis of which I have filed my writ petition that Amritpal Singh has already been arrested by the Punjab police officials, because he...
Okay, so that's the counsel of Amritpal claiming that he's been arrested already. That's a contested claim. Police saying nothing of that sort has happened. When we come back, getting more details of the Kerala bishop who has said that he will support any government or party that helps farmers. More on that when we come back. There's a big fight over that comment.
Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
China's Xi Jinping arrived to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow in what comes as a boost for the isolated Russian president after the International Criminal Court charged him with war crimes in Ukraine.
The concept electric SUV EVX reveals Maruti Suzuki's bold plan towards electric mobility in India. Designed and developed by Suzuki Motor Corporation, the concept EVX is underpinned by a ground-up all-electric platform that will spawn a range of future EVs. EVX is powered by 60 kilowatt-hour battery pack, offering up to 550-kilometer driving range. The EVX bears Suzuki's signature SUV design with aerodynamic silhouette, long wheelbase, shorter overhangs and optimum ground clearance. The concept electric SUV EVX is designed to offer class-leading cabin comfort, convenience and connected features. The emotional versatile cruiser, the concept electric SUV EVX, an upcoming car with advanced technology and comfort.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
the Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their audios of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Two days since Punjab Police launched Operation Amritpal Singh still untraceable. ISI link confirmed, foreign funding angle being probed by the Punjab Police. Indian flag outside Indian High Commission in London attacked by Amritpal backers. Anger in India, Sikhs fight back, hold protests outside UK High Commission in New Delhi. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida on India visit meets Prime Minister Modi in the national capital. Sending a big message to the West, Chinese President Xi Jinping lands in Russia, discussion over Ukraine on the cards. Good evening, this is live and breaking at 6:30. I'm Suesha Sawant and we begin this edition by getting you details of the showdown over Rahul Gandhi's comments that continue into day 6, which was a complete washout in the parliament yet again over the ruckus and sloganeering. BJP continued the attack, demanded an apology from Rahul Gandhi for attacking India and denigrating India on foreign soil. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri led the attack, demanding an apology for the act. This comes after Rahul Gandhi in that recent week-long visit to London made objectionable remarks against the state of democracy in India and also implicitly sought intervention from the West to help India. Listen in.
A private citizen goes outside the country or inside the country, he has a freedom to speak. But along with that freedom to speech comes what I call the need to have a sense of responsibility. Now, if you don't understand how the European Union came into being, and I don't want to take your time to highlight how the Treaty of Rome started with 6 countries and others, how the first union was European Coal Community, European Coal and Steel Community. These are sovereign countries which have joined in order to produce, at the end of the day, some kind of a customs union, a tariff union, and where they've even decided to have a common foreign and security policy. These are independent states. To compare that to the Indian states, look, we are the world's largest democracy. On that there is no doubt. We are the world's oldest democracy. On that also there is no doubt. But for Mr. Gandhi to go to the United Kingdom and say, in India, Indian democracy is facing a attack on the basic structure. What is the basic structure of a democracy? Number one, freedom of speech, civil liberties, a free press, an independent judiciary. Which of these constituent components which make up Indian democracy is saying that they are under attack? The free press, I am a very proud member of the Indian legislature. I see the press having a field day criticizing the government through print media, through electronic media, through social media. And I think the relationship between the media and the political system, many members of the media ecosystem take great delight in taking credits, taking advertisements from parties which are in opposition to the party, and they give them free play. I have never seen any constraints being placed on anyone. I just saw a participation by very eminent members of the judiciary, including those occupying the highest positions in the judicial system. They say we are under no pressure. In any case, even if they were to say that there is a healthy interactive process going on between the judiciary and the government, there are certain things the government feels, and I believe rightly so, that in a separation between the executive, the legislature and the judiciary, the executive has a role to play. Now, if the judiciary encroaches on that, it's our right to say that. But are they under any pressure? On the contrary. We have the judiciary pronouncing on how state systems are to be run. So I think anyone who suggests, even as a private citizen, that Indian democracy is under threat, I think requires serious introspection. But when somebody who is associated, is regarded as the leader of the main opposition party, they don't have the 10% he can't be called leader of opposition, but still, it is the largest party. If you look at sheer numbers, to go around and say that Indian democracy is under brutal attack, what is the objective? He's saying, all of you, the ones I am speaking to, the audience I'm reaching out to, which is what? United Kingdom, United States. And he doesn't realize there are enough mavericks there who on their own will make statements without understanding what India is. He turns around and says, "Aap kuch kariye." What is he asking for? He's asking for the democratic processes in the United Kingdom to effect change in the Indian Union. Is that what he's doing? It amounts to almost that.
Shifting focus now, as UK is under massive pressure on how the tricolour was desecrated. And unfortunately, only one person so far has been arrested. This despite hundreds who are clearly seen in those videos that are now doing the rounds of those who had targeted the Indian flag. UK has admitted that some policemen have been injured in this incident involving Khalistani elements. But there are larger questions that the UK government must answer now. In the meanwhile, there is anger that is mounting within the country. And how is the Indian government possibly raising this with UK? Let's listen into those voices coming in first.
UK incident we have already put out yesterday evening, late evening. India's response to it, in which the UK Deputy High Commissioner was summoned and was one demanding an explanation, two asked to be the culprits and the perpetrators of what happened at London yesterday to be quickly arrested and prosecuted. He launched a strong protest and also clearly indicated to the British authorities the need for them to put up adequate security at the UK High Commission.
देश के साथ हम सिख खड़े हैं। तिरंगा हमारी जान, आन, बान और शान है और किसी भी सूरत में जो तिरंगे की मुखालफत करते हैं मैं उनको बताना चाहता हूँ वो आप सिखों की मुखालफत कर रहे हैं। अगर आप सिखों से प्यार करते हैं तो आपको हमारे तिरंगे से भी प्यार करना चाहिए। मैं ये सब सिखों को विदेशों में कहना चाहता हूँ, हमारे लिए ऐसी सिचुएशन मत राइज कीजिए, आप उन एजेंसियों के हाथों में मत खेलिए। बहुत सारे सिखों ने बाहर जाके तरक्की की है, उस तरक्की से हम खुश होते हैं। इसी तरह भारत का सिख भी उम्मीद करता है कि विदेशों में जब कुछ लोग एजेंसियों के हाथों में खेलते हैं तो वो भी हमारा साथ दें और वहाँ के सिख भी आवाज़ उठाएं इन लोगों के खिलाफ जो लोग हमारे तिरंगे को बदनाम और हमारे देश के खिलाफ बोलते हैं।
देना चाहते हैं वो जो कर रहे हैं वो गलत कर रहे हैं। उसकी बदौलत हम जो छोटे छोटे पिंडों में बैठे हुए हैं, शहरों में हैं, उनके ऊपर रिएक्ट होता है। दूसरी पार्टियां हम पे रिएक्ट करती हैं, हम पे भेदभाव का विचार रखते हैं। हम उनको कहते हैं जो उनको लेना है कुछ तो खालिस्तान तो आ जाएगा, उसकी हम डिमांड वो कर रहे हैं तो उनका हक करें। पर वो ये चाहें कि जो हमारे बच्चे हैं सिख परिवारों के वो कुछ पढ़ें लिखें, उनके लिए डिमांड करें कि वो IAS अफसर बने, ऊपर तक जाएं। जब तक जाएंगे नहीं तब तक कुछ हम ले नहीं सकते। जो उन्होंने किया वो गलत किया।
बिल्कुल। और आप यहाँ पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे ऐसे लोगों
हम प्रोटेस्ट करने हैं UK की एम्बेसी के आगे कि वहाँ जो घटना घटी है वो नहीं घटनी चाहिए थी। वहाँ पर इंडियन एम्बेसी को प्रॉपर प्रोटेक्शन होनी चाहिए थी और झंडे का अपमान, हमारे तिरंगे का अपमान हम नहीं सहेंगे। बीइंग अ इंडियन सिख, वी आर प्राउड टू बी इंडियन सिख्स एंड वी आर हियर टू प्रोटेस्ट फॉर आवर इंडियन फ्लैग। डिसरिस्पेक्ट नहीं होनी चाहिए इंडियन फ्लैग की।
And shifting to the other top stories we're tracking for you this evening, Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, like you heard, had slammed Congress MP Rahul Gandhi over his recent remarks on India's democracy. This was during his London visit. Hardeep Singh Puri said, and I quote, "If any individual goes outside the country, he has the freedom to speak, but along with that freedom comes what I call the need to have a sense of responsibility," unquote.
A private citizen goes outside the country or inside the country, he has a freedom to speak. But along with that freedom to speech comes what I call the need to have a sense of responsibility. Now, if you don't understand how the European Union came into being, and I don't want to take your time to highlight how the Treaty of Rome started with 6 countries and others, how the first union was European Coal Community, European Coal and Steel Community. These are sovereign countries which have joined in order to produce.
The woman who was urinated upon an international flight of Air India has moved the Supreme Court seeking guidelines on unruly and disruptive behavior in airplanes and a change in alcohol policy. She's also sought restrictions on media reporting of the criminal case ongoing in the Patiala House Court on grounds that it was affecting a fair trial through selective leaks of information. Prayagraj Development Authority raised the property of Mohammad Ghulam and accused in the Umesh Pal murder case based on a complaint lodged by Umesh Pal's wife Jaya Pal. A case was registered against Atiq Ahmed, his relatives and aides including Mohammad Ghulam. BRS MLC K. Kavita appeared before the ED for the second round of questioning on Delhi's liquor policy case. This comes after she skipped the earlier summon, citing her petition challenging ED notice was pending for hearing in the Supreme Court. Archbishop of Roman Catholic Church, Mar Joseph Pamplani, voiced support for ruling BJP. He said, and I quote, "The believers of the church will be able to help the BJP to elect its first MP from the state if the union government raises the price of natural rubber to 300 rupees a kg." Reacting to that comment, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the statement of the bishop was welcoming. He further said that Prime Minister Modi was always supportive of inclusive development.
No, I think it's a very welcome statement by the Bishop of Talasheri. I was there in December of last year where I visited with many students and many young Malayalis in that area. And it is clear that the Prime Minister has always stood for Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. And it is important that community leaders stand up and explain to to the members of their community that the Prime Minister has been relentlessly working for the betterment of all Indians, regardless of their religion, regardless of where they come from. So I welcome this statement by the Bishop of Talasheri.
Members of the Muslim community staged a protest over Karnataka BJP leader K.S. Ishwarappa's remark on Azan. A protester performed Azan at the premises of the District Commissioner's office in Shivamogga district. The video of the incident has gone viral. Prime Minister Modi held talks with wide-ranging talks, with Japanese Prime Minister Kishida to expand on India-Japan strategic partnership for a peaceful, stable and prosperous post-COVID world. The Japanese Prime Minister arrived earlier today on a two-day official visit to India.
आज प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा ने मुझे मई महीने में हिरोशिमा से मैं होने वाली G7 लीडर समिट के लिए निमंत्रण दिया। इसके लिए मैं उनका हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। इसके कुछ महीनों बाद सितंबर में G20 लीडर समिट के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा का फिर से भारत में स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा।
Special Investigation Unit of the Kashmir Police conducted searches in the Kakapora area of South Kashmir's Pulwama district. Raids were conducted at the property of Lashkar-e-Taiba commander Riaz Ahmed Dar, who has been active for 8 years and is believed to be one of the oldest surviving terrorists. Sources say more raids are expected in the area. Auto rickshaw drivers in Bengaluru called for a strike in protest against private bike taxi aggregators functioning in the city. Over 2 lakh auto rickshaws will remain off-road till midnight. The auto rickshaw union called for a strike because they claim that the bike taxis jeopardize the livelihoods of auto rickshaw drivers. We're stepping into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as it's been 2 days since the Punjab Police launched Operation Amritpal, when Amritpal Singh still remains untraceable. He is on the run. Also, it's a big message to the West as Chinese President Xi Jinping has landed in Russia, and all eyes now on the discussion over Ukraine that is on the cards.
The Maruti Suzuki True Value is one of the most trusted destinations to buy pre-owned cars. True Value not only provides a plethora of options for cars at your preferred price point, but it also comes with the reliability of Maruti Suzuki. With more than 550 showrooms across 274 cities at True Value, your buying experience is no different from buying a new car. Today, True Value is at its forefront of India's fast-growing pre-owned car market. Its objective is to empower sellers and buyers through a systematic integration of technology and industry experience. True Value has revolutionized the pre-owned car market. More than 46 lakh plus happy customers are a testament to the fact that True Value stands for the best value both in terms of service and quality. The car gets a hot exterior design, making this popular compact SUV the all-new hot and techy Brezza, the city-bred SUV. The all-new Avatar is loaded with high-tech features that come handy with all your city adventures. The 360 view camera reinforces safety for customers with an immersive view of the driving space. An electric sunroof gives the all-new Brezza an exciting look and feel, and head-up display offers multiple information displayed in driver's line of sight for a safer drive. The 22.86 cm Smart Play Pro Plus infotainment system with HD display offers intuitive user experience with advanced voice assist. The wireless charging dock with LED indicator helps in seamless and comfortable charging. all-new hot and techy Brezza, the city-bred SUV.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their audios of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Thank you for staying with Republic, and well, we continue to get you the latest from UK, where remember the government is under massive pressure on tricolour desecration, and only one person who's been arrested so far, despite hundreds were clearly visible in that video that is doing the rounds of how the Indian flag was targeted. UK has admitted that some policemen were also injured in this incident involving Khalistani elements. To get more details on this, joining me on the broadcast is Kuldeep Singh Shekhawat. He's the president of Overseas Front of BJP. He's joining us from UK. Kuldeep Singh, thank you for speaking to Republic this evening. Fact is, what has happened is very, very grave and unacceptable. No nation will tolerate such an insult to their flag, and this is something that the UK government must take very seriously. Why is it that until now only one arrest has made, when all those faces are very clearly visible in that video to how they targeted the Indian flag, and by now they should have been taken into custody?
See, the situation in UK is very different what people are looking at in other parts of the world. First of all, these boys who came yesterday to the High Commission and did the desecration part of the story, most of them were students. Most of them were not Khalistanis. They were not known Khalistanis. But High Commission of India had prior information of something of this kind could happen. So they had informed the police there. Police was supposed to come and look after the High Commission property, but they didn't turn up. So the onus of the whole story is on the British police, or you can say Met Police in London. Met Police did not do their homework. They did not turn up on time. That is why these 30 or 40 odd boys who turned up there were able to climb and were able to remove our Indian flag from the High Commission's post. But the High Commission staff reacted very swiftly, and they did what they should have done. They got hold of them, got hold of the Indian flag and removed the Khalistani flag which they wanted to hoist. So overall, there are two aspects which has gone into this. One is majority of them were Indian students. Looks like they had been misguided people who came to do this kind of rubbish kind of a story. So I'll
point is, sir, that they cannot be given leeway under the garb of the fact that they were students to begin with. Secondly, like you're rightly pointing out, that the Indian government had informed the UK government earlier this month about such extremist protests, and the very fact that we continue to see a pattern. Is the UK government even serious? Do they understand the consequences of the Raja Khalistani plan and the repercussions that it can have? Do they have the intent of taking action and coming out with a more solid plan to deal and tackle with this?
I think this is the third time that has happened to the Indian High Commission, and now the Indian community here has gone into a very fringy state of affairs. They have taken it upon themselves They are going to speak to the Home Secretary. They are trying to write to Home Secretary. They are going to speak to a lot of people in the British establishment that, okay, this is not acceptable to the Indian community here at all. See, the question is very delicate, how the Indian community should deal with it. Most of the Sikh community in UK is also pro-India. They are not Khalistanis, they are not anti-India, they are very patriotic people. But when you speak to these kind of elements, majority of the Sikh community people go silent. They don't want to get involved into this kind of scenario. Only thing that happens here is they silently talk to the people like us, saying, this is not right, this should be taken care of. Now the ball has gone into the court of British authorities, British establishment, what British government does about it, what Home Secretary does about it, why the High Commission was left alone to deal with it, why the British police was not there, why the mayor has not instructed the police to be present at the occasion. Now, this question was asked recently, yesterday only. We have got a news that, okay, the mayor is saying, okay, the all diplomatic missions are supposed to be looked after by the Home Office. So he is just trying to move away from what has happened. He is trying to get rid of the situation, means he is putting wool on his own eyes. There has been a problem, there has been a serious issue, there has been a repercussion, and there has been, in technical words, if I say, this is an attack on the sovereignty of the nation. Why the Indian High Commission alone has been targeted third time in last 3-4 years. So it is not that Indian community is not active.
And fact also is, sir, that these Khalistani elements think that it is convenient to take shelter outside of India, in London and in Canada, and carry out such activities because they know that they will not experience the kind of crackdown on foreign soil the way they will in India, and which is exactly a part of their larger plan. And that is why it is extremely important for the UK government to now understand and identify that they cannot be creating a fertile land for such elements and, helping them further their agenda. I want to thank you for the moment for joining us, and we'll try and come back to you to understand how this issue needs to be solved and what the centre is doing about it. For the moment, a short commercial break.
Thank you.
The concept electric SUV EVX reveals Maruti Suzuki's bold plan towards electric mobility in India. Designed and developed by Suzuki Motor Corporation, the concept EVX is underpinned by a ground-up all-electric platform that will spawn a range of future EVs. EVX is powered by 60 kilowatt-hour battery pack, offering up to 550 kilometer driving range. The EVX bears Suzuki's signature SUV design with aerodynamic silhouette, long wheelbase, shorter overhangs and optimum ground clearance. The concept electric SUV EVX is designed to offer class-leading cabin comfort, convenience and connected features. The emotional versatile cruiser, the concept electric SUV EVX, an upcoming car with advanced technology and comfort.
the Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their audios of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Massive manhunt for Khalistani Amritpal. Who let Amritpal compromise national security? Who gave Amritpal a long rope so far? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Thank you for joining us on the biggest story tonight. It's 7 p.m. and it's been over 50 hours and Amritpal Singh has not been arrested. The focus is on how the entire state in Punjab has failed to catch one Khalistani backer. That's our top focus on the biggest story tonight. And we'll tell you how over the last few months Republic TV warned the Bhagwant Mann government in Punjab. We told them that Amritpal could get out of hand. We showed them the interviews and they did nothing about it. That's our biggest story tonight. Here are the headlines. 3 days now, it's the third day in a row. Amritpal searches continue. He's nowhere to be found. Republic warned the Bhagwant Mann government in 2022, but who let Amritpal grow? Tiranga desecrated at the Indian High Commission under the UK watch. Anger grows across India as they give Khalistanis a free run. Hundreds seen, but only one arrested by the UK police. Xi Jinping lands in Russia. All eyes are on military support to Putin, likely to be announced in the next few days. And Prime Minister meets his Japanese counterpart in the national capital as India-Japan strategic talks continue. And for the last few months, he's been on the loose in Punjab. He was unchecked with his supporters who were carrying arms. Republic TV reported and spoke about the free run to this Khalistani backer called Amritpal. We also showed you pictures of how his aides, supporters, his coterie was carrying arms all the time, almost like a private militia. We showed you pictures. We even confronted Amritpal Singh several times in the course of the last few months, and we asked him why he was doing what he was. In fact, he was openly talking about Khalistan, making secessionist statements, and yet he was given a free run. Before we talk about where Amritpal is and what's going on in the case, want to show all our viewers this evening of how Republic TV has covered this story in the last few months and why the Bhagwant Mann government, which can't find Amritpal, should look at this and ask themselves why they failed to act. These are the sequences in the past when we've questioned him, when he openly made statements against the country, against the Punjab government. He dared the state government to arrest him. He said, "What will Amit Shah do?" etc. Wild statements that were made, and yet nothing was done. He was allowed to grow. Take a look at these sequences in the last few months.
Just wanted to hear the message you want to send to him. How? Joining me is Amritpal Singh, sir. What message through this you want to send out to the people of Punjab?
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. We have started this here to do this Dharam Prachar, we say religious preaching, and to our youth. There is a genocide going on, and Indian state is committing a genocide against Sikhs. Our youths are in drugs. There is a drug genocide, cultural genocide, and the mass migration to other countries. So what we have started to revive our traditional system, revive our traditional way to do the prachar. So that's what we're doing. We started from this Darbar Sahib, Akal Takht Sahib, and we'll be going to Shri Anandpur Sahib within a month, and we'll be doing, we'll staying overnight on some places and doing the prachar and going further.
Do you think that the youth of Punjab is going to listen to what you are going to tell to them?
You can see yourself, because guys, youth, they are listening and they are also following. They are leaving drugs. They are becoming Amartari. They are taking Amrit, and they are becoming sons of Guru.
People are raising.
And if you hear him very closely, he plays victim on several occasions. He uses the Sikh card when it's now proven that Pakistan was funding him all along. Someone who was working in Dubai, out of nowhere lands up in Punjab, gets crores and crores of rupees. Drug peddlers from across the border buy him cars. In fact, most of his cars were registered in the names of drug dealers. It's now confirmed. He was building a private army called AKF. And it's now proven that the ISI was openly funding him via different Hawala channels. This is another sequence when my colleague Piyush Ori confronted him recently. Even then, the Punjab government was in denial. Listen into this.
सर, आपके बहुत अनुयायी हैं, आपके बहुत डिवोटीज हैं. आप उनको कुछ आज संदेश देना चाहोगे कि मतलब आज पंजाब के स्ट्रीट पे वायलेंस नहीं होएगा? Would you like to just tell them again?
कल भी वायलेंस नहीं हुआ था. वायलेंस ऐसा नहीं होता है. वायलेंस में बसों को आग लगा दी जाती है, जैसे यूपी बिहार में होता है. We see in Maharashtra and other states. Violence is not like this. ये क्लैश था, और वो क्लैश 10 सेकंड का था. उसे बार बार हाईलाइट करके दिखाना अच्छी बात नहीं है. हम लोग पीसफुली गए, अपनी बात रखी, अपने एविडेंसेस पेश किए, और उन्होंने पर्चा वो जो था FIR वो उसको कैंसिल करने के लिए एसिड बना दी. अब वो जो चीज़ें हैं ना, जो मीडिया को मैं बोल रहा हूँ, बार बार वो 10 सेकंड का लूप दिखाना, इट्स नॉट राइट थिंग. ऐसी घटनाएं हिंदुस्तान में रोज़ 50 जगह पे होती हैं. हम लोग पंजाब को टारगेट करते हैं बिकॉज ये बॉर्डर स्टेट है, और यहाँ से एक पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम काम करता है जो पूरे इंडिया को एक पॉलिटिकल शेप देता है. वो क्या है? प्रोपेगेंडा चलाएं, पंजाब इज अनसेफ, इंडिया विल कम टुगेदर टू मेक इट सेफ.
Today the whole nation is looking at you, sir. Today the whole nation, you have surrounded a lot of excitement, a lot of enthusiasm in your thoughts. What exactly are your thoughts, sir, and why people of India now should listen to you? Tell me one thing. They are very controversial.
I have a solution to this Union of India. I have a solution for everybody living in this country, living in this Union of India, I'll say. Because everybody is suffering, every state is suffering. They have linguistic issues, they have cultural issues. Everybody is facing conflicts. There are many separate movements going on currently in the country. So if they listen to me, they might get an answer. Live and let other people live.
We will reclaim it?
Yes, we will reclaim it.
You will reclaim it?
Yes.
And my last question to you is, sir, that you have also asked that there should be not many more politicization of Gurdwaras. You want to stand by it again, sir?
And that's why he was paid all the crores and crores of money to divide. You heard him trying to make it a larger Indian issue and attacked the Indian state again and again. And despite all of these comments, there's a reason why we played these comments out, so that the viewer can look at it, hear it, and decide what we broadcast, what we reported. And despite all of that, being on camera, on record, not once was he picked up, was he arrested, or did he face action, right? Gursimran, they let him have a free run all these months, and now we're paying the price for it.
See, Niranjan, there is no doubt to it that he was allowed. He was allowed to do whatever he wants to. He was allowed to speak against the Union of India. He was allowed to be a threat to the sovereignty and the unity of Union of India. And that's why the situation has arisen in Punjab, that due to a single man, the entire Punjab is facing the clampdown. There have been restrictions in more than 5 districts of Punjab where more than 5 people cannot gather. And this is all because the Punjab government has allowed time and again Amritpal, despite the warnings. We have been continuously pursuing this story from the day one that he is going to be a larger threat. But that was something that the Punjab government never dared to see to it, and that is the one reason that today the Punjab is suffering like this, that there is an internet clampdown on a border state. There is a direct involvement of the Pakistani intelligence agency ISI. Foreign funding was sent in the name of Khalsa Wahir to the Amritpal and his associates, and they were roaming in Punjab like they are the VVIP guests of Punjab. This is what kind of treatment was given. But it was 23rd of the February, that was the water shedding movement for the Punjab, when they actually realized, the Punjab government, that it is a big sin that they have committed, and now they have to undo that. And after that, with the help of the Union Ministry as well as the central agencies, they planned an operation, the operation that was headed by 3 IPS officers from the Punjab Police. However, it was a meticulously planned operation, except that what if Amritpal will go on run, because they were of the view that they are carrying many vehicles, more than 15,000 RPF troops are on the standby, then everything will go in accordance with that. But we have seen that the things going out of hand. Everyone was arrested except Amritpal Singh, and that is something now really concerning. For the past 56 hours it's been, and he's still at the run, a single man posing a challenge to the entire police system in Punjab. We spoke to some of the senior officials. They say that they are very hopeful, but yes, this has been the statement since day before yesterday when I reached Amritsar. It was their statement, and a couple of minutes back when I last spoke to them, it was the same statement. That is clearly showing that they have done a mistake, and now they are paying a hefty price for the same. That is why the state of Punjab is under the internet clampdown. Yes.
Yes. In fact, we'd like to now shift our focus to what happened in London. While the Operation Amritpal continues in Punjab, Khalistanis, those perhaps who also fund Amritpal, and the funding mostly comes from countries like Canada, countries like Australia, countries like UK and the US, and they desecrated the tricolour in London. I'd like to play those pictures right now. Going across to the pictures in London, when a sequence came in last evening of Khalistanis trying to overpower the Indian High Commission and bring down the tricolour. They tried to do that, but they were stopped, and some of them are seen on camera. In fact, all their faces are visible, and yet we are hearing that just one person has been arrested. One of those Khalistanis has been arrested, but that's where it ends. Also, many policemen in the UK, in London, were injured as a result of this confrontation, and yet the UK government, which has given Khalistanis a free run, has picked up just one Khalistani. The Indian government has summoned the envoy over what has happened, but apart from that, there's no action. All of them haven't faced action. Many of them have been given a free run, including in countries like Australia, where these same Khalistanis have targeted Hindu temples again and again in the course of the last 6 months, and that pattern continues. So those were pictures that came in from last evening. In fact, one official from the Indian High Commission had to step out and stop these Khalistanis and save the tricolour there. And in fact, India responded by putting out a larger tricolour at the Indian High Commission office to respond to these Khalistanis. But on the right side of your screens, the Sikh community in India protested against the Khalistanis to say that these Khalistanis were giving the religion a bad name and India a bad name. We'll play out some of the sound bites as well. Let's play out the sound bites from the Delhi as well, from Delhi where these protests were held earlier today. We'll just play that out. And we also picked up details of who was supporting Amritpal Singh in the last few days, especially after Operation Amritpal began. Tweets coming in from Canada, tweets coming in from Pakistan, tweets coming in from US, the UK and Pakistan, of course. Meanwhile, here's how the Sikh community responded to these Khalistanis and the Khalistani goons. This was a report filed in Delhi.
ना जाते हैं वो जो कर रहे हैं वो गलत कर रहे हैं उसकी बदौलत हम जो छोटे छोटे पिंडों में बैठे हुए हैं शहरों में हैं उनके ऊपर रिएक्ट होता है दूसरी पार्टियां हम पे रिएक्ट करती हैं हम पे भेदभाव का विचार रखते हैं हम उनको कहते हैं जो उनको लेना है कुछ तो खालिस्तान तो आ जाएगा उसकी हम डिमांड वो कर रहे हैं तो उनका हक करें पर वो ये चाहें कि जो हमारे बच्चे हैं सिख परिवारों के वो कुछ पढ़ें लिखें उनके लिए डिमांड करें कि वो IAS अफसर बने ऊपर तक जाएं जब तक जाएंगे नहीं तब तक कुछ हम ले नहीं सकते जो उन्होंने किया वो गलत किया
बिल्कुल और आप यहाँ पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे ऐसे लोगों
हम प्रोटेस्ट करने हैं यूके की एम्बेसी के आगे कि वहाँ जो घटना घटी है वो नहीं घटनी चाहिए थी वहाँ पर इंडियन एम्बेसी को प्रॉपर प्रोटेक्शन होनी चाहिए थी और झंडे का अपमान हमारे तिरंगे का अपमान हम नहीं सहेंगे बीइंग इंडियन सिख वी आर प्राउड टू बी इंडियन सिख्स एंड वी आर हियर टू प्रोटेस्ट फॉर आवर इंडियन फ्लैग डिसरिस्पेक्ट नहीं होनी चाहिए इंडियन फ्लैग की
Let's play out some more responses from the national capital. That was the protest outside the UK High Commission. These Khalistanis thought they could try and arm twist India in a befitting answer to these obnoxious Khalistanis. Overwhelming and befitting reply, the Tiranga out in large numbers in the national capital, splattered at the doorstep of the British High Commission so that they too get the message that they can't mess with India.
The UK incident we have already put out yesterday evening, late evening, India's response to it, in which the UK Deputy High Commissioner was summoned and was one demanding an explanation, two asked to be the culprits and the perpetrators of.
Those are first pictures coming in. First on Republic TV, the pictures from Russia as Chinese leader Xi Jinping arrived in Moscow. Let's see if there's an audio. Those are Putin, Xi Jinping talks in Moscow. Xi Jinping is in Russia and he's holding talks with Putin. In fact, it's the first significant visit of Xi Jinping after he was given a record third term in China. Xi Jinping landed in Moscow, is on a 3-day visit that shows off Beijing's new diplomatic swagger. They're calling it swagger, and offering a welcome political lift for Vladimir Putin as the fighting in Ukraine slows to a grinding war, almost of attrition. China and Russia have described Xi's trip as part of efforts to further deepen their no-limits friendship. China looking to Russia as a source of oil and gas for its energy-hungry economy and as a partner in opposing what both see as US domination of global affairs. The Kremlin has said that over dinner on Monday, Putin and Xi will touch on issues related to Ukraine, adding that Russia's president will likely offer a detailed explanation of Moscow's view on the current situation. Broader talks, let's see if there's an audio. The moment I have an audio and a translation, I'm going to cut across to that. But broader talks involving officials from both countries on a range of subjects are scheduled for Tuesday. For Putin, Xi's presence at the Kremlin is a prestige visit, a diplomatic triumph for him, allowing him to tell Western leaders allied with Ukraine that their efforts to isolate him have fallen short. Xi Jinping's trip coming just days after the International Criminal Court at The Hague announced it wants to put Putin on trial for the abductions of thousands of children from Ukraine. China portraying Xi's visit as part of a normal diplomatic exchange and has offered little detail about what the trip aims to accomplish. Although the nearly 13 months of war in Ukraine cast a long shadow on the talks. Let me go across to Madhav Nalapat, very, very reputed journalist and strategic affairs expert. Madhav Nalapat ji, what do you make of this? China needs the gas, China needs the energy, Russia needs all the military help that they can get. What is your take on this visit?
Well, I'd like to say that it's a public affirmation of the Sino-Russian alliance. It is coming a few days after the Western countries ensured that the International Criminal Court went to the extent of passing a warrant of arrest for Vladimir Putin. Quite frankly, Russia is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. It is probably the most potent nuclear power in the world, and the ICC has gone ahead and basically called its president a criminal. Now, clearly, Xi Jinping going there is evidence that, as in the case of the Ukraine war, the Western countries may have one point of view, but many in the rest of the world have a totally different point of view. Now, quite frankly, this ICC, attempt to basically say that Vladimir Putin should be arrested, it is an embarrassment to the ICC. For one thing, it is no way of basically fulfilling that particular mandate. And the second thing is, you have multiple countries who have been conducting wars across the world. And in some of these wars, there have been the most horrible of casualties. And the ICC has done nothing about any of that. So it's been a very selective in its targeting of individuals. And this has further cast a stain on the presumed impartiality of the ICC. I'd only like to say that she going there to Moscow at this point in time and meeting with Vladimir Putin is a public affirmation of something that many people in the West are basically trying to dismiss or deny, which is that China and Russia are very close strategic partners. And the second point is Russia could not be conducting this war without help from China in terms of not just purchase of oil, but a transfer of all kinds of other items and other kinds of assistance. So this is basically a public affirmation that the Sino-Russian alliance is alive and well and as strong as ever.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madhav Nalapat. All eyes on that meeting. Xi Jinping landed in Moscow this afternoon, his first visit after getting a record third term. And that's a live shot from Moscow as they meet. It's a live shot. There's no translation on it. The moment we have a translation, we'll go across to that. But it's a significant visit. All eyes on that. In fact, they're calling it a peace initiative. Let's see what comes out of the meeting. Keeping a close track on the developments. In fact, there's some more breaking news now coming in on the biggest story tonight. As we speak, we're getting in some news that the CBI will look into Harsh Mandar's NGO Aman Biradari for FCRA violation. That's a quick update that we're getting in on the show this evening. The Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended a CBI inquiry into Aman Biradari, an NGO established by writer, human rights activist Harsh Mandar, likes to call himself that, but under scanner for his role in several incidents in the recent past, including the Delhi riots. His NGO is being looked at for alleged violation of the FCRA. Harsh Mandar was also a part and a member of the Sonia Gandhi-led NAC, or the National Advisory Council, during the erstwhile UPA government. And officials saying a CBI inquiry has been recommended against Harsh Mandar's NGO for violation of various provisions of the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act. All NGOs receiving foreign funding have to mandatorily register with the Home Ministry under the FCRA. And according to Harsh Mandar's website, he calls himself the founder of Aman Biradari. He calls it a people's campaign for secular, peaceful, just and humane world, etc., etc., goes on and on and on. And Shawar is on the phone line with me. Harsh Mandar is a very controversial Shawan. He's extremely controversial. And we know that, many of his speeches were also under scanner during the Delhi riots, and the active role he plays in some of these cases. All right, we'll go across to Shravan. And we'll take a short break now, but we'll come back with more details. His NGO is going to be probed by the CBI. It's now confirmed the Home Ministry has recommended a CBI investigation into Harsh Pandar's NGO. We'll take a short break on the biggest story tonight, come back with the other big stories. Okay, Shravan, are you there? Can you hear me, Shravan? Shravan, can you hear me? Shravan, I'm just checking if I have your audio. All right, we'll come back to Shravan. We'll take a short break now and come back.
The car gets a hot exterior design, making this popular compact SUV the all-new hot and techy Brezza, the city-bred SUV. The all-new Avatar is loaded with high-tech features that come handy with all your city adventures. The 360 view camera reinforces safety for customers with an immersive view of the driving space. An electric sunroof gives the all-new Brezza an exciting look and feel, and head-up display offers multiple information displayed in driver's line of sight for a safer drive. The 22.86cm Smart Play Pro Plus infotainment system with HD display offers intuitive user experience with advanced voice assist. The wireless charging dock with LED indicator helps in seamless and comfortable charging. All new hot and techy Brezza, the city-bred SUV. The Maruti Suzuki True Value is one of the most trusted destinations to buy pre-owned cars. True Value not only provides a plethora of options for cars at your preferred price point, but it also comes with the reliability of Maruti Suzuki. With more than 550 showrooms across 274 cities at True Value, your buying experience is no different from buying a new car. Today, True Value is at its forefront of India's fast-growing pre-owned car market. Its objective is to empower sellers and buyers through a systematic integration of technology and industry experience. True Value has revolutionized the pre-owned car market. More than 46 lakh plus happy customers are a testament to the fact that True Value stands for the best value both in terms of service and quality.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
And we're cutting across to breaking news coming in. The Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended a CBI inquiry against IAS turned social activist Harsh Pandar's Aman Biradari NGO for alleged Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, that is FCRA violations. This we are learning from government sources that Mandar was among the most ubiquitous faces in the protests against CAA in Delhi, and he has also been called a Congress sympathiser for having worked closely with Sonia Gandhi. And now, as per MHA's recommendations sent to CBI to conduct an inquiry against Mandar's NGO, Aman Biradari, as it finds FCRA violations. Shravan Sen is joining us on the broadcast to give us details on this. What more are you learning, Shravan?
Well, in fact, this comes after the FCRA division of the Ministry of Home Affairs has essentially recommended a Central Bureau of Investigation probe, this too against an NGO which was basically floated by Harsh Mandar. Just to put this into perspective, Harsh Mandar is the same person who was a member of NAC, which was chaired by Sonia Gandhi. In fact, as far as this particular NGO goes, what the FCRA division has essentially recommended is a CBI probe based on certain probe that was basically carried out in terms of foreign contributions. In fact, they say that they've come across multiple irregularities and they're essentially looking into the source of funding of this particular NGO. Over the last couple of months, we've essentially seen a massive crackdown that has been carried out by the FCRA division of the Ministry of Home Affairs. In fact, cancelling the FCRA license of several such NGOs. In fact, the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, their FCRA license was also suspended by the government after they came across several violations. Remember, almost all NGOs operating in India, they certainly have to take a license as far as foreign contribution is concerned. Over a period of time, it has essentially been found from an internal probe that has been carried out by the FCRA division that multiple such NGOs haven't really following the essential norms. That is basically taking permission before taking any foreign grant, or more importantly, informing the FCRA division with regards to if at all they've received a certain funding. So that forms a part of this entire process. And more importantly, remember, there is a periodic review that is essentially done by the FCRA division. It turns out in this particular case that there are certain violations that they have come across prima facie, and that is the reason why the Central Bureau of Investigation now has been asked to step in. At this point in time, Suesha, there is no response really coming in from the CBI, whether at all they would be carrying out a preliminary inquiry first and then registering an FIR, or there would be an FIR directly that would be registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But undoubtedly a big blow, at least for the Soros gang, which has been operating in India. Some of these NGOs which have been directly receiving funds from George Soros. As far as this NGO goes, at this point in time, no clarity in terms of what exactly are the violations have they really spotted.
All right, we'll keep a close eye on that. Shravan, for the moment, thank you for getting us these details. We move on to now playing Superfast 50. And on to the first story. Waris Punjab, the chief Amritpal Singh, who is still absconding. Police launches a massive manhunt against Khalistani Amritpal. The lens is also on ISI handlers and foreign funding. 4 aides of Amritpal were sent to Dibrugarh in Assam after custody. Uncle of Amritpal Singh is also en route to Dibrugarh. NSA has been invoked against the 5 people who were arrested. While addressing a news conference, Punjab IGP Sukhchand Singh Gill said that the bulletproof jackets and rifles that have been recovered at the gate of Amritpal Singh had AKF written on them. There was an attempt to form a Jathebandi called Anandpur Khalsa Fauj. 4 more associates of Waris Punjab, the chief Amritpal Singh, have been sent to police custody till the 23rd of March. Amritpal Singh's associates Bhupinder Singh, Gurpreet Singh, Sukhmanjeet Singh and Harpreet Singh were produced in the Baba Bakla court. Punjab Cabinet Minister Kuldeep Singh Dhaliwal said that the Aam Aadmi Party government was led by Bhagwant Mann has controlled the law and order situation in the state amid the crackdown against Amritpal Singh's Waris Punjab Day. All mobile internet services, all SMS services and all dongle services provided on mobile networks except voice calls in the territorial jurisdiction of Punjab have been suspended till the 21st of March in the interest of public safety. Archbishop of Roman Catholic Church Mar Joseph Pamplani voiced support for the ruling BJP. He said, and I quote, "The believers of the church will help the BJP to elect its first MP from the state if the union government raises the price of natural rubber to 300 rupees a kg." Reacting to the comment, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the statement of the bishop is welcoming. He further said that Prime Minister Modi was always supportive of inclusive development.
No, I think it's a very welcome statement by the Bishop of Talasheri. I was there in December of last year where I visited with many students and many young Malayalis in that area. And it is clear that the Prime Minister has always stood for Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. And it is important that community leaders stand up and explain to the members of their community that the Prime Minister has been relentlessly working for the betterment of all Indians, regardless of their religion, regardless of where they come from. So I welcome this statement by the Bishop of Talasheri.
Indians held demonstrations outside UK High Commission against Khalistani elements who tried to pull down the tricolour at Indian High Commission in London. After pro-Khalistani elements waving separatist Khalistan flags grabbed the tricolour flying atop the Indian High Commission in London, Foreign Secretary Vinay Quatra said that perpetrators need to be arrested and prosecuted. Prime Minister Modi held talks with wide-ranging that he did with Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida to expand India-Japan strategic partnership for a peaceful, stable and prosperous post-COVID world. Japanese Prime Minister arrived earlier today on a 2-day official visit.
आज प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा ने मुझे मई महीने में हिरोशिमा से मैं होने वाली G7 लीडर समिट के लिए निमंत्रण दिया। इसके लिए मैं उनका हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। इसके कुछ महीनों बाद सितंबर में G20 लीडर समिट के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा का फिर से भारत में स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा।
Browse Avenue Court has extended the custody of Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia till the 3rd of April in the Delhi excise policy case. The court has extended his custody in the CBI case. Currently, he is in ED remand till the 22nd of March. He was produced virtually before the court through video conferencing. CBI said that the investigation in the case is still going on and is at a critical juncture. Delhi court sent Hyderabad-based businessman Arun Ramachandra Pillai to judicial custody. He was arrested by ED on the 6th of March in a money laundering case related to the Delhi excise policy case. BRS MLC K. Kavita appeared before the ED for the second round of questioning on Delhi's liquor policy case. This comes after she skipped the earlier summon, citing her petition challenging ED notice was pending for hearing in the Supreme Court. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi addressed a Yuva Dhwani event in Belagavi where he slammed the ruling BJP. He said that, and I quote, during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, youth said that they can't find any jobs in Karnataka and people complained that this government is the most corrupt government in India, that it is a 40% commission government. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri slammed Congress MP Rahul Gandhi over his recent remarks on India's democracy during his London visit. Hardeep Singh Puri said, and I quote, if any individual goes outside the country, he has the freedom to speak, but along with that freedom comes what I call the need to have a sense of responsibility, unquote.
A private citizen goes outside the country or inside the country, he has a freedom to speak. But along with that freedom to speech comes what I call the need to have a sense of responsibility. Now, if you don't understand how the European Union came into being, and I don't want to take your time to highlight how the Treaty of Rome started with 6 countries and others, how the first union was European Coal Community, European Coal and Steel Community. These are sovereign countries which have joined in order to produce.
After Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's scathing attack on Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, Congress took a jibe at Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Congress said has alleged that Mamata and BJP have brokered a pact to attack Rahul Gandhi. This comes against the backdrop of Mamata and Akhilesh's meeting. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav said that BJP will be defeated on all 80 seats in the state of UP in the upcoming 2024 Lok Sabha polls. He accused the BJP of not fulfilling the promises that were made before the elections.
हमारी पार्टी का नेतृत्व यहाँ बैठा है, उसने सबने मिलकर के यही फैसला लिया है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ जो गठबंधन हैं, जो गठबंधन दल हैं, उनसे मिलकर के 80 की 80 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराने का काम करेंगे.
Prayagraj Development Authority raised the property of Mohammad Ghulam, an accused in the Umesh Pal murder case based on a complaint lodged by Umesh Pal's wife Jayapal, a case that was registered against Atiq Ahmed, his relatives and aides including Mohammad Ghulam. Iron Seal, a close aide of TMC's Shantanu Banerjee, was arrested by ED and brought to City Sessions Court in Kolkata in connection with the teachers' recruitment scam. Auto rickshaw drivers in Bengaluru called for a strike in protest against private bike taxi aggregators functioning in the city. Over 2 lakh auto rickshaws remained off roads. The auto rickshaw union called for a strike because they claim that the bike taxis jeopardize the livelihoods of auto rickshaw drivers. The woman who was urinated upon an international flight of Air India has moved the Supreme Court seeking guidelines on unruly and disruptive behavior in airplanes and a change in alcohol policy. She's also sought restrictions on media reporting of the criminal case ongoing in the Patiala House Court on grounds that it was affecting fair trial through selective leaks of information. Members of the Muslim community staged a protest over Karnataka BJP leader K.S. Ishwarappa's remark on Azan. A protester performed Azan at the premises of the District Commissioner's office in Shivamogga district. The video of the incident has gone viral. Karnataka gears up for the assembly elections. Aam Aadmi Party released its first list of candidates. It was speculated that the party will announce the names of 120 candidates in its first list, but only 80 candidates' names have been confirmed. Special Investigation Unit of the Kashmir Police conducted searches in the Kakapora area of South Kashmir's Pulwama district. Raids were conducted at the property of Lashkar-e-Taiba commander Riaz Ahmed Dar, who has been active for over 8 years and is believed to be one of the oldest surviving terrorists. Sources now say that more raids are expected in the area. Opposition MLAs held a protest on the steps of Vidhan Bhavan in Mumbai. The leaders were seen carrying onions, grapes and demanded immediate relief for farmers suffering from hailstorms, unseasonal rains in the state. Odisha Assembly was adjourned till 4 p.m. today by Speaker Bikram Keshri Aruksha due to a protest by BJP and Congress MLAs demanding the resignation of School and Mass Education Minister Sameer Ranjan Das over matric exam question paper leak. Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Dr. P. Thiagarajan presented the State Budget 2023-24 in the Assembly today. During the budget, Finance Minister announced that 18,661 crore rupees will be allocated for state health care and 40,299 crore rupees will be allocated for school education. Agitated dairy farmers in Tamil Nadu's Madurai staged a protest. The farmers threw milk on the road during their protest against Tamil Nadu government demanding an increase in milk procurement prices. Kisan Mahapanchayat has begun at the Ramleela Maidan in Delhi with high security. Farmers have gathered after what they demanded a legal guarantee on MSP and fulfillment of other demands. Chinese leader Xi Jinping arrived to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow in a political boost for the isolated Russian president after the International Criminal Court has charged him with war crimes in Ukraine. EU High Representative Josep Borrell in Brussels said that if President Putin travels to one of the more than 130 countries who had signed this international treaty, he should be immediately arrested. Dozens of conservative Muslims marched in Indonesia's capital to protest against the Israeli team's participation in the FIFA World Cup Under-20 in Indonesia. A group of lawmakers from UK met with Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen to further promote cooperation and exchanges. The delegation is headed by UK parliamentarian Bob Stewart, chair of British Taiwanese All-Party Parliamentary Group. Protesters lit fires in the streets of Nairobi as hundreds took part in a demonstration calling on the government to resign. Crowds of opposition supporters took to the streets of the Kenyan capital after opposition leader Raila Odinga called for a mass protest to call on the government headed by William Ruto to step down. Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammad Shia al-Sudani met with Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries Secretary General Haitham al-Ghais in Baghdad, where they discussed the challenges that the oil markets are facing. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida said that Japan, as chair of G7 and India chairing G20 this year, hope to discuss fully what roles of Japan and India should play in the international community while deepening their bilateral strategic partnership. US President Joe Biden returned to the White House from Wilmington in Delaware. President did not respond when a reporter shouted out a question asking his reaction to former President Donald Trump's call for protests. Iraqi Foreign Minister Fuad Hussein joined European Union officials in Brussels for a meeting of the EU-Iraq Cooperation Council. Ahead of the meeting, EU Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell said that he had hoped Iraq and the bloc would build on their solid partnership, adding that they plan to discuss a wide range of issues from economic cooperation to migration. German Chancellor welcomes the resolute action of the Swiss authorities following the announcement that banking giant UBS would buy Credit Suisse. Rafael Nadal has left the top 10 in the ATP rankings after a long 934 weeks. The Spaniard has dropped to 13th rank, while Carlos Alcaraz has reclaimed the top position following his win over Daniil Medvedev in the BNP Paribas Open title. Elena Rybakina won her first WTA 1000 title following victory over Aryna Sabalenka at the BNP Paribas Open final in Indian Wells. Rybakina secured a victory after 2 hours and 3 minutes on the court. With its second win over Real Madrid in less than 3 weeks, Barcelona made sure there is more talk about the team's prowess on the field than the club's alleged troubles away from it. With IPL 2023 set to start soon, the premier broadcaster Star Sports has released the star-studded commentary lineup that will be behind the mic this season. Jurgen Klinsmann held his first training session as head coach of South Korea, saying he was looking forward to getting to know his new players. First session was held at the team training base in Paju, and several of South Korea's Europe-based players who were missing due to club commitments, including captain and Spurs standout Son Heung-min. Indian boxer Sakshi notched a unanimous decision win against Zazira of Kazakhstan to advance to the quarterfinals of the Women's World Championship. Carlos Alcaraz completed a dominant run to his maiden BNP Paribas Open title on Sunday with perhaps his most one-sided victory of the tournament. The 19-year-old Spaniard, who did not lose a set in 6 Indian Wells match, will return to world number 1 in the ATP rankings behind his trophy triumph. River Plate go top of the Argentine Primera Division after beating Sarmiento 2-0 in Buenos Aires. Goals from Lucas Beltran and Agustin secured the 3 points as River Plate are now on 18 points from 8 matches. Danny Lee buried his final 2 holes for a 2 under 69 and then won Live Golf Tucson on the third hole of a 4-man playoff by making a 25-foot birdie putt from off the 18th green for his first win in nearly 8 years. Chennai Super Kings have signed South Africa pacer Sisanda Magala as a replacement for New Zealand bowler Kyle Jamieson for the IPL 2023. Jamieson was ruled out of the tournament due to an injury, was brought by franchise for 1 crore rupees.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years. With top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence.
Xi Jinping and Putin meet. Is the West on the back foot now? Putin remains unaffected by toothless ICC warrant. What does the big Xi-Putin meet mean for the West? Debating tonight at 10:30 p.m.
इस साल भारत G20 की अध्यक्षता कर रहा है और जापान G7 की, और इसलिए अपनी अपनी प्राथमिकताओं और हितों पर साथ मिलकर काम करने का यह उत्तम अवसर है। आज मैंने प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा को भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की प्राथमिकताओं के बारे में विस्तार से बताया।
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gates. We'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but
Burning question powered by Cool Fans.
Two days since the Punjab Police launched their Operation Amritpal Singh is still untraceable. The ISI link is confirmed. Foreign funding angle is being probed by the Punjab Police. Indian flag outside the Indian High Commission in London attacked by Amritpal backers. Anger in India seeks fight back. Hold protest outside the UK High Commission in Delhi. The Japanese Prime Minister is on an India visit, meets with Prime Minister, invites him for the G7 summit. And sending a big message to the West, the Chinese president lands in Russia. Discussion expected over Ukraine during the visit. You're looking at these images right now on your screens as we begin this edition of The Burning Question. The story you must have guessed is about Amritpal, the man literally who's laid the state of Punjab to siege. You've seen what happened in Ajnala. It's been, over 3 weeks. You haven't seen any kind of action by the police, and even in spite of launching a full manhunt to ensure that this man is nabbed, this man is still untraceable. Where is Amritpal? What really has happened in the entire day? And the question is, who let him escape? So like I said, remember it's been over 60 hours. We do not know what the Punjab Police is doing. We were given to understand that the Punjab Police is on their mission to actually nab this man called Amritpal. But clearly that has not happened. Now what the Punjab Police, remember, again and again has been trying to hint at is that this is a big operation. They are also talking of his foreign funding angle, also trying to draw links with the ISI. And there is a larger understanding now coming into the security establishment of the threat that this man called Amritpal poses. There is also a funding from the ISI. There is also a handler that he had while he moved from Dubai to India. But just for a moment, think of this. If the cops in the state of Punjab today, ladies and gentlemen, are so incompetent that they've not been able to nab this man, in spite of putting in everything right now at their force to catch this man, what really does this tell you of the state? The Chief Minister, on the other hand, is still quiet, but you have reactions that have come in from the Aam Aadmi Party saying that all those who asked us questions post the Ajnala episode today must be thinking that we are doing some good work. But what should we as a country be doing? And also remember of what's really happened in the UK, in Canada, also in Australia. So the story clearly begins from Punjab, but the story has traveled the world over. So in this report, we quickly tell you what we know about the story so far and the whereabouts of Amritpal, and then the debate.
It's been 60 hours now, and Khalistan supporter Amritpal is still on the run. However, his counsel claims his arrest.
There are many other eyewitnesses' statements which they have stated on the social media that we have seen by Amritpal Singh in the Shahkot police station, and there are many other videos in which by Amritpal Singh, while he was getting out from Endeavour car, was apprehended by the police officials. So there are many other evidences on the basis of which I have firm belief, and on the basis of which I have filed my writ petition that Pai Amritpal Singh has already been arrested by the Punjab police officials.
As massive manhunt has been launched for Amritpal, cops are also probing ISI hand.
इस केस में, इस पूरे एपिसोड में जो जितने भी इसमें बैड एलिमेंट्स इन्वॉल्व हैं, उसमें हम ISI का एंगल, उनकी फॉरेन फंडिंग, हमें सस्पिशन है कि इसमें ISI का एंगल भी है, फॉरेन फंडिंग भी है, उस पर फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हमारी चल रही है। व्हीकल्स इनसे मिले हैं, उसका भी सोर्सेज हम चेक कर रहे हैं कि उसके फंडिंग के सोर्सेज कहाँ से आए। सो फर्दर इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। एक चीज़ मैं दोबारा क्लियर करना चाहूँगा कि अमृतपाल सिंह अभी फरार है, पुलिस पूरे एफर्ट कर रही है उसको अरेस्ट करने के लिए।
Agency investigation reveals that people in Canada, USA and Pakistan were pushing the Khalistani agenda. Aides held, family tracked. But where is Amritpal? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So remember, a lot has happened in the last few weeks building up to the last few hours that will make you ask that question, that where is the state today? And is the state so incapable that in spite of putting everything that they have, in spite of putting all their best forces, their best men on the ground, why is this man still untraceable? Does anyone even want to catch him or not? Let's say good evening to Dr. Vikram Singh Saab, who's the former DGP of the state of Uttar Pradesh. Sushant is a senior fellow at the ORF, and I want to take our first question to Akashdeep Muni, who's a political analyst. He leans towards the AAP, and it's unfortunate, Mr. Muni, that a party that again and again speaks of transparency, wants to give itself certificates of being the best government, the most transparent, wants to run away from a debate like this. But I will ask you that, tough question that everyone has been asking. Where is Amritpal, and why is it today that in spite of putting in everything, सब कुछ आपने लगा दिया दाव पर, but you cannot catch this man Amritpal? Do they even want to catch him?
I'll just tell you one thing, that Amritpal and people like Amritpal are not created in the government in the last 1 year of Aam Aadmi Party. They have been nurtured by political parties, and they have been nurtured by political ideologies in Punjab. But unfortunately for
like
these
who?
terrorists,
like who?
Like Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party. We all know, and of course, the Akalis are there who openly support. We have Simranjit Singh Mann, who is from Shiromani Akali Dal, who clearly supports and openly supports Khalistani elements in Punjab. But unfortunately for them, Aam Aadmi Party came into power and they nabbed 138 gangs in Punjab, 503 terrorists, 481 ammunitions. They controlled BKI Rinda Group, Babbar Khalsa International Rinda Group, Ashdallah drone model, KTF model, Lakbir Landa model, KZF model, and number of cases has been solved. Now my point is that, law and order situation has been in the political hands, and they have created a mockery of it in the last 10-15 years. After Shiromani Akali Dal, BJP and Congress, after invasion of Aam Aadmi Party, at least.
Arshdeep, you know that the Aam Aadmi Party today is ruling the state of Punjab. The AAP is not in the opposition. You know this, right?
That is
You're aware about
this type of manhunt is going on. I am sitting in Punjab and I know what the manhunt is going on, and that is why
you have the police to yourself. Listen, Arshdeep. See, this is such a serious debate. This is such a serious debate. And before I let Sushant and Dr. Vikram Singh opine on this, what the Aam Aadmi Party says and does in Delhi, हमारे पास पुलिस नहीं है. पुलिस तो अमित शाह जी के पास है. आप हमें पुलिस दे दीजिए, हम सब कुछ ठीक कर देंगे. पंजाब में तो you have the police under you. What are you doing? That's what I'm asking you.
No, that's what I'm saying. That things are getting in control, and that
Amritpal, इंग्लिश में एक फ्रेज आता है, अर्शदीप, एक इंग्लिश में एक फ्रेज है, टू कॉक अ स्नूक एट द सिस्टम. जब अजनाला में जो हुआ, उसके बावजूद आप उनको पकड़ नहीं पाए. With lathis, with swords, you have their men literally laying siege to a police station.
I'll just take
Bhagwan Singh Mann along with Arvind Kejriwal are spotted in Mumbai that day.
Can you give me 10 seconds?
You've already completed a year in government. 365 plus days and counting.
In Punjab.
You have not been able to nab this man called Amritpal.
See, I'll just tell you one thing. All the people who are in Punjab and who have worked in Punjab know the grassroots reality. That day when he came in Ajnala police station with Honorable Guru Granth Sahib, if that day something, some MS would have done by the police, then things would have gone out of the hands of Punjab. He would be in a martyr. And I think the police managed very well. And now they have taken their time, and now they're hitting back. Punjab will be in safe hands, as Amritpal will be caught in some hours, maybe in a day or two. You see this.
Do you know अर्शदीप, आप कब से ये बयान दे रहे हैं? आपके आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता खुलकर आकर मीडिया के सामने, विक्रम सिंह जी, they are already saying that all those who are asking questions today are quiet because see, our government is doing so much. So is this plain simple politics, Vikram Singh Sabji, that is at play, or there is more to this story than that meets the eye? Are we to believe that the Punjab police is so incapable that they are not able to apprehend this man?
Let me tell you one thing, it is politics, plain and simple. Punjab police bungled up on the 22nd of February and 23rd was an unmitigated disaster. And to say that the Palki Sahab and the Guru Granth Sahab was a facade and was an alibi for them to bungle up the way they bungled up things, you see, we have had a professional police force as one that is fully capable of handling such. Do you mean to say that in future also, if Palki Sahab and Guru Granth Sahab are there, the police, Punjab or otherwise, would fail to take deterrent action? Sorry, this is not acceptable at all. We have a large section of Sikh officers in the Punjab police force who respect the Guru Granth Sahab and the Palki Sahab more than anybody else, much less those who are Khalistanis. I know there's a standard operating procedure to handle this without wasting your time. I would say that they should have dealt it very, very professionally, which they did not. Preventive action not taken, preventive arrest not made, preventive prohibitory orders not in position. Under these circumstances, you are quoting the recipe of disaster, and what followed was a free for all. And it was on very predictable lines. Punjab police is a very professional police officers. Give them the authority and the autonomy to function. At least as of now, I feel they are working as if their hands are tied behind their backs and their eyes are blindfolded. They bungled up so badly on the 23rd of February that you are reaping what you sowed even 6 months earlier. And now what you say that that this man suddenly disappears into thin air. No, not even a reward of 5 rupees on him. At least announce a reward of 50 lakhs on him. Increase it to 1 crore after 15 days if you're not able to apprehend him. This is the standard operating. Don't hunt with the hound and run with the fox.
You know, Vikram Singh Saab, I think in your heart you also know that a man like this cannot escape in thin air. And before I let Akashdeep respond to those, very straight and very honest charges that today you are leveling at the polity there in the state of Punjab, I want Sushant to come in and tell us, Sushant, if you just connect the dots, the timing of whatever we've seen in Punjab, I've heard you raising this concern time and again on a number of channels, on a number of social media platforms, that what Punjab today is heading towards is dangerous. And you look at what's happened in the UK, you look at what happened in Canada, in the US, Sushant, there clearly is a pattern. But are we to believe that the state government and the intel agencies here in New Delhi are oblivious to this threat?
No, I think they have woken up to the threat. I think in some ways Ajnala was a wake-up call. But it's important to understand that when Ajnala happened, Ajnala need not have happened. Was the Punjab Police and the government of Punjab so clueless of what this fellow Amritpal Singh and his cohort was planning on the day they invaded the police station? Should they not have acted before and preempted that? Should they have waited till a mob collected and, carried out that whole drama of taking shelter behind the Palki Saab and then invading a police station? Should they have waited for all of that? And then to take the excuse that because this fellow pulled this surprise on us, we were left stumped. Now, clearly, that's not very good policing. And with all due respect to Vikram Singh Saab, that's not a very professional way of policing, sir. You would not have done something like that. And we know how well you handled the UP police when you were in charge. On another point, look, it's very easy to hurl allegations. And I completely agree up to a point that every single political party in Punjab is responsible for the state of affairs today. With Akalis, the BJP, which was partnering the Akalis and which turned a blind eye when the Akalis and the SGPC was playing, fiddle with this whole Khalistani thing, reviving the movement in a very soft way, raising Khalistani issues, the BJP kept quiet. You then had the Congress, which played its own internal politics around the Panthik issues. And then, of course, the most dubious role has also been of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, Mr. Muni has spoken very eloquently about the credentials of the Aam Aadmi Party. Please tell us who is the media advisor of the Chief Minister, what are his antecedents? And I'll leave it out there. Somebody can just Google what his antecedents are and find out what his background is. There have been multiple reports right from 2017 onwards of the kind of dubious links of the Aam Aadmi Party with Khalistani elements. I don't need to recount all of it. So for the Aam Aadmi Party to act holier than thou, I think that's rather rich coming from them. But look, on a much more substantive issue, I think the operation to apprehend Amritpal Singh, and this is nobody has said this publicly, this is just my assessment. This was a joint effort of the center and the state. For example, when 4 people are sent off to Dibrugarh, it is not the Punjab Police which will fly somebody in a special Air Force aircraft to Dibrugarh. So both the state government and the central government have been working together to try and now, crack down on these elements. And that is good. Their politics aside, they can keep playing their politics. I don't have any problem with that. They can be political rivals. But no party in this country should play with the security of this nation and to flirt with this issue of Khalistan, to flirt with the issue of Panthik politics, to play one against the other is to light fires which you cannot extinguish and which will burn you too. So I think it is good if both sides are stepping back and they are cooperating. Now, why this guy has not been arrested, I think, of course, questions need to be asked. Where has he disappeared? Has he disappeared in thin air? Has he actually been apprehended but not shown to be arrested? I don't know. I can't figure this out one way or another. But I'm sure in a couple of days, the situation should become clear. Either he's absconded, he's left the country, he's flown off somewhere else, which is also good riddance to bad rubbish. But if he's anywhere in the country, then I would imagine that he cannot run very far. He will sooner or later be apprehended.
So Akashdeep, which out of these options is right? You know, I think Sushant has basically placed the entire story in perspective. He's told you the options. You know, you cannot have this man escaping in thin air. So either the government already has apprehended him, you do not want to confirm it, or you've allowed him to escape the country.
You know, I have been hearing Sushant Sarinji since many years, and I respect him a lot. But I hope that he knows what was the condition of Punjab during 2015 when BJP and Akalis were in power. And when he says that nobody should be allowed to tinker with the security of nation, the political parties did it, and he knows how they did it. Openly they did it. In 2014, 2015, August, November, October, openly Ludhiana.
Akashdeep, Akashdeep, you become much like any other political party when you keep citing history to justify your present. That is the problem. Today, look at the situation. Today, tell me what is the way out.
And yes, Sushant.
The models are...
So, Akashdeep,
just 5 seconds.
No, I'm just saying one sentence, then you take over. Because you mentioned me and...
Fair enough.
I don't know if you have a problem of comprehension in what I said. I think I said it very, very clearly that the role played by the Akalis and the BJP, because it was in association with the Akalis and kept quiet, and that was criminal silence when the Akalis were dabbling in this Panthik politics. I don't know what part of it you have not understood.
True. You know, you remember BKI, Baba Khalsa International, KTF, KZF, these all groups were groomed in these periods. They were given open,
Akashdeep, you had a good 1 year. You know, I don't want to talk about the BJP, the Akalis, the Congress. They are not here to defend themselves. 1 second, Akashdeep.
I'm not saying that.
Akashdeep,
no, I'm saying it. Now you have said that.
The more things change, the more they remain the same. I don't want that to be true about us also, right? There was a change. The reason why the people voted for AAP in such a handsome manner. Akashdeep, today when you have the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab, can you tell me what have you done to arrest the rise of this Khalistani sentiment and the man called Amritpal? That's it.
I hope
do not
deflect. Some time. Yeah, I'm not deflecting.
You had all the time.
Two questions. One Khalistan and second Amritpal. I'll answer it. One Khalistani supporters and 560 gangsters held. KTF model put into bars. 460.
No, where is Amritpal? Why has Amritpal not been arrested? Why have you given him a free run? That he blackmailed your state, he blackmailed your police.
Free run.
Why did that happen? You've emboldened him, no?
Who emboldened him? The Bhagwan Singh Maan government is after Amritpal, and that is why his supporters are detained. That is why his lawyer is going to the High Court and taking writ petition, putting writ petition. You know, the country today is knowing that what is happening in Punjab. Punjab is getting out of all the mess that it had been. And it had been in the mess of drugs. It has been in the mess of
What are you saying? You know, you sit on national television. You sit on national television in spite of, you know, such mounting proof right now of a complete incompetent government. You're sitting here and making, you know, these big claims and singing paeans of the AAP government. Vikram Singh Saab, you know, I don't know what to say, because the police there, you know, we've read, we've seen, we've studied that what a heroic force the Punjab Police is. In spite of that, tell me that if you have the state and the center together wanting to arrest this man, will he not be arrested?
Of course he will be arrested. It's only a matter of time. But what you really said was that the sorry state of affairs that Punjab is in today. Ajnala, what happened in Ajnala on the 22nd and the 23rd, that the police had to eat its words and say, Lovely is innocent, and they let him off. Of course, they gave a perfect alibi of what they did, but that cuts no ice anywhere. Now coming to the second point, that Lawrence Bishnoi is giving an open interview on social media, live on Facebook. Don't you think it is a crying shame? Then you have so many things happening, the drugs, the drug peddlers, and so many things happening together, open Bay at the Bees, and also the incident that Amritpal Singh having a free run, that should have been Aam Aadmi Party government is a duly elected government. And what happened in the past, of course, is also, as Mr. Sushant Singh said, every political party is responsible for the state of affairs today. Yes, they had there's so many things that they could have done which they did not do. But the Aam Aadmi Party, the government of the day, it's their responsibility to keep law and order in position, crime under control, which they have failed miserably.
Okay, I just want to ask the last question to Akashdeep. Akashdeep, how many hours? Just, I have 5 seconds only, Akashdeep. How many hours before this man is arrested?
As soon as possible. The police is after him, and as soon as possible he will be nabbed.
What a crying shame, you know, what a crying shame. An elected government is not saying, you know, Vikram Singh Saab, I think that answer sums it all. As soon as possible, we are trying. They are trying. The state today is looking at such a mess, you know, Akashdeep, that it's not even funny. And the Aam Aadmi Party, when it's asked for accountability with the state police under, you are telling us that you are trying. बिल्कुल सब ठीक है, like आप कहते हैं ना सब चंगा है. Amritpal today is still a free man. I think that is a commentary on 1 year of the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab, only for want of time. Sushant, Dr. Vikram Singh, and Akashdeep, I thank you so much for your time and your frankness on the show. On the other side, we are back with much more.
The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their ordeals of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he was talking about during one of his speeches at Bharat Jodo Yatra, that many women during that time had come and shared their audios of sexual assault by their own family members and near and dear ones. The special CP coming from one gate and entering back in the residence from the other gate. So we'll have to see as to what is it all about, whether he has given any time or whether he has cooperated or not, but a lot of support pouring in at the Congress leader's residence. The Delhi police officials have reached the residence of Rahul Gandhi only after notice was issued to Rahul Gandhi seeking the statements and details of the women he...
Trending burning question powered by Cool Fans.
Well, and we are starting the trending. Yes, we are starting this bulletin with breaking news. Aam Aadmi Party claims the MHA has blocked the Delhi budget. We are still waiting for a confirmation on the same. Arvind Kejriwal, while speaking, yes, the Delhi Chief Minister, while speaking to a media outlet, has just said that the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that the MHA has blocked the Delhi budget. The MHA is still to confirm that. So we are trying to get that latest news for you, that the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that the MHA, that the central government has blocked the Delhi budget. The Delhi budget was supposed to be presented tomorrow, and they say that the central government, and I repeat that the central government has stopped or blocked the Delhi budget. That's the claim of the Aam Aadmi Party, that the Delhi budget was supposed to be presented tomorrow in the Delhi Assembly, but they claim that for the first time in the history of Delhi, that the Delhi government will not be able to present the budget because today evening the central government has stopped that. These are the claims of the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party is claiming it that the central government has some way or the other stopped the budget of Delhi. These are the claims, I repeat, of the Aam Aadmi Party. Claims of the Aam Aadmi Party. The MHA is yet to give an official statement on it. We are trying to get that as soon as possible. But the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that the MHA, the central government, has blocked the Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi government, to present the budget, which was supposed to happen tomorrow. I repeat, the Delhi government, the Delhi finance minister, the Delhi chief minister, they were supposed to present the budget tomorrow. And 24 hours prior, the Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi chief minister, no one else, but the Delhi chief minister has claimed that the central government has stopped it stopped the Delhi government to present the budget tomorrow. And they claim this is happening for the first time in the history of Delhi and Delhi government, that they are not going to allow the budget to be presented by the Delhi government. So that's the breaking news coming in right now. We are trying to get the Aam Aadmi Party leaders over on the phone as well. Atishi Singh and Saurabh Bharadwaj. We are trying to get that on air as well. But that's the claim of the Aam Aadmi Party, and that's a big claim. They are saying that the Delhi budget not to be presented tomorrow, and it's a big fresh face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the centre. As Arvind Kejriwal claims that centre has stalled the budget, the MSA sources are telling us now that the draft budget sent had more allocation for advertising than infrastructure. The MHA has sought clarification which was never given. So that's the first claim we are getting through our sources from the MHA. That's another back-to-back breaking, guys, and we can do it as we speak, that the MHA sources are telling us as we speak right now, that the MHA sources are saying, and we can put this breaking down on our grid as well, that our sources are telling us, confirming that the draft budget which was sent to the MHA as per the process via LG, it had more allocation for advertising than infrastructure. And I repeat, this is breaking on air, first on Republic. MHA sources are saying that the draft which was sent to them had more allocation for advertising than infrastructure, and hence MHA had sought a clarification which never came, and hence till the clarification doesn't come, they cannot allow. So these are the exclusive details which are coming in from the MHA. So the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that the MHA has blocked it. The MHA counter, and our sources are confirming to us, they are saying, the MHA sources are claiming that we haven't stopped it. It is only that the MHA sought, first if we can get this breaking on air of the MHA. So the MHA is saying that there was more allocation for advertisement than infrastructure. Sardar RP Singh is there on air with me. Sardar RP Singh, the MHA sources are saying that the draft, and I repeat, the draft budget which was sent to them had more allocation for advertisement than infrastructure. And hence, MHA had sought for clarification which never came. Sardar RP Singh.
Well, that's how the Aam Aadmi Party government is. They only
Sardar
make
Sahab of the
noise
BJP.
and they use they may only make noise and they use public money for their personal publicity. And then already LG has sent a note to the administration to take the money back from their party, because they have used the public money, public exchequer, the taxpayers' money for promoting their party in various states. So MHA is right when they say that you can't allocate budget more than infrastructure on your personal publicity or on your party publicity, or use money, public money for party publicity.
No, but now the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that for the first time in the history of Delhi, that the Delhi government will not be allowed to present the budget. And none other but the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is saying it. And once again, it's a fresh face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Sardar Sahab?
Well, आप उसको फ्रेश फेस ऑफ की तरह देखने पर सच ये है कि अगर आप दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से ज्यादा अपनी पर्सनल पब्लिसिटी पे पैसा खर्चेंगे, आप अपने पर्सनल पब्लिसिटी पे ज्यादा पैसा खर्चेंगे तो कैसे बात बनेगी जी? आपको पैसा मिल रहा है, दिल्ली के लोग टैक्स इसलिए नहीं पे करते।
No, but they are saying they are the elected government. They are saying they are the elected government. They are saying other state governments also do it. Their counter is that they are saying that other elected governments also do it. Why are you not allowing us?
Sir, tell me which state government go and give ad in Kerala, or which state government go and give ad in Goa, or which state government go and give ad in Madhya Pradesh? What do Delhi ad has to do with in Kerala or Madhya Pradesh or Goa? You are charging us. I am paying tax. You are paying tax for our benefit, not for the benefit of the Aam Aadmi Party government.
No, but it once again takes the tussle between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party at a different level. Sardar RP Singh, we need to understand this, that they are taking this issue and claiming that the central government and the Home Ministry via the LG is not allowing the Delhi government to present the budget. You exactly know what is going to happen now. The Aam Aadmi Party is going to have series of press conferences. You are going to have counter press conferences. They are going to say you are not allowing this. You are saying stop advertisement. The people of Delhi are looking as bystanders. They don't know what is happening.
No. But again, I repeat, we don't pay tax for personal glorification of Mr. Kejriwal. When he's doing it only for his personal glorification. He's only to win elections in various states. He uses this money when he... Okay, let me put it like this. What do this Delhi budget has to do with Gujarat ad? I mean, they use Gujarat media for their personal publicity because they are contesting election in Gujarat.
No, but Sardar RP Singh, how do you counter that? They are going to the people saying that, listen, the BJP is once again at it, and they are saying that the MHA is not allowing it. They are quoting the central government and they are saying that the central government is not allowing them to present the budget. The Delhi Chief Minister has already gone out in the open and he's saying this. They are going to have 10 press conferences tomorrow. You will have 6 counter press conferences. But I have a larger question. When does this tussle end? This tussle just doesn't end.
किसी को झूठ बोलने से कैसे रोक सकते हैं? देश में झूठ बोलने के लिए छूट है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसका कोई कानून नहीं है. देश के पार्लियामेंट का कोई कानून नहीं है कि झूठ बोलने पे रोक सके. वो केजरीवाल झूठ बोलता है, उसके झूठ का क्या राज करोगे आप? अगर वो आपके टैक्स पेयर का, दिल्ली में सड़कें नहीं, दिल्ली में पानी नहीं, दिल्ली में सीवर का सिस्टम नहीं, दिल्ली में अभी आज बारिश हो रही है. रिक्वेस्ट है अपने कैमरामैन को बोलिए जाए दिल्ली घूम कर देखे कैसी हालत है दिल्ली की. अभी तो बारिश शुरू नहीं हुई, ये तो गर्मी से पहले की बारिश है. तो ये हालत है. तो दिल्ली का जो पैसा है, दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा दिल्ली के लिए इस्तेमाल होना चाहिए, या गुजरात में, केरल में, गोवा में, मध्य प्रदेश में, जिन राज्यों में चुनाव लड़ना है वहां के लिए पैसा होगा. और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से पैसा आप अपनी पर्सनल पब्लिसिटी में ज्यादा खर्चेंगे तो कैसे चलेगा? यू कैन स्पेंड मोर मनी ऑन योर पर्सनल पब्लिसिटी देन द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर.
No, but what is happening? That Delhi is not a full state. That's the issue you are raising up. I'm trying to get the Aam Aadmi Party leaders on air also within the next few minutes itself, viewers. But Sardar RP Singh, the MHA sources are saying that the initial draft, and I repeat, our sources are confirming to us that the initial draft which was sent to them had more allocation for advertisement. And I want the Aam Aadmi Party leaders to be patched on air soon. And I'm asking my guest team to do it as well. But the only thing I'm saying is that they are saying that only the initial draft was sent. The process was also not completed. The MHA sought an explanation and they never sent an explanation to it. So the MHA has said that we sought an explanation. That was never sent.
Sir, अगर आपका बजट 100 रुपए का है, उसमें से आप अगर 50 रुपए अपनी पर्सनल पब्लिसिटी पे खर्चेंगे और बाकी 50 रुपए बाकी चीजों पे खर्चेंगे, जिसमें सैलरीज नहीं है, जिसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी, तो कैसे बात बनेगी? यू कैन डू दिस. यू आर चीटिंग ऑन डेलीite. यू आर चीटिंग ऑन डेलीite टैक्स. As a Delhiite, I pay tax. Am I supposed to be penalized because you want to go and contest election in other states? How is it possible? I can be penalized because of your political ambition. You might have your political ambition, and top of it, you do scams like liquor scam. You do various scams, and then use that money for your election objectives, and then you again use Delhi taxpayer money also for your election objectives. So we don't pay tax, and we don't have government for a reason that they will use our money for their personal publicity, for his personal glorification.
No, but if you see, the Aam Aadmi Party is going on the social networking sites and going like how? And Sardar RP Singh, they are putting the all onus on you. They are saying that you are stopping the money which was meant for the common people. They are making it about the people. How do you take on that? They are not raising the issue of infrastructure or advertisement. That is the information I am getting through my sources in the MHA. They are going out, the Aam Aadmi Party is going out to the people and saying that, look, the BJP is stopping the BJP is stopping the money which was meant for the people of Delhi. How do you counter that?
Well, is it for Delhiite or is it for people in Goa, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh or Himachal? Money has to be spent on us. We need more schools. We need more flyovers. We need more underpasses. We need more colleges. We need more hospitals. When there is none. Roads are in bad condition. Thanks to Mr. Gadkari and Modi ji, that because of G20 certain roads have been built. Otherwise, roads are in bad condition. So what is that? I mean, we don't have a clean air. You are spending our money at our cost. You're not giving us clean air, good water. You're not giving us health infrastructure. But the mullah clinics have collapsed. He says you can go to any hospital, get yourself treated. No one will ask you money. But fact is, no hospital gives you entry without money. So why shall I pay tax because he want to go and contest election in Goa or any other state now in Madhya Pradesh, or for that he might go and contest in election in Tamil Nadu or Kerala tomorrow. So we are not paying taxes for that. So government has a right to ask him that you have to have a balance. I mean, you can spend some 5 to 10% for your publicity. That's okay. And that too for spreading the message of your work, not for your personal glorification.
No, but again, once again we are seeing a fight. Viewers, we need to understand it's the tussle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, the Delhi government and the LG office, which the Delhi government says that the LG office doesn't exist. It's the MHA is on and on like how? That just 24 hours prior, and I repeat, just 24 hours prior, the Delhi Chief Minister comes out and claims that the MHA has prevented the Delhi government, Sardar R.P. Singh, to present the budget which was meant for the people of Delhi. And now our sources in the MHA are clearly saying that the initial draft which was sent to them had more allocation, and I repeat, had more allocation for advertisement rather than infrastructure, and they had raised a red flag. As a political party, they have a right to fight the election in any state. But do they have the right to use the Delhi budget for their campaigning in other states? That's the point. That's the point. Sardar R.P. Singh, they have a right to contest elections, but do they have a right to use the money which is meant for the people of Delhi to campaign in other states?
No, you cheat on Delhi by doing scams and then use that money. I mean, it has been already on track and proven that Delhi liquor policy money was used for elections in Goa. Now you are using the taxpayer money for putting ad in newspapers in Goa, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, wherever you want to go and contest election. What do people in Madhya Pradesh have to do about how things are in Delhi? When, although Delhi infrastructure, as I told you, has totally collapsed. Tell me, I give a challenge. Is there one new college they opened last 8 years? They claim that we will open colleges. Have they built up one new flyover which has been built by them, not by the earlier government? Only they have cut ribbons. So have they built up any new roads? Have they built up any new hospital in Delhi? So, I mean, they can keep spending. I mean, how will we allow or how will we bear them, allow them to use this money outside Delhi when it's our money, it's taxpayer money of Delhi?
He is not a leader, sorry. I'm trying to get the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs from Delhi, Sanjeev Jha and then the others. But my question is this to you, Sardar sir. How do you take on, because you exactly know what is going to happen in next 24 hours. The Aam Aadmi Party is already hitting the ground and saying that I'm clearly saying, I can decipher their strategy now. I'm sure you will also be able to do so. They are saying that you have stopped, the central government has stopped the money which was meant for the people of Delhi. They are saying, okay, we were spending on advertisement, but we were also spending on other things. With you preventing the presentation of the budget, all the schemes, everything will stop. So I am going to connect back with Sardar R.P. Singh, but the issue is this, viewers, that the MHA sources are very clearly telling us, and I repeat, that the initial draft which was sent by the Delhi Aam Aadmi Party government to the central government, to the MHA via the LG's office, which is, by the way, the process we need to understand the special status of the Delhi government, of the Delhi state. And the process was followed, that the draft has to be sent to the LG's office, via LG's office to the MHA. And that draft, there was a red flag. An alert was raised. And in that alert, it was clearly mentioned, and I am speaking out of my sources very clearly, quoting them rather. They are saying that the MHA sources, my MHA sources are saying that the draft budget sent had more allocation, I repeat, more allocation for advertisement than infrastructure. And hence, the MHA sought clarification, and that clarification never came. So because the clarification never came from the Aam Aadmi Party or the Delhi government side back to the LG's office and via the LG's office to the MHA, it was never approved. And without the approval, because of the special status of the Delhi statehood and the Delhi government, you cannot go ahead. And hence now the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that the central government via LG's office has stopped the Delhi government, the